Each will send one MP to the new House of Commons. To form a majority, a party needs at least 50% of those seats.
Millions of people have been casting their votes. Schools, village halls and community centres have been turned into polling stations. Even a pub has been used for people to exercise their democratic right.
Every poll, every result, as it happens.
We're with the party leaders. We're in the battleground seats, on air, online and on your mobile. LBC's non-stop election coverage is about to begin, and you can also watch it on Facebook Live or at lbc.co.uk.
This is LBC's Richard Suchet live in Maidenhead. This is where Theresa May is fighting to keep her job as an MP, but the big question is this: can she keep her job as Prime Minister?
Here in Islington North, can Jeremy Corbyn win this snap general election? I'm LBC's Vincent McAviney, following the Labour leader through the night. Have his policies connected enough to push him all the way to number 10?
Around 300 miles away in Cumbria, this is LBC's Ella Griffith with Lib Dem leader Tim Farron. Has he done enough to breathe new life into his party?
For UKIP, this is the first general election without Nigel Farage, but how will new leader Paul Nuttall get on? This is LBC's Martin Lindsay in Boston in Lincolnshire.
In Glasgow, I'm LBC's Conor Gillis. Will the SNP cement its grip in Scotland or face a squeeze from Labour and the Conservatives?
And in the fractured landscape of British politics, what are the chances of a breakthrough for the Greens? I'm LBC's James Hoxie in Brighton.
We'll have the sharpest insight and the punchiest of opinion. Michael Gove, Nigel Farage, Emily Thornberry, Baroness Lynn Featherstone and Alex Salmond are among the big political names on the LBC team sheet throughout the night.
We've got some of Britain's best informed political analysts crunching through the numbers, and of course you. What went right? What went wrong? Why did you vote the way you did? Give us a call 0345 6060 973. You can tweet at LBC and you can text 84850.
Our political editor Theo Usherwood is at Westminster as the seconds tick down to 10 o'clock.
You wouldn't want to bet on the outcome. Over the next few hours, we'll find out who is heading to Downing Street and who will come under pressure to fall on their sword. It's an election that promises to be exciting and unpredictable in equal measure.
OK, in a moment, as Big Ben strikes 10, we'll be able to give the result of the 2017 general election exit poll. Remember, this is only an exit poll. If it was completely accurate, there'd be no need for anyone to go and vote.
It's 10 o'clock, you're listening to LBC, and this is what the exit poll is saying. The Conservatives are the largest party. Only 314 seats, though, to Labour's 266, the SNP on 34, Liberal Democrats on 14, Plaid Cymru 3, the Greens 1, UKIP 0, and 18 seats in Northern Ireland. If that is indeed the result of this election, it will be a huge blow to Theresa May, a huge fillip for Jeremy Corbyn. And what do you think? What was it all worthwhile? If to calling this election, it was supposed to get the Tories a landslide. If this exit poll is right, that's not where they're heading at all. In fact, they're heading for a minority government. Indeed, it might be that they couldn't form a government at all. I had a text from a Tory cabinet minister a few moments ago. Somehow he'd got to know what this exit poll was saying. He said it is not plausible. Sheila Fogarty, major shock.
Major shock. And my first response to that fillip that you described, that this election has clearly been for Jeremy Corbyn, is something that we discussed earlier on in our election podcast, where John McTernan, in a Newsnight film last night, looking at the leadership, looking at Jeremy Corbyn, the man, who is he, what impact has he had? And he said, already, even before the election result, his impact is too wide and too deep. His appeal is too wide and too deep to be ignored now. And he didn't just mean by the Labour Party. He meant by anyone who thinks that Thatcherism is still influencing British politics. Blairism is still influencing British politics. We have a very different political world now, it seems to me, if Jeremy Corbyn has done this well.
Well, the trouble is, if you look at these figures, the SNP are down to 34 from 56. Now, I have to say, if that happens, that would be a major, major shock. It means Labour will have picked up the overwhelming majority of those seats. It's the Conservatives that were supposed to be doing
resurgent
well
in Scotland.
Yeah. That's the only explanation for these figures, as far as I can see.
UKIP 0.
Well, that's not a surprise, is it? At all.
Well, I mean, Paul Nuttall, he was very visible and very audible in this election campaign, but he had a shocker, let's face it.
He did, and another leader that had a shocker was Tim Farron. Now, they're predicted in this poll to go up from 9 to 14 seats. A lot of people were predicting that they might lose seats, but of course, in this scenario, they could be quite crucial to forming a government, even if it's a minority government.
It was interesting, I was reading earlier on today, one criticism of Theresa May's campaign, of the Conservatives' campaign, Ian, was that they didn't manage expectations, that at the very beginning it was full on, this is going to be a walk in the park, we're going to have a huge majority, and there was no expectation management really, or not enough expectation management, and that appears to be the case.
David Gauke, Chief Secretary to the Treasury for the Conservatives, how do you explain that one?
Well, obviously the first point to make is that this is an exit poll, and this is a projection. Obviously we would hope for a better result. I think for the country, what we need is the leadership in a government that can deal with the challenges we face, most notably Brexit. I remember 2 years ago, I think we got a similar number at the exit poll. We actually did better than that and had an overall majority.
Well, that is true. I think it did about 15 seats better than that. But this is if this is anywhere near what it seems to be, even if you had 330 seats, even if you had 340, that is a mile away from what you were expecting at the beginning of this campaign. You would accept that?
Well, yes, although one thing I would just come back on Sheila's point is about expectation management, because Theresa May was very clear that this wasn't going to be a walk in the park and that we couldn't expect to necessarily have a landslide, and there were certainly a lot of numbers that were floating around.
What was the point in calling the election, though?
Well, the point in calling the election was to have a mandate to go out and deliver the Brexit deal that we believe is necessary.
And this puts a major hole in that, doesn't it? Because going to Brussels in 11 days' time, David Davis will, if indeed the Conservatives can actually form a government, David Davis will go to Brussels and they can look over the table at him and say, yeah, what's your mandate then?
Well, we have got to wait and see what the final result is. But the argument that we have made throughout the campaign is that the right person, the right team to go into that negotiation is Theresa May and the Conservative Party. Now, clearly, the more seats we have, then that strengthens our position. But we're very clearly on this, and I accept that it's just a projection, we're very clearly the largest party. I think it's right that we, and I'm pleased that tomorrow, if this is correct, Theresa May will continue to be Prime Minister.
You can't be pleased in any way at this exit poll.
I mean, I would much rather have the position that we are in the lead, we have the most seats by some way, than if Jeremy Corbyn had become Prime Minister.
I'd have thought gutted was the way you must be feeling at the moment, rather than pleased.
Look, very, very clearly hoping for a better result than that. I don't deny that for a moment, but the right person to be Prime Minister in the period ahead is Theresa May, and although it's not the result, if this is the result that we have, it's not the result that I would have hoped for, I am at least relieved that we have still got Theresa May and the Conservative Party in government.
I think relieved is not the emotion showing on your face at the moment, David, if you don't mind.
I accept, Ian, this is not the result that I would have wanted, but let's see. It's not actually yet the result, it's a projection.
By the way, if you want to look at the look on David's face, we're on Facebook Live throughout the 7 hours. We can look at everybody's face, including Sheila's and mine. Sheila.
Tom Baldwin, can I bring you in on this? Are the likes of Yvette Cooper, Choka Amuna, Dan Jarvis, Keir Starmer as well, maybe, all now throwing in their little towels and thinking that's it, he's got the Labour Party by the throat, Corbyn?
Well, I think the test for Jeremy Corbyn was always, could he gain seats? Could he get Labour to a point where it was in government? Now, real success for the Labour Party is to form a government. That's what the Labour Party is in business to do. I doubt that Labour is going to be forming a government, but there is absolutely no doubt tonight that Jeremy Corbyn has defied all expectations. He's run a campaign of boldness, principle, energy and passion. He's been helped massively by the utter disintegration of the Conservative Party, the Conservative leader in this campaign. I've never seen anything like it. And I think, in Conservative headquarters right now, they're probably going through very similar things we went through 2 years ago.
But to be honest,
and they're probably trying to look up the number for the DUP, because if they've got any chance of staying on in power, they're the only party who they can probably form a viable coalition with, and that has all kinds of consequences for the Northern Ireland peace process and everything.
Or the Tories could be looking up Graham Brady's number to work out the rules for a leadership contest.
I think it's very unlikely that Theresa May will be Prime Minister and leader of the Conservative Party in a year's time.
Tom Newton-Dunn of The Sun was arguing earlier today in a piece I was reading that a majority of 40 would be sufficient for Theresa May to have the Brexit, that strengthened Brexit mandate, more inside her own party, David Gauke, your party, than essentially out there in the world in the negotiations. How do you respond to that?
Well, very obviously, a majority would be nice, but I mean, we shall see what the result is. Clearly, look, we've been making the argument for the last few weeks that a strong mandate helps us in the Brexit negotiations, and I'm not going to deny that, and that's why it would be disappointing if we have lost seats. But let us wait and see.
On this projection, you would have lost 17 seats. You would have lost a 20-point opinion poll lead. Could we be heading for a coalition of chaos?
Well, what I want, obviously,
and
is
strong
a
and stable leadership
conservative
from Jeremy Corbyn
is a Conservative government. But let's see. It's this is a projection. We haven't got a single result in yet.
Our reporter with Jeremy Corbyn is saying obviously there was a huge cheer on hearing this exit poll, which in some ways you can understand, but they're still only on 266. That's a long way from 330, which is 326, which is what you need to get a majority. But nevertheless, a performance that I don't think anybody, any political pundit, really expected Labour to perform, apart from a couple of the pollsters. So, as I said on Newsnight last night, they're going to have egg on their faces, or I am. Looks like me tonight, Sheila.
I'm just fascinated by, as much as anything, of course, the most fascinating thing in any general election is who forms the government, who is the Prime Minister, who's the ruling party. But to me, this election in particular, has been as much about the fate of the Labour Party as it has been about what government we get. Lynn Featherstone, would you agree with that?
Well, I think so. I don't think anyone expected Labour to do this well, but Corbyn's had a very strong campaign. I've watched his rallies, even though they were in his heartlands, and this cements his position, whatever happens next. Personally, I'm not going to eat my hat. I think that was Paddy's projection. But if this exit poll is right, then for me, on the Liberal Democrat score, that would be, in my view, quite good, because I think we were expecting, we had very low expectations. I think this has been quite a difficult election for us.
But other people initially had very high expectations for you, didn't they?
Well, I don't know.
The Lib Dem surge.
Well, which Lib? Oh, you mean originally?
Yeah.
Yes, but I think that sort of evaporated into just get on with Brexit and that sort of whole ambition.
That was a major misjudgment on your party's part, though. You were going after the 48% and then suddenly discovered there were only 22% to go for.
Well, I wouldn't say we were going after 48%. I think we were going after something we actually believe in. I mean, I think no one would deny that the Liberal Democrats have always been the most Europhile party and sincerely believe that Brexit will be a disaster. What I think will happen over the coming 2 years, particularly if this exit poll is anything right, is we do have a chaotic situation. I don't know what Brexit will be like with this kind of situation in play. It was not going to be the mandate that Theresa thought she could possibly have.
We'll come on to the Liberal Democrat campaign a bit later, but do you think that it was a disaster mainly because the only things people remembered of it were legalising cannabis, legalising prostitution and Smell My Spaniel?
I don't know about the Smell My Spaniel thing.
I'll tell you later.
I don't. You see, I actually think and polls or surveys show
I forgot gay sex as well.
The majority of... I'll get you on that in a minute because it makes me so angry. But I think the majority of people, actual normal people in this country, think that the legalisation of cannabis is a good idea, not a bad idea.
The majority in London might, but I'll tell you what, it doesn't go down well in Tunbridge Wells.
As for gay sex, the whole hounding of Tim Farron I have found quite distasteful.
Well, maybe we'll talk about that a bit later, because that's a sort of bit of a detail.
All right.
Lord Robert Hayward, renowned pollster. You have experienced more exit polls than you might like to forget. What do you make of this one?
I'd like to forget my own projection yesterday for a start. It's interesting. It's more than interesting. It's staggering, but it's also confusing in a number of different ways. There's clearly only one victor if this figure is anywhere near right, which is Jeremy Corbyn. We therefore are in for a very interesting next few months within all the different political parties, and I would include Nicola Sturgeon in that, to have lost 20 seats.
Do you believe that, though?
That's one of the things I'm doubtful about, and I'm assuming that part of the Labour figure of 266 is from a rise for the Labour Party in Scotland. And if I find that very hard to believe.
And the thing there, Tom Baldwin, is that Jeremy Corbyn hasn't actually gone down very well in Scotland, has he?
No, and part of his pitch when he ran for leader, when he was going to revitalise the Labour vote in Scotland, maybe he has. I mean, we've called every election for the last, in Britain, America, on Brexit, wrong in the last few years. There's clearly an extraordinary febrile electorate out there. And I think at the moment, all us purveyors of conventional wisdom should take a little bit of a pause for breath and possibly retire.
Well, if Jeremy Corbyn has benefited, as I can't remember who said it 10 minutes ago, has benefited from a poor Conservative campaign, I think it might have been you, Tom, a poor Conservative campaign, a weakened Theresa May. In Scotland, perhaps, I mean, we'll find out as the night progresses, but in Scotland, perhaps it's a weakened Nicola Sturgeon because she insisted on that second referendum conversation so quickly.
Well, I mean, you've got Theresa May calling an unnecessary election, Nicola Sturgeon perhaps insisting on an unnecessary second referendum. I'm thinking a little bit about the fate of Theresa May here, because Gordon Brown famously never really recovered for failing to call a snap election when he should. Theresa May, I think, will never recover for actually calling a general election when she shouldn't have done. She didn't need to do this.
David Gork, what do you say to that? Because, I mean, on the basis of this result, you'd have to say Tom Baldwin makes a fair point.
Well, look, I think if we look at what we need at the moment, which is the Prime Minister to lead that Brexit negotiation, I think Theresa May is the right person for that job. And obviously, if this projection proves to be correct, as I accept it's not the result that we would have wanted or hoped for, nonetheless, she continues to be the strongest candidate for that role. The Conservatives will be by far and away the largest party in Parliament, so clearly it will be a Conservative administration, and I think Theresa May is the right person
would it? Because on this arithmetic, Jeremy Corbyn could actually form a coalition. I mean, it would be a fairly unlikely one, it has to be said, but it's mathematically possible.
Yes, I think fairly unlikely. I think the word fairly is doing a lot of work there.
No, well, I mean, are we in a 1974 position where there could be a second election within a few months?
Oh, God, don't tell Brenda.
Let's, yes.
Don't tell Brenda. I don't want to be the one that tells Brenda.
Maybe we should explain that.
Brenda was the Bristol constituent who was told by a reporter, Theresa May just called an election, and she went absolutely gaga, didn't she? She'd had quite enough of politics.
Yeah, and I'm actually just on behalf of candidates of all parties who've just collapsed in their armchair about sort of 15 minutes ago. I'm not entirely sure that's filled people with enthusiasm. But look, I mean, let's see what the results are. But the Conservatives are on these numbers going to be the largest party. It's not the number of seats that we would have hoped for, but we've got a big job to do, and that's getting on with the Brexit negotiations.
Tom Baldwin?
I think if this poll's right, and I'm old enough to remember 1992 when we were told there was going to be a hung parliament, there wasn't. But if this exit poll is right, the really big casualty isn't just the Conservative Party and Theresa May, it's the whole plan for a hard Brexit. Mm-hmm. She called this election to win herself a mandate on hard Brexit. She didn't discuss the plan. She didn't give us any detail. We learnt nothing about that plan. We didn't learn very much about Labour's plans either. Labour spent the whole time ducking and diving on this issue. And now this massive constitutional upheaval is is even further up in the air than it was before. And I don't know where Brexit goes. It's in chaos now.
Rob Hayward?
We can discuss the implications for each of the political parties, but we have to remember there are world stock exchanges trading at this moment, and I sat in this studio on referendum night with one of the reporters, correspondents, watching the pound plunge on his iPhone, and I have a feeling that in Tokyo at the moment the pound will be going down quite rapidly.
Well, I'm glad you said that, because Liam Halligan from the Telegraph, their economics correspondent, will be joining us a little later in the evening.
As if we knew.
I'll tell you what, I think he's going to earn his money tonight. Now, we have reporters in dozens of seats all across the United Kingdom, and of course one of the key battlegrounds of the election is Scotland. Well, 4 questions here. How many seats will the SNP lose? Well, we've seen on the exit poll quite a few. Will the Tories really be able to gain 10 or a dozen seats? Answer, probably not. And can Labour build on its 1 seat? And will the Lib Dems gain a couple of seats in Scotland? LBC's Conor Gillis is in Glasgow. Conor, what's the mood there?
Well, an absolutely jaw-dropping moment here in the last 15 minutes as that exit poll came through. And of course, if that turns out to be reality, then it's going to be a major, major shock for the SNP. Of course, just 2 years ago, you had the Nationalists. They were tearing up that political script. They were taking all bar 3 seats here. And if that's to be believed, this exit poll, they're dropping down to 34. So an absolute nightmare situation for Nicola Sturgeon. Just finally, this campaign, of course, as you touched on there, Ian, has been centred around that independence question, and it looks like that really may have cut through. You've got the country really split in 2. You had Theresa May saying now's not the time. You had really mixed messages from Jeremy Corbyn, and Sturgeon's key message was that Scotland's voice cannot be ignored. So expect a huge night here in Scotland, more talk of independence, and we'll see how it goes.
Well, let's head off to Barrow in Furness. John Woodcock, the Labour MP there, has been Jeremy Corbyn's most outspoken critic. There's a lot of competition for that accolade in Parliament. He's sitting on a majority of only 795. Well, this seat last went Tory in 1983 when Cecil Franks won it, but it was won back by Labour in 1992 by John Hutton. Well, defence and Trident are key issues there, and if Labour manages to hold it, well, I suspect many people would be surprised, but on this exit poll, possibly not. Let's cross to our reporter at the count, Tom Dunn. Tom.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there, Ian. You join me in the grand setting of Barrow Town Hall in the banquet room, where a lot of the boxes are now starting to arrive. Trident, you mentioned, a very key issue for voters here. The submarines, of course, that carried those nuclear missiles are kept unbuilt here at the BAE Systems, just on the dock, which is about a 5-minute walk around the corner here. Like you said, Jeremy Corbyn, not for Trident, but the local MP John Woodcock for it, and he's been openly critical of the Labour leader. Another couple of the key issues, Brexit, obviously, Barrow voted just over 60% to leave, and both the candidates, including Conservative Simon Fell, both of them have been pushing very hard to convince voters that their deal is the best. And one which we should also look for tonight is the youth vote. Nearly 1,200 newly registered voters this time around, and with a majority of only 795 for John Woodcock, I think it's something the Conservatives will have focused heavily on this, which could be one of the potential swing seats of the night.
I just briefly see a very smiling Emily Thornberry on Sky News. She'll be joining us shortly here on LBC. Let's go to Brighton now. 3 constituencies. Pavilion, held previously by Caroline Lucas. The Lib Dems, of course, pulled out on her behalf, on her part, to support her. Hove, Eddie Izzard has been campaigning there today, bound to go to Labour. Kempton, you say the Conservatives can take that from...
No, the other way around.
The other way around, that Labour can take that from the Conservatives.
Yeah, that was the only seat that I thought Labour would win from the Conservatives in this election.
Well,
but enough of my predictions,
Enough
Sheila.
of your predictions. James Hoxie can take over from here. James.
Yes, good evening and welcome to the Amex Stadium here in Brighton. We await, as you say, 3 election results for Green Party coded Caroline Lucas's Brighton Pavilion constituency. Brighton Kemptown, held by Simon Kirby, and Hove, which is Labour's Peter Kyle. Caroline Lucas's Brighton Pavilion seat will be of particular interest as co-leader of the Green Party and the party's first and only Member of Parliament. Her re-election is key to the party's voice in Parliament. In the run-up to the election, she spoke of a progressive political alliance. It's seen, as you said, a Green candidate withdraw a nearby Lewis and reciprocated here on the Brighton Pavilion ticket. The exit polls have put the Greens on 1, which could indeed be Caroline's seat here in Brighton. 72% of Brighton voted in the last election. We'll find out come 6 a.m. who they voted for this time.
Looking at pictures from Sunderland, they pride themselves in always being the first to declare the results. They're actually running around with the ballot boxes, so we should get the result from, I think, Sunderland and Sunderland South in about 19 minutes' time. I think they normally do it in about 40 minutes, so we'll watch out for that one, because you can tell quite a lot from the percentage vote share. So if it shows that Labour have gone up massively in Sunderland, that would add evidence to the fact that this exit poll might be right. Now, there's a corner of southwest London that has been coloured yellow for a long time. Well, it wasn't until 2010 when the constituencies of Richmond, Kingston and Twickenham all went Tory. Now, Sarah Olney beat Zach Goldsmith in that famous by-election for the Liberal Democrats. But can Vince Cable and Ed Davey regain their seats? LBC's Rachel Humphreys is at the count in Richmond Park. What's the atmosphere like there, Rachel?
I don't know what this means, Ian, but minutes after that exit poll was called, the heavens opened here in Twickenham and the rain is thundering down. I'm stood in the shadow of Twickenham Stadium, which has played host to some fierce rugby battles over the years, but I doubt any will be quite as toughly fought as the one that's taking place here this evening. As you mentioned, in Richmond, we've got Zach Goldsmith, who's back playing for his old squad, the Conservatives, stood as an independent in the by-election, which was only just on 1st December 2016, won by Sarah Olney, but she only had a majority of less than 2,000. So she has a lot to do to hold on to the seat that she's kept for just 6 months. And again, in Twickenham, a different rugby game altogether, but the same squads. Dr. Tanya Mathias won this seat in 2015 with, again, a really slim majority of just less than 2,000. Vince Cable, not one to hang up his boots, is back again. But I've heard from a Lib Dem source that it really is too close to call here and in Kingston. They were sending out extra people in the last crucial few hours of voting today to try and see if they can win the seats. So all the drama here at Twickenham Stadium this evening, and I'll be bringing you the latest.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Theo Osherwood, LBC's political editor, is down in Westminster on College Green. And whatever emerges over the next 7 hours, 8 hours and beyond, Theo, it's the keys to number 10 that people are chasing.
There was a collective gulp, a few expletives I even heard uttered on College Green as that exit poll dropped. It was not what any of us were expecting, although, of course, there had been some of the pollsters predicting a hung parliament a few days out from this general election and today's polling day. I've been in touch with one Labour source and I asked him very simply, what does this mean for Theresa May? Will she have to go if this poll holds true? The answer, yeah, for sure. And that's going to be the narrative. I think one of the narratives we're going to see develop over the next few hours going into tomorrow. If this poll holds true, if the Tories don't have an overall majority, Theresa May, will she then have to take to the steps of Downing Street tomorrow morning to resign as Prime Minister? Some people already talking up Boris Johnson as the next Conservative leader, and then to look at the deals that need to be done, because of course the Conservatives will be the largest party. They will have first dibs at trying to form a government. And I noticed from the exit poll there was a grey bar, and that's other, and that includes the Northern Irish parties. Particularly look out for the Unionists as well to see whether they could prop up potentially a Conservative government in some sort of deal.
We have been here before, though, haven't we? Because if we remember 2 years ago, the exit poll said the Tories were going to be on 316. They eventually got 332. Exit polls traditionally underestimate the Tory number of seats. Labour were estimated to get 239. They actually, in the end, got 232. So isn't it a little bit early to be speculating along those lines?
You're quite right. You took the words right out of my mouth, Ian. But
it must have been while you were kissing me.
David Gork is nodding furiously with that.
But I would say this, and I'd go back. I heard just before you did this bounce around what Tom Baldwin was saying. Theresa May went out to get a large mandate to deliver Brexit. That was the bar. Yeah. She set the bar. It was high. And even if she ends up with a small majority, people will be asking, what was the point of all of that?
David Gork, what was the point of all of that?
Well, look, we sought to have a mandate. We also sought to have, if you like, another 2 years so that we can get through the negotiation period. But I mean, just a couple of things. First of all, as you say, look, this is just a projection. Secondly, clearly the Conservative Party are on this projection, with all the caveats that apply to it. The Conservative Party will be by far the largest party. I know we haven't had shares in the vote as such. I know that's not the methodology that's involved, but I assume from those numbers that we will have the largest share of the vote. If that's right, then the Conservative Party will form the next administration.
Under Theresa May's leadership?
Under Theresa May. It was only 11 months ago that the overwhelming majority of Conservative MPs supported Theresa May. She continues to be the right person to lead the negotiations, and we have an important
You could sound
challenge
a little bit more enthusiastic about that.
This is as enthusiastic as I ever sound, Ian, as you well know.
You said that, I didn't.
No, I absolutely. Theresa May is absolutely the right person to lead those negotiations.
Labour's Emily Thornberry joins us now. Emily Thornberry, based on that exit poll and based on the rather large grin on your face in a television interview I've just seen you doing, you're rather pleased with this exit poll?
Well, look, the exit poll we don't know whether it's correct or not. We haven't had a single result yet. But they have been right pretty much ever since 1992. So we're in hung parliament territory. And we'll have to wait and see what happens next. We're rightly proud of the campaign that we fought and the results that we may have achieved. And if it falls on us to form the next government, we're up for it.
Overstating her case, Tom Baldwin?
No, I think Emily can be rightly proud of the campaign, and I think rightly proud of defying everyone's expectations, including mine and possibly hers.
Thanks, Tom. That's really nice of you.
Well, well done.
Thank you.
And I'll eat my share of humble pie along with everybody else. I think one qualifier, not just on whether the exit poll might be a bit wrong, and I remember last time we looked at the exit poll and hoped it was wrong, and it was wrong, and it was even worse for us than we thought. This does leave Labour more or less where it was in the 2010 to 2015 Parliament. We were, I think, on about 260 seats, and it's a little bit better. The Tories were on 306, so if the exit poll's right there, 8 up from where they were in 2015. That would have been a good result for David Cameron if he'd got that in 2015. If he'd ended up on 314, he'd have been pleased. The problem that Theresa May's got is expectations. She called this to win a thumping big mandate. She's failed. Even if she does scrape home with a tiny majority, she's failed, and I think she's finished.
I have to say, Tom, I agree with you. I mean, if we think about it, when she called this election, she was 20 points ahead. I mean, this is hubris. She wanted to get rid of the opposition. She wanted to have a mandate to do whatever she wanted with the country, and the country said no. And we put forward a very popular manifesto with a leader who has suffered the most terrible indignities and dreadful things said about him personally, but who's shown himself, if anybody has shown themselves to be strong and stable, it's been Jeremy. And we fought a very good campaign.
Just on that, Emily. Has everyone underestimated Jeremy Corbyn? You've been at his side throughout this campaign. You've been one of the main faces of the Labour campaign. You presumably talked to him quite a lot over the last few weeks. Just tell us a little bit about how he's approached this campaign, because he's always seemed incredibly calm.
Yeah, he jokes about being quite zen, but he jokes about quite a lot of things. And whilst he takes life and politics very seriously, there is a humanity to him, which definitely helps. He is prepared to laugh at himself, and that and I think he takes things on the chin.
Let's say this exit poll is the final result, where you're on 266. You've got the SNP with 334. That brings you up to 300. You've got the Liberal Democrats on 14 plus 18 in Northern Ireland. It is conceivable that Jeremy Corbyn could form an administration on that basis, isn't it?
Yes. And it will be, and we will have to see what happens next. I mean, as I say, we haven't had a single result yet, so I think you're just trying to push me quite a long way down the road.
It was a perfectly innocent question.
Emily, can I throw one at you as well on a similar terrain? If it's as it looks by the end of the morning, can all Labour challengers hang up their boots?
I think that we have shown during this campaign what a powerful force the Labour Party can be if we are united. And I think that we were behind a highly popular manifesto that, frankly, everyone within the Labour Party agreed with. I mean, it was the essence of the party, and we spoke with a clear and truthful voice. And we have not been helping ourselves over the last couple of years by not being unified. So whether we form the next government or whether we form the opposition, what we need to do is we need to remain a unified force. We need to be the Labour Party at its best.
Can the old guard get behind Jeremy Corbyn?
Of course we can. And we can get behind...
I wasn't including you in that old guard. I was including the ones that have refused to cooperate with him.
Oh, look. We need to be able... I suspect that whatever happens, if the Conservatives end up forming a minority administration, or they will not have the majority of the votes. The majority of the public will not have wanted this government, and it is incumbent on us. It is our absolute duty, if we have to be the opposition, to be a really good opposition, because I have grave worries about what they're going to do in relation to the Brexit negotiations. They have talked about putting more money into the National Health Service. They have no idea where that is going to come from. If they are not prepared to put up the taxes of the richest and of corporations, where is any money going to come from? We need to be a unified opposition if we have to be in opposition. But equally...
You should be talking about getting into government.
Yeah, exactly. Well, just let me finish the sentence. But equally, we could end up being the government. So either way, Labour Party at its best, let's be unified. We know what unites us, so much more unites us than what divides us. Let's get on with it.
And end up being the government making coalitions that you categorically said you wouldn't make?
Let's see what happens. Let's take this one step at a time. I'm not even an MP at the moment. I would very much like the people of Islington South and Finsbury to return me as a Member of Parliament tonight. Let's take this one step at a time.
I think that's one prediction I can get right, that you will be the MP for that constituency. Emily, thank you so much for joining us on this very momentous night, it seems. Just a random bit of trivia to throw at you, though. At this exact time, on June the 23rd, Nigel Farage conceded the campaign to Remain. Just a little word of caution there.
God.
I think it's time we had a little bit of a breather. Let's go to Andy Ivey for the news headlines. It's 10:33.
Theresa May's gamble on a snap election looks set to cost her overall control of the House of Commons. The broadcaster's exit poll is predicting the Conservatives will be the largest party in the general election, but without a majority. It forecasts the Tories will win 314 seats, 12 short of being able to govern alone, with Labour on 266, the Lib Dems on 14 and the SNP on 34. Chief Secretary to the Treasury David Gauke has told LBC he's treating the exit poll with caution.
This is a projection. Obviously, we would hope for a better result. I think for the country, what we need is the leadership in a government that can deal with the challenges we face, most notably Brexit. 2 years ago, I think we got a similar number at the exit poll. We actually did better than that and had an overall majority.
Shadow Foreign Secretary Emily Thornberry says it's still too early to take the exit poll results in yet, but they've been right for the last 20 years, she says. So I think we're on the verge of a great result. Former Liberal Democrat leader Ming Campbell says the poll results show Mrs May's Brexit strategy has failed. He insisted his party would be reluctant to make deals with other parties. And with reaction from Scotland, here's LBC's Conor Gillis.
Well, this exit poll caused a jaw-dropping moment here in Scotland, as it has the SNP dropping to 34 seats after storming to victory with all bar 3 seats in 2015. This campaign here has centred around independence, with Labour and the Tories hoping their pro-union message has cut through.
The pound plunged following the exit poll. Sterling fell over 1.5% to $1.27. Against the euro, the pound plummeted over 1% to 1.13. The first result is expected after 11 o'clock. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Andy Ivey.
This is LBC. Westway. There's no other way. Crossover to a crossover with Westway Nissan. From the super stylish Duke and multi-award-winning Qashqai to the adventure-seeking X-Trail, the Nissan crossover range has never been so affordable. There's deposit contributions of up to £4,000, low monthly payments and representative 4.99% APR finance, subject to status. To find the perfect crossover for you, make your way to Westway. Google Westway Nissan today.
1 in 3 of us will have some form of dementia in old age. The Alzheimer's Show at Olympia on June the 9th and 10th is dedicated to helping those caring for or affected by dementia. Meet leading professionals, explore options for care, and discover the latest information, products and services. For tickets, visit alzheimersshow.co.uk.
No one wants to be in the red, in debt, or facing mortgage arrears. The only red should be what's in your glass, toasting a fresh new start. Thanks to Property Rescue, you can. They could buy your home for cash and pay your legal fees. You could even exchange within 48 hours and have money in the bank if you opt for their cash advance. Get that just sold feeling with Property Rescue. Fast forward to cash in the bank at propertyrescue.co.uk.
Wilbur and I are on a mission with British Gas to help make Britain's homes smarter. We've been all over the country helping install our new smart meters, and he's worn out, poor lad. You'll see how much energy you're using in pounds and pence, putting you in control of your energy use. And your smart meters automatically send us your readings, so you'll always have accurate bills.
Join the millions already enjoying the benefits. Search British Gas smart meters, subject to eligibility.
This is LBC, Britain Decides. Election Night Live with Ian Dale and Sheila Fogarty.
10:37 here on LBC. In case you've only just tuned in, I can't believe you just have, but you should have been with us from the beginning. An absolute shock in the exit poll, which is conducted by all the major broadcasters. 314 seats the Tories are predicted to get. That's 17 down on what they've got at the moment. Labour 266, the SNP 34, the Liberal Democrats 14. Now, I don't know what everyone else thinks, but that SNP figure just does not ring true to me. We'll find out how accurate this poll is. To be fair to the exit polls, of course, they're conducted by, or they're headed up by Professor John Curtis, hugely respected political psephologist. They have been right in, or almost right, in virtually every election since 1992. So you would have to assume that there is some accuracy to this, but I think a lot of Tories are very sceptical. I had a text from a cabinet minister just before 10 o'clock saying it's not plausible. Had another text just a moment from a Tory candidate in a Labour-held seat, which was expected to go Tory. I kept flagging up flaky Tories, and I suspect that's what's done it for us, if this is true.
The pound has fallen against the dollar and the euro.
That's no great surprise, I don't think, is it? Well, let's cross back to Westminster. Our political editor, Theo Usherwood, has news.
Yes, Labour, Jeremy Corbyn's spokesman has been in touch, and they're saying this is an extraordinary result. There's never been such a turnaround in the course of a campaign. It looks like the Tories have been punished for taking the British people for granted. Labour's poll standing and Jeremy Corbyn's standing surged as people were able to hear our message, policies and Jeremy directly. Now, there's no chance that Jeremy Corbyn is going anywhere tomorrow. He's going to be in place, and this in effect puts to bed any suggestion that there could be a leadership challenge. Labour sources also pointing me towards a tweet that Theresa May sent out a few days ago. If I lose just 6 seats, I will lose this election and Jeremy Corbyn will be sitting down to negotiate with Europe. And that points directly to the fact that where we're going to see the pressure now build up on Theresa May, of course, not just from Labour, but of her own side, no doubt.
Tom Baldwin, just on this point about 266 seats, on the face of it, that's big progress from the last election for Labour, where they got 232, I think I'm right in saying. So an extra 34 seats, so inching up to where they need to be to get a majority. But thinking back to the last election, you've got a bit of a theory here, haven't you?
If we had got that result at the last election, the Tories would have been celebrating, we would have been in despair, not quite as much despair as we were. I think probably Ed Miliband would have ended up resigning as Labour leader. But it's about expectations. I don't think the seats Labour's projected to get at the moment are enough for Labour to form a government. That's what mattered to us in 2015. That's what should matter to Labour in 2017. But there's no doubt that they've defied expectations. They've beaten what every pundit predicted they would get. And that matters a lot in politics now.
But also, despite what Emily Thornberry was saying a moment ago about the possibility of forming a government with a coalition, isn't the truth that Corbyn and McDonnell didn't really, not didn't mind if they didn't win, but had other fish to fry as well, entirely about the party?
I've long since criticised Jeremy Corbyn and his team because I thought it was a project to transform the Labour Party rather than transform the country. Now, I don't think they're going to form a government here, but there's no doubt that they have done so much better than anyone expected in the course of this campaign. And for critics of Jeremy Corbyn, like myself, and I remain one, particularly on the issue of Europe, which I think we should talk more about later, but for critics of Jeremy Corbyn, I think we do have to recognise that he has defied us too, and he's done very, very well tonight.
Just on a few little tidbits here, the exit poll predicts that Norman Lamb will hold North Norfolk for the Liberal Democrats, also that the Liberal Democrats will hold Southport and Carshalton and Wallington in southwest London. So that's a little bit of good news for you, Lynn Featherstone.
Because our expectations quite low, and I think we thought Carshalton and Wallington would probably go. Norman's had the fight of his life in North Norfolk, and Southport I think we thought would go. So that is a little bit of ray of sunshine.
Can you rule out that the Liberal Democrats would go into coalition with either of the parties as a result of this?
Well, we said that during the election, so yes, I can rule it out. The thing is, I don't think anyone expected anything like this result, and it might be more complicated, I don't know. But the difficulty for us in coalition is both Labour and the Conservatives were kind of pro-Brexit, and we're not. So that was the reason for ruling out the coalition. God knows where Brexit is now.
Where is Brexit now, David Gork?
Well, I think we need to...
Does it mean Brexit still?
Well, look, the result of the referendum still stands. And, I think there's nothing in this general election that overturns that. We fought a campaign designed to deliver the best Brexit we possibly could. I don't think that this result, and I speak as someone who voted for and campaigned to remain last year, I don't think this result should be taken as a way of trying to frustrate the decision of the referendum. The United Kingdom does have to leave the European Union, and we've got to have a government that delivers that.
But do you think it could perversely be Brexit that saves Theresa May? Because the negotiations do start in 11 days' time. If this is the result, and in any normal general election, if the Conservatives had effectively lost, and that's what this exit poll shows, the party leader would be expected to go.
Well, as I say, the exit poll, only a projection, but would suggest that there will be a continued Conservative administration after this election, so point one. But point two, it's the point I've been making since 10 o'clock, there is an important job that faces the Prime Minister. You put it well that it's in 11 days' time. We've got to be negotiating on that. And the role now of the Conservative Party, if we are back in power as a minority power, is to focus on that job, and delivering for the British people.
Is she, from a Conservative perspective and possibly a national perspective, is she now so synonymous with those negotiations that strengthens her weakened position, if that makes sense?
Well, look, I do think that she is the best person to lead those negotiations. I do think she has the qualities and so on to do that. So I think she's the right person to lead us through that period.
But I was going to say, without the mandate, say she does go ahead with the negotiations, what I think is going to happen is as it gets tougher and tougher and things look bleaker and bleaker and worse, she doesn't have the mandate to back her up. She is not in a solid position. And that is a very weak hand to be playing.
And George Osborne is calling this a catastrophic night for the Tories, which, given his support, in inverted commas, in the Evening Standard, is an interesting one, David Gork.
Will he be regretting leaving politics?
He was your old boss. Not exactly a helpful comment for you.
Well, I think
do you disagree with him?
Well, he's moved on from being an active participant to being a pundit.
A chancellor scorned.
I would say. So look, this is clearly not the result that I would have hoped for, and I don't think it's the best result for the country, because actually the very reasons that
the country thinks so. I mean, the people are never wrong, are they? I mean, the people normally get these decisions right.
Well, let's wait and see what the final decision is. But I think the point, the point that's been made by the other panellists is that this makes it harder to do Brexit, and my response to that is we still have to respect the result of the referendum, and that job starts in 11 days' time, and Theresa May is, to me, head and shoulders above anyone else to do that job.
It makes it harder to do her Brexit. There's no doubt the referendum gave a mandate to whoever is in government to negotiate the terms for Britain's departure from the European Union. Nothing else. And Theresa May then began to fill in the gaps. She's called a general election to win a mandate for her particular version of hard Brexit, and according to this opinion poll, she has failed. Now, I think this puts pressure on Labour as well, because what this election tells Labour is that bold and principled politics works. And I think Labour's manifesto was bold and principled, with one exception, on this issue of Brexit, where it was anything but bold and principled. I don't understand what Labour's position really is on this central issue, and Labour now becomes a major player in the Brexit game, and we need a lot more clarity and a lot more principle.
David.
But I think the difficulty here is there wasn't an alternative vision for Brexit that was set out. The Liberal Democrats just wanted not for it not to happen. The Labour Party basically said we can have we can have lots and lots of things, and there was I agree with Tom. There wasn't a coherent vision there. I think Theresa May is the only politician, or the only party that has set out that vision.
She hasn't got a vision. She's got slogans, and that's a problem.
Do you think hers was a negotiating position, though? Because the only thing that I could ever think was that she was taking the hard Brexit approach because she was about to go into negotiations. That's about the best I could think about.
Unless she believes in it.
That was my fear.
Well, look, I think when we talk about hard Brexit, what are we talking about here? I think she says we want a deep and special partnership with the European Union, which I think is sensible. But we can't have leaving the EU, but essentially staying in the EU in all but name.
We'll come back to
that wouldn't be respecting the result of the referendum.
We'll come back to this. I just want to remind our listeners who is here. Ian and Sheila Fogarty here with you until 5 o'clock in the morning. David Gauke was the last voice you heard there, Chief Secretary to the Treasury. Lynn Featherstone for the Liberal Democrats. Tom Baldwin, former senior advisor to Ed Miliband, and Robert Hayward, elections analyst, is here as well. We heard from Emily Thornberry, Shadow Foreign Secretary, a moment ago, pleased with this exit poll which has just come out. In a moment we'll hear from Labour headquarters with Vincent McAviney, who's with the Corbyn team. You're listening to a general election results programme, a special until 5 in the morning. Nick Ferrari will follow us. Stay with LBC throughout the night. The time is now 10:47.
This is LBC. This June, if you test drive the Qashqai, Duke or X-Trail, Nissan will give you an extra £650 off. That's up to a massive £2,900 on a Qashqai at only 4.99% APR representative. Yes, Nissan will give you money off, just for test driving our best-selling crossover range. I know it sounds unlikely, but that's what it says here in this script. I haven't read it wrong. I'm a properly trained actor. I've done Shakespeare and telly and hundreds of voiceovers. Search Nissan offers if you don't believe me. Nissan. Innovation that excites. Nissan Finance. 4.99% APR representative. Offer excludes Visiograde. Subject to status over 18s. Order and register before the 2nd of July from participating dealers only. T's and C's at nissan.co.uk.
When you need more space.
Think creatively. What could you use a log cabin for? A studio? A home office? A den for the kids? Creative Living will design and build a log cabin to suit your needs, even taking care of electricity and climate control. See for yourself at our 3 large cabin display villages in Surrey. Find out where at creativelivingcabins.co.uk.
Your own log cabin, handcrafted, the creative living way.
When most people think of 3D, they think of movies, games, or TV. At Darwood & Tanner, we think of it as a process of determining the shape and volume of your jawline in 3-dimensional space, allowing us to create the perfect dental implant solution for you. To be amazed at the transformational effect of Darwood & Tanner dental implants, visit darwoodandtanner.co.uk. Darwood & Tanner, obsessive about dental implant technology.
Yes, you did hear right. There's more money off the RRP on selected new Nissan crossovers if you test drive in June at all 14 Glyn Hopkin Nissan dealerships. Search Glyn Hopkin Nissan.
Britain decides. Election Night Live with Ian Dale and Sheila Fogarty on LBC.
And on LBC Facebook Live, and we're on Twitter. We're all over the place. We're with the Corbyn team in Islington North. Well, Vincent McAviney is anyway, LBC senior reporter. Vincent.
I'm here at Islington North, where the count is underway. We're expecting to get this result at around 2:30 a.m. So far, Jeremy Corbyn not here, but it looks like they are in a buoyant mood. I've heard from Labour sources that when that exit poll came out, there was a huge cheer in his office, and they are feeling excited. And I'm also hearing that there has been a big turnout in university towns across the UK, as well as London, which might put some seats in jeopardy for the Liberal Democrats, thinking about Nick Clegg's seat in Sheffield, and Conservative ones. And Hastings as well, Hastings and Rye, where the Home Secretary Amber Rudd has a small majority to defend. Labour getting quite excited about that seat. Could it be the Portillo moment where they take down a Home Secretary? She's only defending a majority of 4,796. The results expected about 2 a.m, but Labour sources saying they're quite excited about the prospect of taking her out of that seat after her performance at last week's debate.
You say a small majority of 4,786. That would normally be considered quite a safe majority. It was a Labour seat, of course, in the Blair years, but I'm receiving tips from various people that are saying that seat might well go to Labour, and that would be the biggest upset of the night, I would have thought, Rob Hayward, if Amber Rudd, the Home Secretary... I mean, she's the most senior cabinet minister that's in danger.
She is, and the significance of it is that Hastings, her constituency, is the 50th most marginal Conservative seat. So you're actually running a long way down the list, and you have to assume that if one person's going to lose a constituency that's 50th on the list, there will be a number of others below that who will also go. But it also then raises the question, where are the gains going to be? Assuming even that the exit poll is correct, if you're talking about taking 50 seats out, then the Tories have to gain in other places. Now, we've all heard, and I've had texts from people in the Midlands and the North saying this just doesn't meet what I'm expecting, what I've had on the doorstep today.
So there could be a big churn, that's the expression, isn't it? Where the Conservatives lose a lot of seats, but they might win seats as well.
Absolutely, and I think that looks as if that's what we're going to happen. We're going to see this evening.
Well, we've heard from Jeremy Corbyn's camp. Let's go to Maidenhead. That's Theresa May's constituency. Our reporter Richard Suchet is there. Presumably she hasn't arrived at her count yet, Richard.
No, she's not here. In fact, there's only one Conservative councillor here, and when I asked him for his reaction to the exit poll, he said he didn't want me to tell him what it was, and he'd only been watching television at home about a house being built for a family somewhere. He didn't want to know about the exit poll, basically, which suggests to me he knows exactly what the exit poll says. He is very worried indeed. I mean, let's not beat around the bush here. This exit poll raises the prospect of political turmoil just as formal Brexit talks begin. As you were saying, Sheila, the pound has already plunged against the dollar and the euro. But there were no gasps or gulps or any other kind of audible reaction here, probably because there's no large screen that is up in this sports hall to deliver the blow. The news has trickled in. The biggest reaction here was in the media pen, every presenter and reporter springing to their feet to offer immediate analysis. If there's one place Theresa May is not losing tonight, it's here in her Maidenhead constituency, where counting is well underway, of course. We're in the Magnet Leisure Centre. This is one of the safest Tory seats in England. It's never been won by anyone other than a Conservative candidate. The Labour runner-up here in 2015 lost by a margin of 30,000 votes, so it would be some swing and some story if she was to lose this. But this was supposed to be the election that bolstered her mandate going into the Brexit negotiations, as you've been saying, and the Conservative Party believed that their best asset was Theresa May, the MP for Maidenhead. They believed that when voters were faced with a choice between her and Jeremy Corbyn, they'd overwhelmingly back her, that they would drink this strong and stable Kool-Aid and fear the coalition of chaos. It hasn't turned out that way, and as Theo Usherwood, our political editor, was saying, you know, she may be resigning on the steps of Downing Street tomorrow morning, depending on how badly this goes. There is, of course, a margin of error in these exit polls, as you point out. They tend to underestimate the Tory vote, but it is squeaky bum time, and you can quote me on that.
Well, I'm going to quote you in another way as well, Richard Suchet, and ask David Gauke for his thoughts on it. Stick around, be a man, take the heat. He's just tweeted, David Gauke. He's following Theresa May throughout the night, and he says, will I be in a job centre at 9 o'clock in the morning, he tweeted. You tell him what you think of that.
Sorry, who was this?
Richard Suchet, our reporter.
Richard Suchet. Well,
will he be?
Well, no. I mean, not, the Prime Minister certainly won't be. So no. Look, this idea of the sort of speculation about leadership, I think, is I mean, we discussed it a few minutes ago. She is leader of the party that is going to have, by the looks of it, the most seats, the most votes. The Constitution is very clear. She continues as Prime Minister if that is the case, and she's the right person, I believe, to lead us through these Brexit negotiations. So, notwithstanding the fact that the result is not what we were looking for.
And Tom Baldwin, Twitter is fantastic on nights like tonight. David O'Brien, he's tweeting about the election. He's listening and watching the events unfold as we are. And I'd like your thoughts on this. He says, just imagine if the right-wing MPs of the Labour Party, as he describes them, had supported Jeremy Corbyn and hadn't worked to undermine him. Just imagine that, and then tell me what's going through your mind.
I don't think that made a difference in this. I think you have seen an incredibly, what appeared to be a very strong Conservative Prime Minister disintegrate in front of our eyes. That's the biggest single dynamic of this election campaign. I've never seen a campaign like it. I think Jeremy Corbyn deserves a huge amount of credit for that. But, could Labour have done even better with a different leader? Maybe. We'll never know.
But could he have done even better with the right support?
I suspect that Jeremy Corbyn has exceeded all expectations and possibly done as well as he possibly could have done. And when the dust has settled from all of this, and I'm delighted for Labour, I'm delighted for Jeremy Corbyn, when the dust has settled for this, Labour's still not going to be in government. Labour is still some way short of even challenging the Tories to be the biggest party, and there's a long, long way to go.
Liam Fogarty has tweeted, he says, watching Ian and the sister on the radio. He's watching on Facebook Live, which everyone else can do as well, and on the website. He's in Cafferkeys Bar in Ballycroy, County Mayo. Amazing scenery, amazing exit
Actually,
poll.
let's all send him our congratulations. He got married last Friday. He's on his honeymoon.
Well,
congratulations.
Bless him.
Yeah.
It is interesting.
Former mayoral candidate for Liverpool as well.
How's the honeymoon going?
How's it going, Liam? Text us. Yeah. We've got ages before the first results come in.
So many people are tweeting, watching you in Canada, watching you in Florida. I wonder where the farthest flung place that people are watching, because this election, I think, is of interest to people all over the world. Certainly of interest to British expats living in the European Union, I suspect, as well. David Gort, you're going to be leaving us very soon. I suspect you might be a little bit relieved about that.
I'm going to another studio, I'm afraid, Ian, so I don't know about that.
You've got more of this purgatory to put yourself through. This time tomorrow, what do you think we'll all be saying?
Look, we don't know because we haven't had any results yet. We've got an exit poll. I accept they're normally there or thereabouts, but we haven't had a single result yet. Let's see that. These are, there are a lot of very marginal seats, and small numbers moving in one direction or another can make a big difference. So I think we have to wait and see, I'm afraid. It's not a trailer so that people stay listening to your programme, but they probably have to.
Carry on.
Yes, they do have to. It's the law.
Well, there are other programmes available which I may be appearing, so...
We're going to follow you around all night.
I mean, we should have, I think, had a result by now, but the counters at Sunderland are either very slow or it's been a much higher turnout in Sunderland.
It's normally about an hour actually, and so
they've done it in 44 minutes before.
They have done, but I think last time they were just over 50.
But would that indicate a larger turnout, do you think?
It's quite possible, and certainly the responses that I was getting during the day was indicating that there was a higher than expected turnout around the country.
It felt like that.
Can I just make two observations very quickly? One is that we've talked about opinion polls and exit polls generally underestimating the Conservatives. This looks as if it's actually, in terms of opinion polls, belying previous trends, so we shouldn't rely on anything as far as that's concerned. And secondly, if we're listening to the result as it comes from Sunderland Central, at the last election the Labour Party outvoted the Tories on a rate of 2-1, so listeners might just want to use that as a general guideline.
Thank you for now, Robert. Thank you very much indeed to David Gauke. You will be replaced, so to speak, by Michael Gove in a few minutes, former Conservative Justice Secretary. Still with us, Lynn Featherstone for the Liberal Democrats, Tom Baldwin, former senior advisor to Ed Miliband. That exit poll again, 314 for the Conservatives, 2666 for Labour, 34 for the SNP, Lib Dems 14, UKIP 0, others 22. That's the exit poll only. Stay with LBC throughout the night for all the election results. We're on Facebook Live as well. We want you to call us too. Your thoughts, your impressions, your hopes, your dreams. 0345 6060 973. It's the night after all. 84850 is the number to text, and you can tweet at LBC.
Or nightmares.
Or nightmares, yeah. Someone's going to have one.
On FM, online, on your mobile and on digital radio. Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
Global's newsroom at 11 o'clock. With counting underway in the general election, a shock exit poll suggests the Tories are 12 seats short of an overall majority. It predicts the Conservatives will be the largest party with 314 MPs. The winning margin is 326. The poll for Sky News, the BBC and ITV News puts Labour on 266, an increase of 34 on its performance 2 years ago. The Lib Dems are predicted to win 14 seats and the SNP 34. LBC's political editor Theo Usherwood reports from Westminster.
There was a collective gulp, a few expletives I even heard uttered on College Green as that exit poll dropped. I've been in touch with one Labour source and I asked him very simply, what does this mean for Theresa May? Will she have to go if this poll holds true? The answer, yeah, for sure.
Shadow Foreign Secretary Emily Thornberry also says Theresa May should consider her position. She told LBC the Prime Minister will have manifestly failed if the exit poll turns out to be correct.
When she called this election, she was 20 points ahead. I mean, this is hubris. She wanted to get rid of the opposition. She wanted to have a mandate to do whatever she wanted with the country, and the country said no.
Chief Secretary to the Treasury David Gauke is treating the exit poll with caution.
Very clearly hoping for a better result than that. I don't deny that for a moment, but the right person to be Prime Minister in the period ahead is Theresa May.
The former UKIP leader Nigel Farage has questioned Mrs May's continued leadership of the Conservatives. He said whatever the true result, the Conservative Party needs a leader that believes in Brexit. The prospect of a hung Parliament would throw serious doubt over the Brexit negotiations due to begin in earnest in just 11 days. Theresa May warned that if she lost just 6 seats, she would no longer be Prime Minister, and an unprepared Jeremy Corbyn would go naked and alone to the negotiating table. Tom Baldwin, former senior advisor to Ed Miliband, has told LBC the future of the talks is uncertain.
This massive constitutional upheaval is even further up in the air than it was before, and I don't know where Brexit goes. It's in chaos now.
The first result is just in. Labour hold Newcastle upon Tyne Central. The pound plunged following the exit poll. Sterling fell over 1.5% to $1.27. Against the euro, the pound plummeted over 1% to €1.13. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Andy Ivey.
This is LBC from Global. Leading Britain's conversation. Britain decides. LBC's Election Night Live with Ian Dale and Sheila Fogarty.
Hello, a very good evening. It's 2 minutes past 11. The law of sod has struck in that we got the first result as we were in the news bulletin there, so let me bring it to you. It's Newcastle upon Tyne Central. Now, Sunderland has brought us the first result in every single election since 1992. Their north-east neighbours, Newcastle upon Tyne Central, have beaten them to it. Very interesting result. It's a safe Labour seat. Last time, Labour got 19,301 votes. This time, 24,071. That's Chi Onwurah has been re-elected there. The Conservative vote was last time 6628, this time 9134, and you can imagine that the UKIP vote has gone down from 5,200 to 1,400 or so, and the Liberal Democrat vote has gone down from 2,200 to about 1,800. What can we draw from that, Rob Hayward, pollster?
The striking thing is that the Labour Party's share has gone up 9.9% and the Conservatives have gone up 5.7%. Now, this gives an indication that UKIP's vote is not uniformly going to go to the Tories across the whole of the country. It was drawn from the Labour Party in large parts of the Midlands and the North, and it looks as if it's gone back to the Labour Party. The other thing that is noticeable is that the Lib Dems, the Greens and UKIP have all lost share. And I think one thing that we will see tonight is that this is going to be a two-party election in England and Wales heavily. I expect in most places the vote share of the minor parties, with due respect, Lynn, to go down, and I think the Tories and Labour will go up. It just depends what percentage they do.
Michael Gove joins us in the studio. I was going to say good evening, Michael.
Good evening, Ian.
But it's not.
Well, it's too early to say anything definitive.
What would you like to say then?
Well, that's kind of you. That's the sort of interviewing that
it's the rigorous interviewing for which I'm known.
Is there anything you'd like to say? Would you like to begin with domestic or foreign affairs, sir? Well, let me begin with domestic. I remember being in the BBC studios almost exactly 2 years ago when we had an exit poll, and the exit poll was very similar to the one that we've got just now, uncannily similar. And it ended up, at the end of the night, with the Conservatives having a majority. And I think it's very, very difficult to predict anything at this early stage in the evening with confidence.
Even if that happens, do you think, really, that this can be seen as an endorsement of Theresa May? It can't. In any conceivable world, it cannot be seen as anything but bad news for her personally.
If you are the Prime Minister, and at the end of this process, you have the votes in the country and the votes in the House of Commons in order to command a majority, then that's a victory in anyone's book.
But she had that, Michael. She had that before the election. And now, at the summit of your ambition, is she might just scrape back and get there again. So why did she call this election? She called this election for one purpose. She said it, to get a mandate for her version of hard Brexit. And you, as one of the country's leading Brexiteers, must now acknowledge that she has failed in that mission. She hasn't got the mandate for the hard Brexit that she has set out. She's failed.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. I think it's only when we get all the results. I think it'll be the case we'll discover that more people have voted Conservative in this election than in preceding elections. More people will have voted Conservative than in 2015 and in 2010, I think. But we've had one result in from the northeast, from a Labour stronghold. People will naturally seek to draw conclusions from that. But I have to stress that it's important that nobody jumps to any conclusions. General Patton said that nothing is either as good or as bad as it first seems in any conflict.
Theresa May spent half of her campaigning time in Labour seats, targeting Labour seats. If she hasn't performed well in the seats that she was targeting, what will that mean for her, do you think?
Well, at this stage, again, we'll wait to see how well each of the individual parties have performed in the seats.
It's a lot of time to spend targeting Labour seats, isn't it? Half of your campaign.
Yes, but this was a Labour versus Conservative battle. And I think that, the key question was who should be the person who takes this country out of the European Union, negotiates that good Brexit deal and concentrates on getting the best outcome for that country, for this country. And that inevitably means inviting people to choose between Jeremy Corbyn on the one hand, Theresa May on the other. My expectation, but of course it's a very early stage of the night, is that Theresa May will have far and away the most votes, certainly the most seats, and I expect, as I've pointed out before, that as in 2015, also as in 1992, there have been two occasions where exit polls have predicted a hung parliament, and it's actually ended up with a Conservative majority.
Theresa May's got something else as well. She's got weakened authority, a weakened mandate, a destroyed brand, and possibly a leadership election around the corner. That's not the best way, I'm sure you'd acknowledge, Michael, to head into a Brexit negotiation, is it?
Well, I think that it will, again, Tom and I worked together in the past, not for the Labour Party, but at the Times.
Or for the Conservative Party.
Or for the Conservative Party, but at the Times. And one of the things is that Tom was always brilliant in seeing how a story could be presented and selling it into the news desk, as he has just now, with great aplomb. Tom was often accurate. I think on this occasion, I fear on this occasion, he may not be.
John McDonnell has said, Michael Gove, that a good campaign has become an extraordinary campaign and positive politics is winning here when he's looking at his own party's results. Was Theresa May's campaign and her own personal approach to this far too ring-fenced, far too cautious?
No, I don't think so. I think that the manifesto outlines some quite daring, audacious, reformist policies which address the long-term challenges that this country faces.
But people need more than that in an election, especially from a leader.
Well, again, all of us are making assumptions early on, perfectly understandable. We've got to talk about something. But at this stage, it's too soon to make any definitive judgments. And I could look very foolish if I were to either buy into or endorse some of the assumptions, perfectly fair assumptions.
What's your gut
before
feel?
we know.
What's your gut feel about the accuracy of this?
Well, I don't. You'd expect me to say this, and it's true. It doesn't reflect what I found when I was campaigning. I was in West Yorkshire, for example, campaigning for Andrea Jenkins and Morley and Atwood, but also campaigning in seats like Wakefield and Halifax. And I certainly felt that the mood there was a genuine shift to the Conservatives. I also found that in Scotland too, and in places like Enfield North in London, it was certainly the case that Labour were throwing a lot of resources into those battles, but the impression I had was that we were doing well.
Well, let's bring Gareth Knight into the conversation. He's our elections analyst. You'll have heard his voice before on nights like this. Gareth, you've got a projection of what that Newcastle Central result would mean for the final result. I don't know how you calculate this, but just tell us what you've done.
The projection is Conservatives get 344 seats, Labour to get 229 seats, the SNP 51, the Lib Dems 7. Now, the Lib Dems and the SNP, we need to put a massive caveat on this. When we were here 2 years ago, every single result that came in, we were changing those figures. But at the moment, if you look at the way that the mostly UKIP voters split, it would give us Conservatives 344, which I think will make you a little bit happier. I'm just about to put the Sunderland result.
How do you calculate that?
So what we can do is we can look at the way that the vote has changed in the constituencies as they come in. We can then turn that into projections based on how it would go nationally if the same result will appear. I mean, it's very, very complicated to explain, but effectively it's much more of an educated guess.
So as each result comes in, you can basically recalculate that figure to show us what the trend is. And we've got a second result in Houghton and Sunderland South, a Labour gain. I haven't actually got the figures for that. I don't know if anyone else has.
Labour hold, and Peter Kellner is saying that actually in both of these results, the Conservatives are doing better than the exit poll would suggest, and they are likely to, on the basis of only two, likely to form a majority. Now, in the same way as I was urging caution earlier, I'd urge caution now, because the North East has its own particular dynamic. So, it's going to be a very fascinating night, and I can't think of two better people to take LBC viewers through it.
Thank you.
Than Lynn Featherstone and Tom Baldwin.
If you're watching on Facebook Live, and you really ought to be, you can go to LBC's Facebook page or lbc.co.uk. You'll notice that Gareth Knight has, shall we say, a rather injured hand.
Well, I'm just going to say it, Gareth. It's a comedy bandage.
Yeah,
it is.
He shut his polling finger off.
If you stay tuned for a long time, we might even tell you why he's got that. But tell us more about this second result.
Okay, so when we put the second result into the same system, Conservatives 362 seats, Labour 210. Now, this is going much more along the lines of what we were expecting before the exit poll came out. One really, really key important thing about the exit poll is that's based on a national swing. It's a projection based on around about 30,000 voters. What you'll tend to see invariably is that the leading party actually starts to pull away. We certainly saw that 2 years ago. That's where your ground campaign, the under-the-radar activity starts to come in. So at the moment, as things stand, you're actually heading quite close to quite a substantial Conservative majority. Now, as we put these in, those figures will change an awful lot, especially with the first 50 or so results, but then a pattern will start to emerge. And we were right on this 2 years ago. It was the exact same system, and we got this right. The only thing we didn't get right was the Lib Dem collapse, because it was so freakish that even my computer system couldn't cope with it.
Lynn Featherstone bizarrely wants to say something on that.
No. I mean, I remember when the exit poll came in 2015 and said we get 10 seats and we ended up with 8. I mean, it was such a shock. I didn't think we'd get that much of a slapping for being, putting the national interest first and going into coalition, but there you go.
Tom Baldwin, if Gareth is right and that the Labour numbers go down to, 229, he was saying initially, that's exactly what Labour got at the last election, as you will no doubt remember only too well. But if it's going down to 210, we're in a different ballgame, aren't we?
Well, then Michael...
We might as well have not had the last hour.
Let's
fantasy football.
I think it's entirely possible that Michael is partially right, that it may well be that the Conservative Party does get a majority at the end of the day. However, I don't think anyone is talking about the kind of majority that Theresa May thought was in the bag when 51 days ago she announced this general election. So I just want to ask Michael whether he thinks, given that whatever else has happened, it's quite clear, I think, to everyone that her brand and political authority has been shot in this general election. Given that everything that's happened, does he think it was a good idea by Theresa May to call this general election?
I think it's always a good idea to ensure that the public have a chance to vote, and except with one particular example, which I know you're going to come to in a second, Tom, which is the principle of a second referendum. So I think absolutely making sure that you refresh your mandate, it's a good thing.
So we can have another election next week, then?
Well, I think that there's a golden mean. There's an Aristotelian golden mean, and I think that having an election after a new Prime Minister takes over is, as the Prime Minister herself said, a ballsy thing to do.
Well, let's see what John Trickett makes of this. He's Shadow Secretary of State for Communities and Local Government in Jeremy Corbyn's Shadow Cabinet and joins us now. John, very good evening.
Hi there.
What do you make of these first two results that are coming from Sunderland and Newcastle? Ostensibly, on the face of it, sort of looked like good news, but maybe the swing in Sunderland is a bit of a disappointment to you.
Well, look, I think, the days of uniform national swings are long behind us, and I think we will see quite significant regional, even local variations. So even a poll as large as the exit poll, 34,000 people, will not reflect all those differences. And therefore, I think we have to see, probably wait till 2 or 2:30 before we got a picture. But what is already clear is that the Prime Minister's objective of having a landslide over 100 majority has disappeared. That is not going to happen. And I think, the whole Conservative campaign was just misconceived from the start, misunderstood the nature of the British public and what they thought about what elections should really be about. I really think that her position will come into question fairly quickly, I think, once we get the results finalised.
But if the exit poll is right and you've got 266 seats, that is an advance on last time. Everyone can see that. But you still lost.
Well, look, I think, we'll have to see what the results are. I'm not going to count votes before the ballot box has been properly opened. What's clear, though, is that all the old political certainties that young people are no longer interested in politics, or that political parties are dying out, or that public meetings are ended, or, most importantly, I think the old certainty that you only win from a fudged and mudged grey centre has been tested in this election. There's been a clear choice in front of the people, and I think it's electrified politics, and it's changed the ground rules, I think, for a long time to come. The dynamic seems to be with us. That's how it looks at the moment, and I think it will continue to be so, because our analysis and our projections as to what needs to be done with the country, I think, did find a big resonance. We've got more to do, that's clear.
What's your message now to the likes of Chuka Umunna, John Woodcock, all of the so-called Blairite critics of Jeremy Corbyn? What would you like to say to them tonight?
Well, I think what's manifestly the case is that when there was the turbulence in the Labour Party last year, within days our opinion poll ratings fell, and then as soon as the election was called and we then decided to unify around a bold and radical programme, our polls began to skyrocket again. And I think there's one lesson, which is divided parties. This is a very old thing to say, but it's a right thing to say. Do not win elections. I think the parties watched Jeremy. As I say, there was a degree of turbulence. This is a big change for the party and for the country. But he's proved, I think, a point. And I think the thing is now we need to get behind him. I was the first person to nominate him, by the way, so probably I'm slightly biased. But I think, there is a new centre in British politics, and the Labour Party is articulating it.
John, thank you very much. That's John Trickett, Shadow Secretary of State for Communities and Local Government.
Let me just tell you, George Osborne, the former Conservative Chancellor, as if it needs saying, said he thinks Theresa May might have to resign if the exit poll is accurate. Michael Gove, your reaction?
Well, I disagree.
And that's it?
Yes.
Okay. But I think...
Someone's suggesting Diane Abbott might have done the exit poll. Is that cruel?
Well, here's just two quick tweets before we go to the break. That one will cause... Sorry, Michael, it will cause you pain, potentially. Theresa May, she made this a single-issue election, a vote of confidence in her. If she loses one seat, she has to go. You disagree, I guess, yeah.
Well, Yes. You once again, Sheila, accurately anticipate my response. Yes. I hate to be entirely predictable, but I think consistency can sometimes be useful.
Okay, and that's very Boris-esque behaviour, if you don't mind my saying. Killian, Ian says, just remind me of your predictions, Ian.
We'll go into that a bit later.
I'm causing everybody pain. I think I'll stop right now. It's very nearly 11:20.
This is LBC.
We book our holidays for great weather, sandy beaches and some relaxation. What we don't book is a bout of food poisoning that ruins the whole trip. You don't have to accept it if it's happened to you. Food poisoning is caused by poor hygiene at the resort, and Sick Holiday have helped over 10,000 people last year alone successfully claim. If you've been sick on a package holiday in the last 3 years, just click sickholidayradio.com or text SICK to 66777. That's 66777.
Creating a perfect holiday with Travel Republic is just like creating anything. You start off with the basics, like, I want a beach holiday. Then you add a little more. A 4-star hotel. Then you add a few more flourishes. Near the beach, a local restaurant, flights from your favourite airport, and it's all been reviewed by people like you. And before you know it, you've made something really special. Book your perfect holiday. Search Travel Republic now. Travel Republic, yours for the making. At all protected.
I've broken down, Churchy. Cars like me belong in the fast lane, not the hard shoulder.
Oh, yes.
Oh, now I'm really going to blow a gasket.
No.
Don't end up stranded when you break down. Churchill offers new motor customers free breakdown cover.
Oh, Churchy, my knight in furry armour.
Oh.
Churchill, depend on the dog. First year free breakdown service provided by Green Flag, roadside only, new business policies only, excludes NI, underwritten by UK Insurance Limited, terms and conditions apply.
The sound of the open road. The epic soundtrack. The ping of a mysterious warning light on your dash. But with the AA, you don't need to worry. From just £4 a month, you get unlimited call-outs. Our mechanics can fix 8 out of 10 cars on the roadside in around 30 minutes. So whatever that noise is, we'll keep you rolling. Breakdown cover from just £4 a month. Call 0800 072 9440 today. The AA, because anything can happen. Introductory price for new customers only. There may be additional costs if we're called to the same fault more than once.
This is LBC. Britain Decides. Election Night Live with Ian Dale and Sheila Fogarty.
Ian, I just want to have a brief word with you, if I may. Guys, we're on air. If I could just have a brief word with you, and I'll use Jackie in St Albans' text as a means to do it. I don't know how often on your programme, in the lead up to tonight's programme, so many people were saying to me on the calls that they thought Theresa May had called. I didn't buy this for a second. That she had called this election in order to lose it because she doesn't want to do Brexit. And lots more texts coming in this evening reiterating that, saying, "Told
Where
you."
do people get these ridiculous ideas from? I mean, what politician would call an election thinking, "I want to lose it"? I mean, she didn't stand for the Conservative Party leadership, Michael Gove, did she, to want to not to be Prime Minister? You presumably stood because you wanted to be. You can't just say I disagree now.
No, I agree.
No, yeah.
I thought, Michael, you didn't want to be Prime Minister.
No, I agree with the point about Theresa.
I don't know where people sometimes get these notions from, because people like conspiracy theories. That is absolutely true.
No, I never bought it for a second. But they're still saying it, and they're saying it with even more conviction after this exit poll.
Sorry, Lynn.
Well, I was just going to say it's a combination of two things look to be happening, because we don't know the results yet. But Labour did better than expected, but I think it was Theresa's to lose. And the way that campaign fell apart was appalling. And I think the nation also, I think there was a bit of pride goes before a fall. It kind of, she came over as a little bit arrogant when she said, "I'm going to have a huge mandate." I mean, that's what she thought.
She said, "I need a huge mandate."
Yes, but I don't think she would have called an election if she didn't think she was going to get it. And I also think, because I worked with Theresa for 3 years, and I was
you're a bit of a fan, aren't you?
Well, I like her. We disagree on almost everything, but I did respect her. But I was surprised when she called the election, because when she spent so long saying she wasn't going to call an election, I think she was persuaded, given the polling that they were doing, that they were so far ahead that she could take this risk safely, and that, if the exit polls are anywhere near right, wasn't the case. And I think she may have allowed herself to dream.
Let's go to your calls for a second. 0345 6060 973. What do you make of this exit poll? We're not going to call it a result, because it most certainly is not. Daniel is in West Hampstead. Hello, Daniel.
Hi, Ian. Nice to speak to you.
Hi.
Hi. I'm not surprised at all. I would class myself as a betrayed Conservative voter. I actually saw this exit poll coming from a mile off. I really did, and I told my local MP, and I told the one of the Conservative councillors that came and knocked on my door today after I voted. The reason why I think the Conservatives have found themselves in this situation is because of the policies. I really think it was. Look, Philip Hammond imposed or tried to impose the business rate rises, failed to do enough during the budget to help small businesses with the business rate rises. He tried to introduce the Class 4 national insurance. Theresa May then came out at the beginning of the election campaign saying, we're going to proudly ring-fence the foreign aid budget, we're going to drop the pledge not to raise VAT, national insurance or income tax. These are all anti-Conservative policies, and I think that so many Conservative voters thought, why should we go out and vote for you? I think they felt betrayed, and they would have won a landslide if they just said, we're going to come in, we're going to divert the foreign aid budget, we're going to cut foreign aid, divert it into frontline public services, we're going to cut national insurance, cut income tax, boost the economy. They would have won a landslide. They're crazy.
OK, Daniel, thank you. Michael Gove. Daniel says, cut foreign aid, put it elsewhere. They'd have won a landslide. You'd have won a landslide.
I don't think so. I think it was absolutely right to say that we should stick to the 0.7% commitment on international development. I think that there are a number of Conservatives who've argued consistently that we should not honour that commitment to the world's poorest, but we've made a promise and I think we should keep it.
Thank you very much, Michael. 0345 6060 973 if you'd like to join the conversation. Let's go to Cardiff. Carwyn Jones, Labour's First Minister of Wales, is there. He's for Labour. Carwyn Jones, thank you very much for joining us. Your reaction to the exit poll?
Well, we have to wait and see. I've been around in politics long enough to know that you have to wait to see what the final results say. We know the polls have been up and down, very volatile. I think we need a few more results in yet before we can see a pattern. And
they've been particularly volatile in Wales. I remember that ITV Wales poll showing a 10-point lead for the Tories, and lots of people in Wales getting very excited about the fact that the Tories could be the largest party for the first time. But the last two polls have shown quite a substantial Labour lead. Are you expecting to make gains in Wales tonight?
Well, I mean, we couldn't have fought a better campaign. We had a good manifesto. We fought very hard. We did the same last year in the Assembly election when we were up against it. We had a mountain to climb. Let's see how far up that mountain we've gone tonight.
Would you regard this result, if it is as the exit poll predicts, would you regard this as a vindication of Jeremy Corbyn and the campaign that he's fought?
Well, what we do know is that Jeremy put a lot of energy into the campaign. We had a good manifesto at UK level. I don't think there's much else he could have done. He put everything into it, and he did the debates. I mean, I did 3 debates here in Wales. The Conservatives in Wales couldn't even field the same person for any of those debates. Jeremy did the debates, and I think that level of complacency and taking people for granted has filtered through over the last week or two. How far that's gone, we'll have to wait and see.
What does this mean for Brexit, do you think?
Difficult to tell at the moment until we have the final figures and the final result. It's unclear what the direction of Brexit will be. I don't think we'll have a better idea tomorrow either. It'll take some days before it's understood what kind of Brexit the UK will be looking for.
Were you disappointed? I've already put on record that I was disappointed that after a long, 7-week election campaign, effectively, I knew no more about the government's plans on Brexit than I did after Theresa May's Lancaster House speech, to which most ministers referred every time they were asked about Brexit. Is that something that sticks in your craw a bit, Carwyn? And Michael, feel free to respond in a moment as well.
We published a white paper which we believed would outline a sensible Brexit, one that respected people's views after the referendum last year. I've no idea what the UK government's view is on Brexit. I've seen the sound bites. I've sat in meetings with Theresa May, and I just get sound bites back. Now, we need, whatever happens over the course of the next few hours, we do need to understand what the direction of travel is for the UK. We need to get away from this idea of a hard Brexit or a soft Brexit, but start talking about a sensible Brexit and start thinking about what that might entail.
Carwyn Jones, thank you very much. That's Carwyn Jones, Labour's First Minister. Sheila.
Michael Gove, do you want to respond to that point that I made there, that really nothing new was offered to us beyond the Lancaster House speech?
I think
Should it have been?
I think the Lancaster House speech laid out broadly what was the right strategy. The big calls on how we should handle these negotiations were made, and I think that inevitably you have to wait until the negotiations commence. But I think there were opportunities for Theresa to face questions from Nick Ferrari in this very studio, from a studio audience organised by Channel 4, by Sky, by the BBC and others.
But was there any real attempt on her part, on the party's part, to discuss the implications of the various things outlined in the Lancaster speech? Because I think, certainly from the callers to my programme, that's all they wanted at this stage. They understand that the negotiations haven't happened yet, but they did want some sense that there was a narrative forming in the minds of the people who are going to go and do the negotiations.
I think there was a narrative that was laid out very clearly in the Lancaster House speech, and subsequently in the government's white paper as well. I think that what we had was a determination to say that we would take back control of our borders and our laws by leaving what's called the single market, and also we'd take back control of the ability to forge our own trade deals by leaving the customs union.
It's not just called the single market, it is a single market, and it's a very lucrative one, isn't it?
Well, actually, it's technically speaking, the words single market don't apply in EU law. They talk about an internal market, but it's a term of art that everyone uses.
Let me tell you, Boris Johnson now 2-1 to replace... You'll hate this, but Boris Johnson now 2-1 to replace Theresa May as Tory leader. Philip Hammond 7-1. Sajid Javid 12-1. This is from Paddy Power. And some guy called Michael Gove 14-1.
Well, I think bookmakers always enjoy coming up with speculative odds. I think anyone who put their money on any of those outcomes would be losing it, which is what bookmakers always like to do.
You think David Davis might win?
No, I think Theresa May is going to be Prime Minister. I think she's going to have, as we said earlier, a majority at the end of this night.
I've been getting a few texts over the last 30 minutes saying, look at these first two results, and Gareth Knight has really put his finger on it. People are starting now to really doubt this exit poll.
Yes.
I think I have to say that I am too. Tom Baldwin, are you?
I think it's possible it's a bit out, like the last one was. 2015, we had our head in our hands and hoped the exit poll was wrong, and it turned out to be wrong in the wrong direction for us. It turned out to be even worse than we expected, even worse than forecast. I don't think there's too much doubt that whatever the final result tonight, Theresa May hasn't got what she set out to get. In fact, Sheila put her finger on it when she said that Theresa May said she needed a stronger mandate. Now, at the end of this, when the dust has settled, I don't think she'll have got that mandate that she said she needed.
But if Gareth...
Sorry, let me just finish the point. And if she hasn't got what she needed, what does she do? Does she resign?
Well, if Gareth is right, and say they get 344 seats, that is an increased mandate, albeit a very small one.
It's not the one that she was envisaging.
No, I completely agree with you on that. Well, much more discussion to come with our guests here in the studio. And I suppose, Gareth, are we expecting any results in the next half an hour?
Potentially, yeah. The other Sunderland and Newcastle ones. Newcastle's taken us by surprise, so they might be about to declare more results any minute.
Well, we look forward to it. It's 11:32. Let's get the latest news headlines from Andy Ivey.
Newcastle has beaten its arch-rival Sunderland to be the first constituency to declare a general election result. Labour's victory in Newcastle Central was declared at 11 p.m. This was 6 minutes ahead of Houghton and Sunderland South, where Labour's Bridget Phillipson has been re-elected. The broadcaster's exit poll points to a hung parliament. It indicates the Tories will secure 314 seats, Labour 266, the SNP 34 and the Lib Dems 14. The poll has a margin of error of 20 seats. On April the 19th, the day after Theresa May called the snap election, the Conservatives' poll lead over Labour averaged 17 points. By the final day of the campaign, the lead was averaging 7 points. John Trickett, Shadow Secretary of State for Communities and Local Government, has told LBC Mrs May's gamble has backfired.
The Prime Minister's objective of having a landslide over 100 majority has disappeared. That is not going to happen. I really think that her position will come into question fairly quickly, I think, once we get the results finalised.
UKIP leader Paul Nuttall has tweeted, if the exit poll is true, then Theresa May has put Brexit in jeopardy. I said at the start this election was wrong. Hubris. But senior Tory Michael Gove has told us he's not reading too much into the exit poll or the early results from safe Labour seats.
I think it'll be the case we'll discover that more people have voted Conservative in this election than in preceding elections. More people will have voted Conservative than in 2015 and in 2010. I think that nothing is either as good or as bad as it first seems in any conflict.
The pound has plunged following the exit poll. Markets had priced in a Conservative victory with a healthy majority, giving Mrs May a strong hand in Brexit negotiations. Here's Callum Jones from The Times.
Analysts said that a clear victory for Theresa May was priced in tonight. But with the Conservatives' forecast to lose seats rather than win, the pound fell to a 7-week low in just a few minutes after the exit poll. Fears of a hung parliament sent sterling down sharply against the dollar by around 2% to 127. It also slipped against the euro, below 114.
The first editions of the newspapers reflect the exit poll. The Daily Mail says Britain on a knife edge. The Times headline is May's big gamble fails, while the Eye says shock exit poll leaves Britain hanging. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Andy Ivey.
This is LBC.
Buying a new car is so exciting, but at the same time, a bit daunting. Trudging around the dealers, haggling over price, always wondering if you're getting a good deal. But with CarWow, there's none of that. Just select the car you want, and CarWow brings you the best prices from their network of top dealers. All you have to do is choose which one to buy from. It's car buying with you in the driving seat. Search CarWow and try it today.
The FCA has introduced a deadline to permanently end claims for missold PPI. When this passes, you could miss out. And with billions of pounds still to be repaid, some of that money could be yours. So call now and speak to Claim for Refunds. We have helped thousands win millions since 2009, and we could help you too. All we need is the name of your bank. So if you've had any loan or credit card, let Claim for Refunds find out for free if you had PPI. And if you have, you can claim yourself, or we can handle it for you. It's up to you. And if we don't win your money back, you don't pay a penny, guaranteed. You could be owed thousands and not even know you have PPI. Call 0800 180 8180 or text PPI to 88882.
At More Than, we've learned that understanding your pet is tricky. For example, actually means I've dug some holes in the lawn for you. You're welcome. It's even harder to understand them when they're sick. So More Than Pet Insurance comes with VetPhone, a 24/7 free-to-call health advice line. Plus, new customers get 25% off online now. We do more than.
This is LBC. Britain Decides. Election Night Live with Ian Dale and Sheila Fogarty.
11:36. If you're so taken with our coverage so far, you might want to switch on Facebook Live or go to the LBC website, because you can watch us in the studio. Let me just remind you who's around our table here with Sheila and myself. Michael Gove is here, former Conservative Justice Secretary. Tom Baldwin is here, former Director of... Is it Director of Strategy, wasn't it? For
Strategy and Communications.
Very grand title. Very grand title. Lynn Featherstone is here, former Home Office Minister. And Gareth Knight, our elections analyst. And Paul Waugh has just tweeted, I'm told Labour HQ suddenly a bit quieter after those first two results in Newcastle and Sunderland. And if you look at the swing in that Sunderland seat, Gareth, you can understand why they would be much quieter.
Yeah, so once results actually start coming in, we can see how people have actually voted as opposed to an exit poll. Now, normally the exit poll is fairly accurate. In the last few elections, it's trended up towards the Conservatives a little bit. So last time, I think it was in the very similar result to the one we've just seen. But as soon as we start getting results in, we can actually start to project a result. And this is relatively accurate. And at the moment, based on the first two results, it would give the Conservatives 362 seats, Labour 210. Now, the SNP and the Liberal Democrat figures are 51 and 6. We need to put a big caveat on that. They are very, very localised campaigns, particularly in Scotland, and the Lib Dems are the masters of local campaigning, so therefore there's no real such thing as national swing with them. But as things currently stand, that would give them, the Conservatives, a majority well into the 70s, which is actually pretty much what Theresa May was aiming for.
So we're looking at anything from a hung parliament to a Conservative majority of 70. Basically, as we... excuse me, as we go through the night, I mean, if we go on previous experience, that figure could rise. But who knows what will happen, Sheila?
David Lammy joins us, Labour candidate for Tottenham. Good evening to you.
Good evening.
Your initial response to this exit poll?
Well, it's early days, as you've said, but I mean, I think if the exit poll is right, and that's a big caveat, because obviously last time it was slightly out, but let's say it goes the same way as last time and the Conservatives go up a bit. The gamble that Theresa May took has not paid off, and she ends this campaign weaker than when she went in, and I think that is frankly a real problem for our country. We're 11 days away from negotiations. I think she's run a very poor campaign. She was invincible at the beginning of this, very much Team May, could do no wrong, and I think we can now see the flaws and the faults. So on that analysis, I think that the test that she set herself, if the exit poll is correct, or just out a bit like it was last time round, Theresa May's in trouble.
And where does this leave the battle for the heart of Labour?
Well, clearly, I'd say two things. Much has been said about Jeremy Corbyn, but in politics, people should never believe their own hype. Jeremy Corbyn is a formidable campaigner. He's been campaigning for 30 years, and our campaign was very successful. The manifesto was bold. We're seeing turnout up, 2 million young people registering. Clearly it touched them, and it did touch people in Labour heartlands. Now we wait to see whether we pick up seats in other places. I think there will be different patterns to this election to previous elections, and we're clearly back to a two-party system. But but Jeremy clearly has run a much better campaign than many people forecast.
Just on the exit poll, David, the exit poll predicted a 7% swing to Labour. The first result in Newcastle upon Tyne was a 2% swing to Labour. In Sunderland, I think it was a 2.5% swing to the Conservatives. So it's incredibly volatile, isn't it?
It is, and I think there'll be quite a lot of regional variation. And it is the case that certainly before we left Parliament, that parliamentarians in the North East were nervous because many of their constituents voted Leave, in fact, in the referendum campaign. So, but I'm hearing that we might pick up Brighton Kempton. Now, if that's the case,
as I predicted,
we're seeing Labour picking up seats in the South, which is obviously something that we absolutely need to do if we're coming back to power.
You mentioned the young vote. Is this the young turning out to oppose Brexit a bit late?
Well, look, they're turning out. I was surprised to see turnout in my constituency in some wards up to the 70s. I mean, that's unprecedented in a seat like Tottenham. So turnout is up. It's certainly here in London. Young people turning out. And I think those that can vote from, EU nationals turning out, those that have got a British citizenship turning out at least, and registering their concern about the Brexit direction particularly. Now, whether that means that we have done sufficiently well, obviously, to form a government or to be or a minority government, we need to wait to see, because it's very early days at this stage.
Just looking at London, though, do you think that if London does well for Labour, it will be put down to Sadiq Khan rather than Jeremy Corbyn?
Look, I think it's many factors. Clearly, Sadiq remains a very popular politician here in London, and in London we're building on some very, very successful campaigns indeed. We've got some of the very best Labour activists here in London, but I think what we haven't seen is a Lib Dem revival here in London. Tim Farron hasn't cut through, I don't think, in the capital. I think we're too close to the coalition for the Lib Dems. People remember the deals that they struck with the Conservatives. So I do think it's felt like a two-horse race, and Labour has felt very strong in the capital city.
David, thank you. That's David Lammy, Labour candidate for Tottenham. We'll see if he'll be re-elected. I think it's a fairly safe bet that he will be, it has to be said. Lynn Featherstone, let me come to you. Maybe respond to what David Lammy said about the lack of a Lib Dem revival in London.
Well, at the moment, we're still waiting for Kingston and Twickenham, and, you know...
But your old seat is not going to be won back, is it?
No, I don't think it's going to be won back. It's a very, it's a very difficult seat. And also, when you change from the MP that was, the name change also is not helpful at these times. But I think the biggest problem for the Liberal Democrats in any election when the nation polarises the way it has in this election, and you've gone to the left and to the right, we get squeezed. So if we make any gains, I would be delighted. But, losses are not out of the question.
Well, particularly when you look at this Newcastle-upon-Tyne Central result, where I think I'm right in saying that the Liberal Democrats have lost their deposit there in a city that has been run by the Liberal Democrats on the council in the not-too-distant past.
Well, changes do happen, but, I think where it's kind of what you were saying, where we put in the effort, the national swing doesn't always reflect our local efforts in local seats where we have known candidates.
A couple of tweets, that have amused me. Stuart Miller from BuzzFeed, if you're just joining us, Theresa May is either responsible for the biggest fail in election history or has won a landslide. And this one, currently, Parliament is 100% female. Hooray, Lynn.
Is that right?
Hooray, Lynn.
What could possibly go wrong?
Mohammed is called from Aldgate East. Yeah, we can take a quick call before the break. Hello, Mohammed.
Hiya.
Did you want to speak to one of our guests or just make a point?
No, just make a point, really. Obviously, there was a lot of negativity around Jeremy Corbyn from the moment that he got the job as Labour leader. And there was a lot of, they had the PLP vote, the no confidence. But I think if a lot of them keep their job today, they'll be riding his coattails. He's done a very good job. He's shown he can campaign. He's shown he can be a good prime minister to a certain degree. And also, I think this kind of solidifies his position as Labour leader. If he's really taken Labour up, then he's going to put his matters to
Mohammed, I'm going to interrupt you a second. Let's cross to Sunderland Central to get a live result. The Labour candidate, 25,056.
Niall Dane Hodgson, Liberal Democrat, 1,777 votes. Gary James Layton, UK Independence Party, 2,209 votes. Robert Jeffrey Oliver, Conservative Party, 15,059 votes. And I therefore declare that Julie Elliott has been duly elected to serve as member for the said constituency, and I'd like to invite the candidate to say a few words.
Well, that's quite an interesting result because all three top parties have actually gone up. So the UKIP vote has disappeared there. Labour got 25,056. Last time they got 20,959. The Conservatives last time were on 9,780. They're on 15,059. The Liberal Democrats were also up from 1,105 to 1,777. So all three parties, I suppose, will be pleased, Gareth Knight, our elections analyst, that they increased their vote. But can we draw any other conclusions from that?
Yeah, the conclusion is that what we said a few minutes ago is proving to be right, because the Conservative number of seats is now projected to be 363 and Labour 208. So we're actually starting to see a consistent pattern emerging, which is going to give Theresa May...
After 3 seats.
Yeah, but you've got to remember that this is the first election where the Tories have actually been targeting constituencies in the North East for the first time, and it gives us a good indication as to how Leave voters that are traditional Labour voters have been breaking. So this is actually surprisingly quite a good projection, and at the moment things are looking positive.
So on the vote share, Labour up 5.4, Conservatives up 10, and UKIP down 14%. So this is where this UKIP vote fragments. That's going to be incredibly important, particularly in these northern marginals, isn't it?
And at the moment, it seems to be breaking roughly 60-40 in favour of the Conservatives.
So it goes back to what we said, an hour ago, half an hour ago, that there's going to be a lot of churn, that the Conservatives could well lose seats, but they might gain some, particularly in some of these Conservative Labour marginals.
Yeah, there'll be an interesting analysis after the election about the new Conservative voter. It is no longer going to be the city slicker. It could easily be the sort of struggling working person in a northern town.
That UKIP vote, Michael Gove, is very interesting. Paul Nuttall said recently, we intend to be the guard dogs, was the term he used, the guard dogs of Brexit, to make sure that there isn't backsliding, using his words. Does that alarm you in any way? Don't just say no.
I don't think that UKIP are the guard dogs of Brexit. I think that they're like old Shep. I think that, you know, they've had their day, really. Some people still look on them with affection, but I think they're
But we've
past
said
their
that
best.
about UKIP a few times, haven't we?
Yes.
They've had their day.
Yes, but I think they really have had their day, and it was June the 23rd last year. I mean, the UKIP's raison d'etre, to use a phrase that Nigel Farage, I know, would love, is no more. The interesting thing about the Sunderland result is that it would appear to be a 2.3% swing from Labour to Conservatives. Now, again, I think David Lammy made a very fair point earlier when he said the days of uniform national swings have gone and there will be regional variations. But it's certainly the case, on the basis of, as we've heard, on the basis of these results so far, that the Conservatives will do better than the exit poll suggests. But then again, these are just early results. These are just projections, not
Gareth Knight, people have been getting very excited on Twitter about the possibility that the Home Secretary, Amber Rudd, might lose her seat. I don't know if you can feed anything into your computer there to tell us how Hastings would look at the moment, but I would have thought with a 5,000 majority, she ought to be fairly safe as it's gone so far.
Yeah, no question about it. It's very, very difficult to see the Conservatives really losing any seats at the moment because we've only had 3 results in and they've all shown pretty much swings to the Conservatives because of this collapse in the UKIP vote. So at the moment, we're nowhere near the stage yet where we can pick off individual seats like that, where also there are going to be local issues at stake. We've got to remember these are 650 local elections, effectively, so there will always be some seats, and there always have been some seats that buck the national trend.
Gareth, thank you. Michael Gove, Tom Baldwin, Lynn Featherstone, Sheila and I, we are staying here because this is going to be a very, very exciting night. We're here until 5 o'clock. I'm not sure. Normally, I sort of think, well, I should be able to call this election by 1 or 2 o'clock. I think it might be a little bit later than that this time. So do stay with us. Facebook Live if you want to watch us as you listen to us as well. 0345 6060 973 if you'd like to take part. Also, it's 10 to 12 here on LBC.
This is LBC.
Your future is here. The Global Academy in Hayes is a state school for 14 to 19-year-olds interested in a media career. Find out more at globalacademy.com.
Here at Sick Holiday, we have our own food scientist because we take getting food poisoning on holiday very seriously. It's not your fault if you get sick at a resort with poor hygiene. Most of us save up for one holiday a year, and to have it ruined with food poisoning is not acceptable. If you've been sick on a package holiday in the last 3 years, claim up to £2,000 per person, which could make up for the holiday you missed out on. Click sickholidayradio.com or text SICK to 66777.
Hi. Hi, I'm here to trade in my trainers. Trade in your trainers? Yeah, they're really old. Didn't buy them here. Seen better days, to be honest. I wouldn't get too close. I want to put them towards some lovely new ones. Sorry, sir, we don't do that. Really? Vauxhall do? I just got £2,000 for my old banger to put towards a brand new car.
Yes, you can afford a new car. Scrap your old car, and on top of our other great offers, we'll give you £2,000 scrappage to put towards a shiny new Vauxhall. Visit your local retailer or search Vauxhall Scrappage for more information. Trading car registered in your name for at least 90 days. Offer available to individuals and small businesses. UK supplied vehicles only. Exclusions apply. Limited time at participating retailers. Full T's and C's apply.
In this country, on average, someone dies from accidental carbon monoxide poisoning pretty much every week. You can't see it, you can't smell it, you can't taste it. And if carbon monoxide is leaking in your home, this is what it sounds like. You can buy a good alarm from any DIY store. And if carbon monoxide is leaking in your home, this is what it sounds like. The difference? About £15. Carbon monoxide. Don't be a victim of the silent killer.
Britain Decides. Election Night Live with Ian Dale and Sheila Fogarty on LBC. Tweet at LBC using the hashtag Britain Decides.
Well, we say goodbye and thank you to Tom Baldwin, former senior advisor to Ed Miliband. Still with us, Lynn Featherstone for the Liberal Democrats, Michael Gove, former Conservative Justice Secretary, still with us, and Gareth Knight, LBC's elections analyst. We're going to lose you soon, Michael Gove, because you think you have to head off to your count. Is that right, at some point too?
Yes, absolutely. I'll have to head off to
Be a bit rude to be late, wouldn't it?
It would certainly be rude to the other candidates, yes, absolutely. And indeed to all those good people who've been counting.
Sorry, Sheila.
No, go.
That's the first time in 2 hours that we've tried to speak at the same time. Barry Gardner, the Shadow International Trade and Climate Change Secretary, is at College Green for us. Barry, very good evening to you.
Good evening.
Now, are you feeling a little bit less happy than you were an hour ago after these first three results? Because according to our calculations, you could be down to 209 seats.
Look, I regard exit polls as educated guesswork rather than guesswork.
I thought you were going to say necessary evil.
No, but obviously if they were to be anywhere near correct, this would be an extraordinary situation. And I think the thing that we should be focusing on is not the electoral advantage and disadvantage of the major parties. I think it's the damage that this has done to the United Kingdom.
In what way?
Well, you will recall, Ian, that she called this election because she said that she needed a strong mandate from the country. The broadsheets were saying it would be between 120 and 150 seat majority, and she needed that majority to be able to go to Europe and negotiate a strong Brexit deal. Now, many of us thought that she was actually gilding her own electoral advantage as she saw it, because she thought that the polls were so much in her favour that this was for party political purposes rather than for Brexit. But nonetheless, we now face those negotiations in the near term, and we have a government that is in chaos. We have a government where Theresa May, if this were proven to be the case, these exit polls, where she would have lost the campaign, lost the confidence of her own party, and she would be looked on in Europe as a completely busted flush.
Well, I agree with you on that. You might be surprised to hear me say that.
No, I'm not at all. You're a very well-educated political commentator, Ian, so I'm not surprised at all.
I think if the exit poll is right, I think you'll be absolutely bang on. But our elections analyst, I don't know how he does this, but he's got a programme that looks at he's got the first three results and extrapolates the swings from those and then tries to look at the national figure. Yeah. And I think, Gareth, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's 363 seats you're looking at for the Conservatives. Now, if that happens, and this is on the basis of real results, not an exit poll, that would be an increased majority, wouldn't it? Quite a big increased majority.
Well, it would have... what would it be? 30 extra seats?
It would be, yes, 30 extra seats, which would mean the majority would increase from 17 to around 50 or 60.
I wonder how her party will view that, given the damage that it will have caused, given the cost that it's caused.
Let's ask, stay on the line, Barry, with us. Michael Gove is with us in the studio. If the majority turned out to be 50 or 60, that would still be way down on the huge landslide that you were expecting at the beginning of this campaign.
I wasn't expecting a huge landslide at the beginning of this campaign.
I'm not sure that's what... Are you sure you didn't tell me that on the first interview we did? Actually, before we go on, there's a Newcastle upon East result. Let's go to that. Labour 28,120. Actually, are we going to Newcastle?
Well.
No, we're going to Swindon North.
Andrew Headley John Bentley, Green Party, 858. Mark Edward Dempsey, Labour Party, 21,096. Stephen Frank Holden, UK Independence Party, 1,564. Justin Paul Tomlinson, the Conservative Party candidate, 29,400. And Elizabeth Margaret Webster, Liberal Democrat, 1,962. And there were 104 rejected ballot papers, and I do hereby declare that Justin Paul Tomlinson is duly elected as Member of Parliament for North Swindon. Thank you.
Again, an absolutely fascinating result there from North Swindon. The Conservative vote went up from 26,295 to 29,421. Labour's vote went up massively from 14,509 to 21,096. Liberal Democrat vote also went up marginally from 1,704 to 1,962. So a 30% increase in the Labour vote there. I imagine that's going to affect your figures. I don't know whether you've done the calculation quickly enough.
Just give me literally 90 seconds, but no, that will. Every single result that comes in at this time in the evening is going to affect the figures a little bit. So,
Michael Gove, an increase in the Conservative vote there by 3%. Labour's or swing 10.7%. UKIP down by 12%. Now that must be a little bit worrying because a lot more of the UKIP vote there has gone to Labour than the Conservatives.
Yes, there's a difference, isn't there, between what's happened in Swindon North and what we've seen in Sunderland. Again, as we've always said, it's too soon to say, and as David Lammy pointed out, and as we were all agreeing, you will not have a uniform national swing, and let's just wait to see as the pattern forms over the course of the evening exactly what the real broad picture is.
Our political poster Rob Hayward has rejoined us. And Rob, what do you make of these first few results?
I find it particularly interesting because it confirms something that a lot of people have said, and that is that there'd be a regional variation. The first few results we've had were in the northeast. This Swindon result is in the south, and the indications have been that the Tories would do better in the north than they would in the south, in their heartlands, ironically enough, and that shows a swing to Labour in Swindon and would therefore make credible some of the possibilities of Labour gains in a few seats, in marginal seats in the south of England, which people are beginning to tweet about.
Michael Gove, we're going to have to say goodbye to you. I think to let you go to your camp. Thank you so much for joining us. Lynn Featherstone, you have to go as well. Thank you very much for being with us over the last couple of hours. We are going to have lots more results between 12 and 1, so do stay with us for the best election coverage you will find on the radio. And we're also on Facebook Live if you want to watch our proceedings as well. You can also take part in our conversation. Alexander in Plymouth is very keen to get on the air. We'll try and get him on as soon as we can. 0345 6060 973. This is Sheila Fogarty and Ian Dale with Britain Decides here on LBC.
Tim Montgomery's just arrived. There go the sweets.
That's true. He's got a very sweet tooth, our Tim.
FM, online, on your mobile and on digital radio. Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
Global's newsroom at midnight. An exit poll suggests Theresa May's snap election gamble may have backfired. The broadcaster's poll puts the Conservatives on 314 seats, 12 short of an overall majority in the House of Commons. The former Education Secretary Michael Gove has told LBC it's too early to guess the final result.
All of us are making assumptions early on, perfectly understandable, but, we've got to talk about something. But at this stage, it's too soon to make any definitive judgments.
Shadow Foreign Secretary Emily Thornberry says Mrs May will have manifestly failed if the exit poll turns out to be correct.
When she called this election, she was 20 points ahead. I mean, this is hubris. She wanted to get rid of the opposition. She wanted to have a mandate to do whatever she wanted with the country, and the country said no.
Our reporter Richard Souchet has more from the Prime Minister's constituency in Berkshire.
If there's one place Theresa May is not losing tonight, it's here in her Maidenhead constituency, where counting is well underway, of course. This is one of the safest Tory seats in England. But this was supposed to be the election that bolstered her mandate going into the Brexit negotiations.
Labour is forecast to make gains with 266 seats. The poll puts the Lib Dems on 14. They say they will accept no pacts, no deals, no coalition. The Democratic Unionist Party says it would be willing to work with the Conservatives if Theresa May can't secure an overall majority. Sir Geoffrey Donaldson, who was the party's chief whip until the election was called, says the parties have a lot in common. Tom Baldwin, former senior advisor to Ed Miliband, says Mrs May's authority could be called into question.
I don't think there's too much doubt that whatever the final result tonight, Theresa May hasn't got what she set out to get. Theresa May said she needed a stronger mandate. And if she hasn't got what she needed, what does she do? Does she resign?
The first constituencies have been declaring results. LBC's Sam Thompson is at the count in Sunderland.
Well, the big shock of the night so far wasn't that Labour's Bridget Phillipson held her seat in Houghton and Sunderland South, but that Newcastle Central declared Labour had held on there first. Sunderland City Council pride themselves on always being first to declare in general elections, even going to the trouble of producing thinner ballot papers. So this will be a big dent to their pride.
The pound plunged following the exit poll. Sterling fell over 1.5% to $1.27. Against the euro, the pound was down over 1% to €1.13. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Andy Ivey.
This is LBC from Global. Leading Britain's conversation. Britain decides. LBC's Election Night Live with Ian Dale and Sheila Fogarty.
I've just been given a kiss from Tim Montgomery, the Times columnist. A very good kisser. There you go. It was just a peck. It was just a peck on the cheek, but I had to say that.
He's going to get an easy ride, if you pardon the expression.
He's going to get an easy ride. You're very fanar humour today, Ian. It's terrible. You've even shocked Nigel Farage, who's joined us in the studio. Nigel Farage, former UKIP leader, LBC presenter, of course, as well. Tim Montgomery, Times columnist. John Landsman joins us, chair of Momentum. Ian Dale and I.
I've just inked my shirt.
Oh well, never mind. It's not like we're on Facebook Live or anything.
No.
Now let me remind people of two things: the exit poll and how long we're going to be on air till 5 in the morning. Nick Ferrari will be down at Westminster on College Green.
Freezing, I should think.
Well, you know, it's one of those things.
Wet.
We complain, but we love it really. The exit poll is as follows: 314 to the Conservatives, 266 to Labour, 34 to the SNP, the Lib Dems 14, UKIP 0, others 22. UKIP 0, Nigel Farage.
I'm not surprised. I mean, the Conservative Party have taken on the UKIP agenda. In fact, it rather amused me. I listened to Theresa May's speeches, and she was using the same words and phrases that I've been using for the last 20 years. Only trouble is, she didn't believe in it. And I thought one of the most telling points in the whole campaign was when Paxman asked her 4 times, well, you were a Remainer, you argued that Britain would be better off and stronger and more secure.
Have you changed your mind?
And he said, have you changed your mind? Do you now believe in Brexit? 4 times, and she couldn't answer it. So whatever happens in the next few hours, I think the Tory party needs a leader that believes in Brexit.
Do you think it's... I mean, if this exit poll is right, and I have my severe reservations about it at the moment, but if it is right, and she literally lost 17 seats, there was a hung parliament, she carried on in a sort of minority administration, it's not conceivable that she'd resign. Is it 11 days before Brexit negotiations start?
Well, the Tory party are quite good at getting rid of leaders, aren't they? Yeah. I mean, when it comes to the knife in the back, the Tories are the real experts at this.
Pot, kettle.
Well, no, I mean, no one ever knifed me.
No, I'm talking about what happened when you left.
Well,
you went through them like a dose of salt.
All parties have their difficulties. No, I mean, look, I think the takeout from the campaign is that, frankly, she's just no good. She doesn't really believe in anything, and that was where Corbyn, I thought, was so impressive, because I don't agree with his agenda, but he went round the country and it was clear he believed in something, and that generated enthusiasm. He went out and met the public. She's just no good at this.
Before we come to John Landsman and Tim Montgomery, Gareth Knight is here, our elections analyst. He's been feeding is it 4 results into your computer? You've got a new prediction based partly on, well, it's not based on the exit poll, it's actually based on the results, isn't it?
Yeah, so we've got 5 results in. There's a 6th one that's coming through any second now, another one in the Sunderland. We're now projecting Conservative 338 seats, Labour 232, which is substantially better than the exit poll for the Conservatives, but substantially worse than we were projecting 10 minutes ago when it was just the seats from the North East. The key one there that has messed up the earlier projection is Swindon North, which was Labour's 129th target, and they actually saw a significant increase in their vote. And also in Newcastle upon Tyne East, which is Nick Brown's constituency, they had an 18% share in the vote increase. So it's a fascinating result, actually.
Interesting tweet here from Paul Waugh, Huffington Post political editor. A Labour gain in Kensington and Chelsea is now expected, according to sources on the ground. Kensington and Chelsea, the royal borough of. Formerly Michael Portillo, am I right?
I would find that inconceivable. Tim Montgomery, you're looking as shocked as I am.
I can't speak because I think my mouth is just too wide open. Well, these are potentially extreme. If Theresa May holds on to her majority, which I still think is possible, I think she'll still be a hugely diminished Prime Minister, because she will have called an election which, in her own terms, in her own argument, was so that she could go to Brussels with the authority that she felt she needed to get the deal that she has articulated. And if she only just hangs on to her majority or has a similar majority, she won't be an enhanced Prime Minister, she'll be a diminished Prime Minister, because she's fought a rubbish campaign. She had nothing in her manifesto that really excited voters. She gave robotic answers. But it wasn't just the robotic answers, it wasn't primarily the robotic answers that was the problem with the strong, unstable message. It was the fact that people voted for Brexit partly because they wanted change, they wanted a reset, and she's only offered continuity, Cameron. And whether we like Jeremy Corbyn or not, at least he was offering change.
John Lansman, chair of Momentum. When Sheila just said Kensington and Chelsea could be a Labour gain, I mean, if that happens, that would be the so-called Portillo moment. Of course, he used to be the MP for Kensington and Chelsea, didn't he?
And then it was Rifkin after that, real Tory.
You must think that's almost inconceivable, don't you?
It does feel almost inconceivable, and I think it is far too early to conceive of it. Really.
Paul Waugh is no slouch, is he?
No, he isn't. This is what makes me wonder.
Okay, but look, it's clearly not going to be the landslide that Theresa May wanted, and so I do slightly feel like I'm intruding on private grief here. But it has
don't get cocky. It's very early days.
Very bad. Well, no. Theresa May called the election that she said she wasn't going to call several times in order to get a landslide. She clearly hasn't got a landslide. Her authority is clearly diminished a great deal.
I think everyone can agree that Jeremy Corbyn fought a much better campaign than Theresa May, although that's a pretty low bar to set, I think. If the exit poll is right, and there's 266 seats, it would be a massively increased vote share since Ed Miliband's result in 2015. What's your take on that? Because there will be Blairites all over the Labour Party sort of howling tonight if you do get 266, because they won't be able to launch the leadership challenge that they were clearly planning.
Well, look, I think what we can say already, and there's lots and lots of caveats, and the numbers are changing quite a lot, and no doubt, could well change again. But I think what we can say, it's not going to be a landslide. And Jeremy's campaign was, fantastically better than anyone could have expected, I think, because it's achieved a bigger turnaround than any party has achieved during the course of an election campaign.
LBC senior reporter Vincent McAviney is with the Corbyn camp now. Vincent, what's the mood like there now? What are people saying, doing, feeling?
Well, we're still waiting for Jeremy Corbyn and his team to arrive, but I've been hearing from Labour sources that their mood is slightly subdued after the jubilance of hearing that poll. But 3 pieces of information coming out from them. They are confident that at least 4 seats in Scotland they will be able to take. That's East Lothian, Coatbridge, Rutherglen and Inverclyde are the 4 they're saying in Scotland. And they're also very confident about 2 London seats. Croydon Central is Gavin Barwell's seat. It has the 4th smallest majority in the country. He's defending only 165, and he was the government's housing minister. He came under some fire for some misleading adverts and leaflets during this election on that issue, and people may be taking out their frustration in that seat on the lack of affordable housing. The other seat that's looking confident, Labour is saying, is that of Battersea, Jane Ellison's seat. She is also a member of the government. She is Financial Secretary to the Treasury, and we're expecting that result at about 1 a.m. So we may know that in about an hour's time from now, and that Croydon Central seat around 3 a.m. normally. So some seats there that Labour is feeling confident about.
Gareth Nye, when you look, Battersea, that was a Labour seat back in the Blair days, but Jane Ellison's held it, I think, since 2005, 2010. That would be quite a shock, wouldn't it? Because people think the demographic changes in that particular area ought to benefit the Conservatives.
Yeah, exactly. Battersea is, of course, part of the London Borough of Wandsworth, which is a very, very solid Tory council, and yet Battersea was quite a marginal seat for quite some time. There's been an awful lot of development that was presumably going to go to the Conservatives. That was the general presumption. Lots of people that work in the city that can afford £2,500 a month in rent. It's quite a specific demographic, and yet it voted very, very heavily to remain in the EU. And the interesting thing about that's going to be, is that going to give us a sign that younger people that voted David Cameron in 2015 but voted to remain in 2016, have they now abandoned the Conservatives? And if so, that means they've gone to Corbyn, which is a massive shift given when you think what the demographic of that electorate would be.
And you would have to say that if you were Vince Cable, Ed Davey, Sarah Olney, Tom Brake in the southwest of London, and you're Liberal Democrats, you might think that you're going to be doing quite well tonight.
Yeah, we're almost at the point now where we can almost treat London like Scotland, almost as a separate country in some ways. There's an awful lot of places in London that very much bucked the trend when it came to the referendum. Here, huge landslide results in favour of Remain that you didn't get anywhere else. And yeah, there's quite a lot of marginal seats there. And Battersea, really, not many people would have predicted, 4 weeks ago, would have changed hands.
So we might find that London is a bit of an island, which sounds a bit odd, but you know what I mean, politically an island.
But it is in so many other ways as well, isn't it? It's economically an island. On Scotland, you mentioned Scotland there, Gareth. I'm hearing rumours and tidbits from Scotland that the Tories are confident they can take Alex Salmond's seat.
It's perfectly possible. The model that I've kept on talking about for quite some time does actually show the Tories gaining 3 seats in Scotland. But the problem is that as soon as you get into Scottish politics, you're really getting into a minefield, because you can't really project any swing in Scotland based on English results, because the SNP aren't there. So we can easily project a drop in UKIP support moving to the Conservatives. But the reality is that when we were here 2 years ago, no one predicted what would happen in Scotland.
Although in Swindon North, that UKIP vote went predominantly to Labour.
Let's go to Newcastle upon Tyne North for a result.
380. Anita Ann Lower, Liberal Democrats, 2,533. Timothy Thomas Marin, UK Independence Party, UKIP, 1,780. Catherine McKinnell, Labour Party, 26,000.
Catherine McKinnell there, comfortably winning the seat of Newcastle upon Tyne North for the Labour Party. The Conservatives in...
So that's 26,729 votes for the Labour Party there. Just looking at the result in 2010, Catherine McKinnell got 17,950 in 2010. The Conservative candidate there was Stephen Parkinson, the Prime Minister's political secretary. He got 7,966. Well, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong year here. It's 2015. She got... Let me start this one again. It was all going terribly well. I was looking at 2010. Right, 2015. This is the perils of Wikipedia. Catherine McKinnell got 20,689. This time she got 26,729. The Conservative Stephen Bates got 10,536 last time. This time Duncan Crute for the Conservatives got 16,380. So a bigger increase in the Conservative vote there than the Labour vote, but not by much. So I'm not going to come to Gareth Knight yet, because I know he's going to feed these into his computer and we'll get a renewed projection after that. You can absolutely.
Because I disgracefully can't remember. Have we mentioned postal votes yet and the impact they could have on the outcome, particularly for the Tories?
No, we haven't.
Well, I've just done it. There you go. They're a key factor here, aren't they? They're not included in exit polls.
There is a theory that it won't make a huge difference, but it will edge the exit poll outcome slightly towards the Conservatives. So you're right to identify it, because a lot of the postal votes were cast before you had the kind of collapse in the Tory vote that happened with the manifesto. So if the exit poll is wrong, and I think we're seeing this from some of the early results, it's likely that it's wrong in a way that will favour the Conservatives by the end of the evening.
Just
before you go on, Nigel, just on that, I was told by somebody who should remain nameless, and I don't know how they know this, but the postal vote count in Bolsover, Dennis Skinner's constituency, was 50-50 Tory Labour.
Bolsover was one of the top Tory targets.
But what a farce this is. You know, we used to have postal votes for people who were disabled or age 94 or had jobs overseas, and we then went for postal voting on demand in the first few years, even without proof of identity. I mean, what a farce it is that a quarter of the votes now take place before the election campaign has played out. And I really, yeah, we've seen Tower Hamlets, we've seen the fraud in Birmingham and the problems, but actually, I really do think we should rethink postal voting completely and go back to having postal votes for people who genuinely can't get to the polling station. Otherwise, you could find, here it'll be a small difference, but you could find a campaign fundamentally altered, because at the end of the campaign we're voting on different things. I mean, when were the postal votes? 2.5 weeks ago. It's a heck of a long time back. I'd love to see us scrap that.
I'd love to see the manifestos launched earlier as well, because how many times, Sheila, Ian, have you sat with ministers here or shadow ministers and they say
wait until the manifesto.
I think a huge part of the campaign goes by without you be able to quiz them on the policies.
If you call a
standing.
snap election, it's difficult to have the manifesto ready so quickly. Now, the Liberal Democrats already had one prepared, and I think Labour's was quite well advanced, but the Conservatives, bizarrely, given that they were the ones that called the election, didn't have a prepared manifesto. And of course, we all know what happens when you don't have a prepared manifesto. You introduce policies like social care, which are not very well thought out. Just a couple of little snippets from the Britain Elects Twitter feed, which is absolutely excellent. They say Paisley and Renfrewshire South looking close. Mary Black might be in trouble for the SNP. Liberal Democrat sources claim the position on coalition, i.e. not interested, hasn't changed. But one Liberal Democrat source suggests a second EU referendum could swing a deal. Nigel Farage, calmness at all times, please. And you won't be very calm about this one. UKIP, we think, have lost their deposit in 5 out of the 7 seats reported so far, and some of them are from Leave areas. Well, let's, before we get some comments on that from John Lansman and Nigel Farage and Tim Montgomery, let's cross to Cardiff, where Andrew R.T. Davis, the leader of the Welsh Conservatives, joins us. Andrew, very good evening.
Good evening, Ian.
Now, I was talking to Carwyn Jones a little bit earlier, and he obviously seemed quite buoyed by the exit poll. The last 2 opinion polls in Wales have shown Labour substantially ahead of the Conservatives. Are you expecting to lose seats tonight?
We haven't had any results in yet. Obviously, what the opinion polls have been showing in Wales is that our vote has been considerably higher than it was in 2015. We've been on about 35-36% of the vote, as opposed to 29% of the vote. But what does seem to have happened here in Wales, looking at the opinion polls, is that Plaid Cymru and the Liberal Democrats, for example, their vote has gone down considerably, and that has en masse gone over to the Labour Party. But as I said, we haven't had no hard results in yet, i.e. returning officers standing at lecterns reporting those results. So a few more hours will give us a better picture.
And what's your reaction to the exit poll? Because, I mean, obviously we know it's early in the evening, but you must have been devastated when you heard that.
Well, as I said all the way through the campaign, obviously opinion polls, and it's an age-old saying, need to be treated with a degree of caution. We know in 2015, for example, the Conservative vote went up by about 20 seats by the close of play. Let's wait a few more hours, let's get a few more results in. We've seen our vote going up, but obviously it hasn't been going up enough in the North East and other areas to obviously take seats that obviously we had ambitions to do very well in.
And what do you put that down to?
Well, it'd be for colleagues in the national campaign to explain that.
So you blame the national campaign?
I'm not blaming anyone. I mean,
well,
what
you
I'm
just
saying
did.
is what I'm saying is
you really did.
No, Ian, don't put words in my mouth. What I'm saying to you is that we've got a few more hours yet, and we'll get a few more results in where we can see the picture developing. But obviously, I'm in Wales, so I can't speak for the northeast of England. But what I can read is the results declared so far, and they've showed our vote going up by about 10%, 11% in certain places. The Labour vote going up by 3 or 4%. And obviously, we wait and see what happens here in Wales. But there has been indications that Plaid and the Liberal Democrats and UKIP as well have fallen away. And in respect of Plaid and the Lib Dems, much of that vote has gone over to the Labour Party.
What will happen to the UKIP vote in Wales, do you think? Because a lot of the projections, certainly the ones that I made, were based on 50% of the UKIP vote going to the Conservatives. Now, I'm not sure whether that's happened in all the seats so far.
Well, irrespective of what happens to the UKIP vote, we know that only a month ago we had local government elections here in Wales where we returned a record number of councillors into council chambers the length and breadth of Wales. We're in about 6 local authorities running them outright or in coalition, and that's a record position for us here in Wales. And that proves, you know, where we run campaigns here in Wales, we have very, very good results.
Andrew, thank you. That's Andrew R.T. Davies, leader of the Welsh Conservatives.
Just want to have a question for Nigel in a moment, but first of all, I'm just seeing Jerry Adams on Sky News, and he is responding to questions about whether he would be minded to go into any kind of coalition or supply and demand arrangement with Labour if it would come to that. It appears to be a firm no. He said, I'm not interested in what happens in the British Parliament. I'm interested in events in Northern Ireland, was his response, just for the record. Just with a bit more detail, Nigel Farage, Ian mentioned a few moments ago UKIP losing their deposit in 5 of 7 seats reported so far, some of them in Leave areas to boot. You've said before, you know, you're not surprised by that. Will the party go on? Paul Nuttall says the party will be the guard dogs of Brexit. Tell me what you think that might look like.
Just one quick point before, if I can. We looked at Swindon and we said, well, how is it that so much of this UKIP vote appears to have gone to Labour and not to the Conservatives? And whilst it's quite right to say that UKIP voters want Brexit, there's another thing here. UKIP voters want to vote for politicians who they feel they can identify with, who they feel is speaking up for them. And with the best will in the world, Theresa May fails that test with a lot of working-class UKIP voters. Yes, they want Brexit, but they want change. They want issues to be addressed.
So does Paul Nuttall, clearly.
Well, no, what I'm saying is this, that for a lot of UKIP voters, they didn't see UKIP as being relevant to this election. So when they're deciding where does their vote go, we'd all assumed that the lion's share of the UKIP vote would go Tory. And what I think we're beginning to see is that maybe Jeremy Corbyn, who did actually firm his position up on Brexit as the campaign went on, so they felt slightly more reassured about that, Corbyn perhaps was talking about the everyday concerns they've got in a way that Theresa May wasn't. I don't know what Tim thinks about that. So anyway, let's come back to that. Your question, look, if the result of this tonight is that we finish up without a government with a clear majority pushing for Brexit, then a huge gap opens on the political landscape for UKIP once again.
What's happening in Brussels tonight? Do you think you know these people quite well? I know that you know Jean-Claude Juncker well. What do you think?
Well, by this time of the night, he won't be thinking too much at all, I can assure you. But he's probably comatose somewhere. But and you can laugh.
Don't judge others by your own standards, Nigel.
Listen, I know about drinking, and I'm not even in the 2nd division, let alone the Premier League. No, I mean, clearly they. I think the Verhofstadts and these people will have looked at the exit polls and be cheering very loudly, because right now, if we believe the exit polls, Brexit is under a bit of threat.
John Lansman, we're going to go down to College Green to our political editor, Theo Osherwood, in a moment. But John Lansman, I just wanted to get your reaction to what Nigel said there, because Jeremy Corbyn, I think, was quite skillfully kept Brexit off the agenda. He reacted to it when he needed to, but he successfully talked about a lot of other issues which maybe was to his benefit by not talking about Brexit too much.
Well, I think that's right. I think he did do that, and I think it was the right thing to do. But also, Brexit wasn't really an issue on the doorstep. It was not a big issue in this election, and I'm not so surprised about that, because I think that most people, including most Brexit voters, are not quite as obsessed about Brexit as both Tim and Nigel are, and also to the extent the reason that people did vote for Brexit was not necessarily for the same reasons as Tim and Nigel voted for Brexit.
Were you finding that did they just accept it's going to happen and we'll find out how it happens soon enough, but it's no longer something to debate politically?
Well, I'm sure there are plenty of issues about it that we need to debate politically, and I think that Jeremy thinks that too. But people often voted for Brexit because of other underlying other issues which they felt that Brexit might be a solution to. And I think that Jeremy, we hoped that Jeremy would appeal to a lot of Brexit voters, even to UKIP UKIP supporters. In fact, we have some UKIP supporters in Momentum.
But you see, I think this is the point, that Brexit voters, yeah, sure, they didn't like the EU, but a lot of that vote was we want things to change. We want things to get better. And I do think that Corbyn did actually try and talk to that audience.
Just before we come to Tim Montgomery, John Lasman, how important was momentum to Labour in this election? Because you have to win a ground war as well as the air war, and the fact that Jeremy Corbyn has recruited all these hundreds of thousands of new members, and I don't know how many members your organisation's got, but how key were they in a lot of these seats that Labour need to win?
Well, I think it was important, and I'm really proud of what we did. I mean, today people that we mobilised knocked on 1 million doors in marginal seats in Britain, and I think that is a fantastic achievement. You know, we had 100,000 people using my nearest marginal website to get to marginals. We mobilised a lot of people in this election, and I think that's recognised by people right across the political spectrum. So, for example, we were discussing earlier Croydon Central. The candidate there said a couple of days ago, there were loads of Momentum supporters who'd been arriving, which is absolutely right. We've been sending people to Croydon Central and to Battersea that we were discussing.
Could Jeremy Corbyn have swept to power, as a text in front of me says, if he had been given the support of the rest of the Parliamentary Labour Party?
Well, obviously one of the things which I'm sad about is, although it's been a great campaign and we turned it around from 24% in the polls according to YouGov at the beginning of this campaign, we started at a very low point, unfortunately, because of the infighting, the taunting of and briefing against and undermining of the leader, and I'm obviously disappointed by that, because I think we could have started from a much higher level if we hadn't had that, and we could be doing better tonight.
Okay, Tim Montgomery, you've been
actually true, because in a way, the last time I was sat in the studio, Ian, was with you, Sheila. I think you were at the American Embassy. It was the night that Trump won, and actually nice watch Trump up close. And what people liked about him was that he was outside the establishment, that conventional politicians weren't supporting him. Nigel Farage, one of the secrets of your success. And I think Theresa May presented herself far too much as the establishment continuity choice in this election. And I'm a political geek. I study these things.
Nothing to be ashamed of.
Hour in, hour out. But I can't really remember any retail offers in the Tory manifesto.
No,
nothing on the doorstep that people would think, that's something I want. That's something that'll change my life.
Nuneaton. This was one of the most important seats in the last election, and that's declaring right now.
Liberal Democrats, 914. Christopher James Brooks, Green Party, 763. Craig Stephen Carpenter, UK Independence Party, UKIP, 1,619. Philip Johnson, Labour Party, 19,016. Marcus Charles Jones, the Conservative Party candidate, 23,755.
So that's a Conservative hold down. If you remember, when we were sitting in the studio 2 years ago, that was the result after which I called the election for the Conservatives. So a real sort of bellwether seat there. Now, if you compare, again, this result to the last one, I have got it right this time. The Conservative vote went up from 20,827 to 23,732. Labour's went up from 15,945 to 19,016. The Liberal vote went up from 816 to 914. There was also an interesting result from Kettering and Conservative hold. There, the Conservative vote was 28,616. Last time, 24,468. Labour, 18,054 this time. Last time, 11,877. So the Labour vote really going up quite a lot in Kettering. Of course, UKIP famously didn't stand. There were 7,600 votes for distribution there. It seems as though a lot of those went to the Labour Party.
Stay with LBC throughout the night as Britain decides with Ian Dale and Sheila Fogarty. John Landsman is with us in the studio, the chair of Momentum. Tim Montgomery, the Times columnist. Nigel Farage, former UKIP leader, is here as well. And Gareth Knight, LBC's election analyst, as Britain decides. It is 12:30. Let's get the headlines from Andy Ivey.
Theresa May's gamble of calling a snap election looks to have backfired, according to an exit poll. It indicates she could lose her Commons majority. The poll suggests the Tories will lose 16 of the 330 seats they held at the end of the last Parliament, while Labour gains 37, the SNP loses 20, and the Liberal Democrats gain 5. The Prime Minister's decision to go to the country 3 years ahead of schedule was based on a desire to secure a stronger position ahead of the crunch Brexit talks set to begin within days. But the former UKIP leader Nigel Farage has told LBC the Conservative Party needs a leader who believes in Brexit.
I think the takeout from the campaign is that, frankly, she's just no good. She doesn't really believe in anything. And that was where Corbyn, I thought, was so impressive, because I don't agree with his agenda, but he went round the country and it was clear he believed in something.
Shadow Secretary of State for International Trade Barry Gardiner says Mrs May is in trouble.
If this were proven to be the case, these exit polls, where she would have lost the campaign, lost the confidence of her own party, and she would be looked on in Europe as a completely busted flush.
The exit poll has a margin of error of 20 seats, but Northern Ireland Secretary James Brokenshire isn't reading too much into it.
It's too early in the night to be drawing conclusions, but all I would say is that there has been, I think, some really solid Conservative support in some of our key marginals, seats that we believe that we can win. And so I think that we'll just wait to see what the first result starts. It's actually getting some hard data.
The value of the pound has fallen. It's down 1.5% against the US dollar and over 1% against the euro. The plunge comes ahead of Asian markets opening, and commentators predict shares could go the same way if results match the poll prediction on Friday. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Andy Ivey.
This is LBC.
Hi. Hi, I'm here to trade in my trainers.
Trade in your trainers?
Yeah, they're really old. Didn't buy them here. Seen better days, to be honest. I wouldn't get too close. I want to put them towards some lovely new ones.
Sorry, sir, we don't do that.
Really? Vauxhall do? I just got £2,000 for my old banger to put towards a brand new car.
Yes, you can afford a new car. Scrap your old car, and on top of our other great offers, we'll give you £2,000 scrappage to put towards a shiny new Vauxhall. Visit your local retailer or search Vauxhall Scrappage for more information. Trading car registered in your name for at least 90 days. Offer available to individuals and small businesses. UK supplied vehicles only. Exclusions apply. Limited time at participating retailers. Full T's and C's apply.
A tummy full of yummy breakfast? Good, you're going to need all the fuel you can get, kiddo. Today is the big one. Belt in, braces on, bow tie tied, looking sharp. Bing! Now for your dancing shoes. Quick polish, triple knot, and bound out the door of the family room. It's party time! Happy 90th birthday, great Aunt Mabel. You don't look a day over 82. Whatever your story, this is a great place to start. Premier Inn. Premier U.
Breakfast prices and options may vary. Exclude certain locations. We've been thinking about Lucy.
Wait!
And how she's not very happy that her phone is on its way to Preston without her. And with it 86 selfies, 4 cat videos, that guy's phone number and her banking app. But at least she isn't worried about someone stealing her money. That's because at NatWest we've already thought about the left phone on the train scenario. It's why we never store your bank details on your mobile. NatWest. We are what we do.
App available to customers with online banking and a UK number.
And relax. It's TrustATrader. Bloomin' lovely tradespeople who do the job right. Visit trustatrader.com.
Trustatrader.com. If you won on Lotto, what would you get your mum?
I think the best thing for my mum would be to have her family around her all the time. So I'd probably use some modern technology to try and duplicate all those kids so she can have us around her all the time. Because that's what's most important to her, is being with us. I'd clone us all, yeah. I don't think the world's ready for that, actually.
Lotto. Who wins if you win? Rules and procedures apply. Players must be 16 or over.
Here at Sick Holiday, we have our own food scientist because we take getting food poisoning on holiday very seriously. It's not your fault if you get sick at a resort with poor hygiene. Most of us save up for one holiday a year, and to have it ruined with food poisoning is not acceptable. If you've been sick on a package holiday in the last 3 years, claim up to £2,000 per person, which could make up for the holiday you missed out on. Click sickholidayradio.com or text SICK to 66777.
Expressive, energising, agile. With its daring design, sleek exterior, intelligent features and impeccable driving characteristics, the all-new Nissan Micra offers you a driving experience like nothing in its class. The high-spec Ascenta model is now available with a £1,950 deposit contribution. Only $199 deposit and low monthly payments. Representative 4.99% APR. Subject to status, so find your nearest Westway.
Google Westway Nissan today.
Britain Decides. Election Night Live with Ian Dale and Sheila Fogarty on LBC.
25 to 1 here on LBC. You're listening to Britain Decides. Now, this is the time of the night or morning where the results start to come in thick and fast. Let's cross live to Basildon and get the result from there.
149. Ballot papers issued 45,066, and the turnout being 65.17. And I do hereby declare that Baron John Charles is duly elected as Member of Parliament for the Basildon and Billericay constituency.
So that's John Barron being returned with a majority of 13,400. Broxbourne is a Tory hold as well. The Labour candidate there got 13,981. I'll get the results from last time in a moment to see how they can compare. Gareth Knight, our elections analyst. These results are starting to come in, I won't say thick and fast, but interestingly, just looking at the Basildon and Billericay score, UKIP down 15%, Labour up 7.5%, Conservatives up 8.3%. What conclusions are you drawing from this? We've had, 10, 11 results so far, something like that?
Yeah, so the North East results clearly showed UKIP voters switching primarily to the Conservatives, but certainly in the rest of England it seems to be splitting quite evenly, almost extraordinarily evenly. The idea that the UKIP vote was going to collapse and go to the Conservatives and deliver Theresa May a whopping majority just doesn't seem to be materialising, and you've now got the slightly strange situation to many people of people who very enthusiastically delivered a Leave vote in the referendum now voting for a Labour MP or Jeremy Corbyn. And yeah, it is a strange situation. There does seem to be a pattern emerging that the UKIP vote is not just collapsing. Compare that to the local elections. We saw 40% of UKIP voters in the local elections just 4 or 5 weeks ago going to the Conservatives, delivering landslide results. It's just not happening. It's going about 50-50 at the moment.
Interesting. Well, let's cross to Theo Osherwood, LBC's political editor. He's on College Green opposite the House of Commons, or House of Lords, I should say. He's been talking to people in a pub, and why not? Nigel Farage is looking very jealous. He's been talking to people in a pub just at the bottom of Downing Street. What have people been telling you, Theo?
There is a sense of shock at the Red Lion pub. There have been some Corbynistas that I've been speaking to, some Labour members who have switched from mainstream parliamentary party, Labour parliamentary party, to get behind Jeremy Corbyn, and a couple of very bemused American tourists. This is what they've been. This is what they've been telling me.
Amazing, I love this. There's opportunity to change things.
How many pints of Guinness have you had? How are you celebrating?
I've had a few, but I'm amazed to be here outside Downing Street and to be watching democracy and progress. It's amazing. It's really, really amazing.
What have you made of it, sir?
So redress the balance a little bit, yeah. It makes it real. I think propaganda's been spread all over in this election. And I genuinely think that the Conservatives have the bigger propaganda machine. And actually, they haven't won on that angle. They haven't got the angle they needed.
I'm absolutely distraught at the prospect of a Corbyn alliance of any format that forms a government.
Very quickly, Ian, I hear that that Victoria Borwick in Kensington could be in trouble. One wag tells me the Tories can no longer afford to live there and Russians don't vote.
Boom, boom. Now, Theo, thank you for that.
Can I just say, I used to live in that constituency.
Did you really?
I did.
Were you rich enough?
Well, I rented a really nice place in Holland Park for 4 years. I meant to stay for 1, but it was so nice I stayed for 4. And then when I tried to buy there, I nearly fell over. But there are, on a serious note, there are some more deprived areas in Kensington and Chelsea, and West Kensington and the like. It's more mixed than you would think, Kensington and Chelsea.
Lib Dem sources saying that the result in Nick Clegg's Sheffield Hallam seat is very, very tight. That's usually code for he's going to lose.
Amber Rudd also facing that, and I hear that Jane Ellison potentially
and
as
Ben
well.
Gummer in Ipswich, possibly.
Yeah, there'll be three important figures going.
He drafted the manifesto.
Alistair Campbell joins us, former Director of Communications for Tony Blair. Alistair Campbell, if Jeremy Corbyn does as well as he looks like he's doing at the moment, will you be pleased for him?
Yes, I will, because I will always prefer Labour over Tory. And I'd also, if he has done as well as the exit polls suggest, then I think a lot of us would have to say that we, like Theresa May, have underestimated his ability to campaign in the way that he's done. I still think that there would be big difficulties ahead, but I don't think anybody can take away the fact that he's had a very good campaign. I do think that Theresa May she called this campaign in the hope that she could exploit what she perceived to be Labour's weaknesses, and she's ended up exposing her own weaknesses massively, to the point where I think that the country just does not see her as a Prime Minister. And I think once that impression settles, I'm afraid you've had it.
But isn't it also a verdict on Blairism?
Well, look, I think that we've got to move on from the whole sort of new Labour, old Labour thing. I mean, I still think that a lot of people live their lives in the centre ground. They don't want to be either hard right or hard left. But I think, look, Jeremy Corbyn has led this campaign. I still I've always had my doubts that he'd have the reach into areas that you need to form a majority, and I mean, even with the exit poll, nobody is talking about that happening. But I just think at the moment, I totally understand why you asked me about Jeremy Corbyn, but this is an election that was called by Theresa May. It was called because she saw an opportunity to get a big majority. They absolutely thought it was there for the taking. They were complacent, they were arrogant, the campaign has been terrible, and frankly, they'll be feeling absolutely sick right now, but they brought this entirely on themselves. But more seriously, they've brought the potential, if the exit poll is right, they've brought the potential for this country, Article 50 having been triggered. We've just lost 2 months on the election. We're now possibly going to lose more time in terms of sorting out the mess that's been created. We may have to have another election. It's one of the worst strategic calls that has ever been made by a British Prime Minister.
I'm going to bring, for all that, I'm going to bring you back to the Labour Party, if I may, because I think, like it or not, this election was always about the future of the Labour Party as well, and I don't just mean in electoral terms in this particular election. John Landsman is sitting to my left here, Chair of Momentum. You have just said, Alistair Campbell, the old new Labour, old Labour thing is over. John Landsman, respond to that, and Alistair, just feel free to chat away with each other.
Look, I think that we've fought a campaign in a very united fashion in the Labour Party, and I don't want to disrupt that now. And I welcome what Alistair has said.
Goodness me.
Well, I don't see why you're surprised at that, Ian. I don't regard the manifesto that we fought this election on as a hard left manifesto. Yes, it was very much Jeremy's manifesto, and yes, it's entirely because of Jeremy that we put forward that kind of manifesto, and I think it has changed British politics in a significant way, not just in the Labour Party. But and it needed to be done, but it's not a hard left manifesto, and I'm proud of it, and I'm pleased with it, and I'm pleased that Labour has been united behind it, including Alistair.
Alistair, do you regard it as a hard left manifesto?
No. What I meant when I was talking about hard left, hard right is that the sense of the two parties. I mean, I do think that Theresa May has moved the party, particularly on Europe, substantially to the right. Also, issues like school selection and so forth. But there's no point denying that Jeremy Corbyn is to the left of where New Labour was, to the left of where I would instinctively be. And I do think, were Jeremy Corbyn, for example, to form some kind of minority government, I still think there are issues within his approach to policy and policy development for the country that would need some really, really careful examination. But listen, I am Labour, and I'm never going to... I'm a bit like Jeremy Corbyn. I can only say what I think, and I've said what I think through the whole period since Jeremy took over from.
But would you accept, though, Alistair, that this result, as we see it now, I mean, if it is anything near right, that guarantees Jeremy Corbyn's position?
Look, if Jeremy Corbyn is adding substantial number of Labour seats, if his leadership, for all the reasons that people have voted, and obviously we focus on the leaders, it's not all about the leaders, but if Jeremy Corbyn is adding substantial number of seats to where Labour stands, then I think talk of challenge, as it were, goes away. Most of the people who were predicting this election tonight, before tonight, they were basically saying that Theresa May was home and dry and done and dusted. Now, I think that what I think is possibly happening, and this is something that both the main parties really have to focus on, is it could be that the country is basically saying, we don't really want either of you, and that is going to create a sense of chaos at what is actually a moment of some peril for the country, because we're going into these Brexit negotiations very, very soon. So I don't think we should overstate the success, but I'm certainly not understating it. And I'm certainly not going to, to pretend that Jeremy Corbyn hasn't had a good campaign.
If it is, as the exit poll says, would you now row in behind Jeremy Corbyn and advise your wing of the Labour Party to do the same?
Well, it depends where we end up. I mean, look, I'm me. I don't have a wing of the Labour Party. I hope, there's two big things that I hope come out of this. As you know, Ian, and I know you think I'm obsessed, but I am genuinely worried for the country at the direction that Theresa May has taken us in with regard to Brexit. I hope that the Labour Party would have had a more, as it were, anti-Brexit position in terms of what they had in the manifesto. I understand why they had the position they did, because there's all sorts of political issues attached to this. But I think that what this election, I hope, will bring into being is, one, is that Theresa May, who's frankly been found to be totally out of her depth, goes, and I hope that there is sufficient openness of mind and sufficient sort of dialogue between different parts of the political system to say, do you know what? Partly what this is about is that the country does not want this hard and dangerous Brexit, and that the issue of Europe gets looked at again.
If Theresa May did go, I think on the results we've seen so far it's unlikely, but let's just say she did.
Yeah.
What would you advise the Tories to do in terms of a successor?
I just don't know, because, I mean, the one that people seem to be talking about sort of coming up on the rails, Amber Rudd, there's all this talk that she's going to lose her seat. I mean, it just underlines to me the absolute chaos that she has unleashed upon herself. And frankly now, Ian, even if we wake up tomorrow, well, you and I won't be waking up, we won't be going to bed, but even if the country wakes up tomorrow and we learn that actually, no, the exit poll was terribly wrong, and there's been the marginals have all sort of tilted towards the Tories and what have you, even if she ends up with a majority of 40, 50, 60, which at the moment seems, pretty unlikely, but even with that, she's so weakened. She's weakened within the country, she's weakened within the Conservative Party, and she's massively weakened in the eyes of the European Union. She has been telling the country, every vote will strengthen my hand with these terrible Europeans. Well, on that basis, every lost vote from the three-figure landslide she was planning, that weakens her, presumably. So I think she's got herself in a terrible, terrible situation, frankly, regardless of the outcome now.
Alistair, do you and people like you, if you see what I mean, politically in the Labour Party, owe Jeremy Corbyn an apology?
Well, I don't think Jeremy Corbyn would want one. I mean, I've never... I've actually, like most of the PLP, I'm not in the PLP, but most of the people in sort of what you call my wing of the Labour Party, we've actually, since the second leadership election, have kind of just kept our heads down and got on with supporting people and supporting the party, and I've been out and about doing my bit, and I think that we've got to. I honestly wish we could move on from the sense that there are these factions and wings and the rest of it, and that goes both ways, by the way. I mean, I have to tell you that, I know social media, we shouldn't take it too seriously. I get way more attack and abuse on social media from people who are Jeremy Corbyn supporters than I do, say, from, I don't know, people in other parties. And that has to stop as well.
Just very quickly, Labour have held in Middlesbrough, they've held in Workington. John Lansman, respond to what Alistair Campbell just said there about Corbyn and the position.
Well, I don't want apologies from anybody. You know, what I want is for the Labour Party to unite around the manifesto that we've just fought an election on, fought a great campaign on, and around the leader that's won two leadership elections and has delivered this remarkable turnaround in this campaign.
Alistair Campbell, thank you very much for joining us this evening. Maybe we'll speak again a little later.
I'm going to interrupt you, Sheila. I apologise. It doesn't happen very often, and I usually live to tell the tale. Lucy Powell joins us, Labour candidate in Manchester Central. Lucy, very good evening to you.
Good evening.
Now, we haven't had any results in Manchester yet. Just tell us how the campaign, though, has been affected by the events of a couple of weeks ago.
Well, I mean, I think it took, the heart out of the campaign for most of us, because it was very hard to get back onto the doorstep, to be honest. It didn't feel right for quite a few days after those attacks. But we had to lead by example. We were telling everybody else to get on with life as normal, and so we had to do that as well and dig deep and get back on the doorstep.
Lucy, stay with us a second, if you would. We just want to cross to Darlington for another live result.
UK Independence.
Oh, no, I don't think we can. The feed's gone. Lucy, you're reprieved. What are you expecting tonight?
I can just see it on the television here.
Yeah, what are you expecting tonight?
Well, I mean, this is a remarkable exit poll, and a huge sort of turnaround from what everybody was expecting. And you've got to take your hat off to Jeremy Corbyn, who's fought an optimistic, hopeful campaign, which I think is what the country wanted. And you've got to say that Theresa May is just had the most terrible election.
Lucy, we can cross back to Darlington. Let's just listen to this result.
Cuthbertson, Peter Malcolm, the Conservative Party, 19,401. Snedker Matthew Charles, Green Party candidate, 524. Therefore, I hereby give...
That's a Labour hold there. That was a seat that the Conservatives were hoping to take there. Lucy Powell, your reaction to that, a relatively marginal seat there that you have held?
Oh, it's amazing, and I could just see Jenny on the screen, on the TV in the background here, Jenny Chapman, who's our candidate there, crying with happiness, because I know it's been a really tough campaign for her. So that's amazing for Labour to hold that seat, and I think it shows now that those exit polls are going to be correct. That was absolutely a seat that the Conservatives would have expected to win, and win fairly easily, and that's not been the case. So, this is going to be an amazing evening here.
Do you regret, though, that you left Jeremy Corbyn's shadow cabinet? He's clearly done a lot better than many people thought. Wouldn't he have done better had people like you stayed within the shadow cabinet and helped him to this result?
Well, look, who knows, really? There's no point kind of second-guessing these things, because who would have thought that Theresa May would have had the utterly disastrous campaign that she's had, filled with doom and gloom, and she's started out being strong and sable and ended up just being sort of weak and robotic. I think it would be not truthful of me to say that Jeremy Corbyn has remained, an issue on the doorstep in certain parts of our constituencies. He's not universally liked, but no question at all, and I don't want to take away from what is a remarkable campaign for him. There's no question that he has at the same time hugely mobilised and enthused other parts of the electorate as well. So
particularly young people.
Absolutely, and others, actually, and others. I think many of us were running school gates campaigns through this election. Education funding has been a massive issue, and it was a bold and radical manifesto that I think offered people an opportunity of thinking that things could be better and hope for the future, whereas it's always a risk, I think, for anyone to call an election just saying, let's have more grudge of the past stick with me. That generally doesn't work in general elections, and it really hasn't worked for Theresa May, and I think it's impossible for her to stay in her job, quite honestly. I can't see her surviving the weekend. She said she would go if she lost 6 seats, and it
not
looks
quite
like
sure
she is going to
did
lose
say
6
that,
seats.
but I know where you're
Well,
coming
she said
from on
something
that.
along those lines.
Well, she said that if she lost 6
impossible to see her
seats,
stay.
Jeremy Corbyn would be conducting the EU negotiations. I think that's what she said. Sorry, go on.
I mean, what are we to make of those negotiations now? She's been telling us for the last few weeks that they're going to begin 12 days
I'm
after
more
today.
interested in what people in Brussels are making of this result at the moment.
Well, yeah, and look, what I'm really pleased about is that the community that I represent, well, I hope to represent after tonight here in Manchester, and all the sort of doors that I've been knocking on, people desperately wanted a change. They did desperately want a Labour government, even if they had some reservations about Jeremy. And now they are going to be able to get that change that they so desperately want. And young people have seen that their voice actually matters in this election, which is amazing.
Lucy, thank you. That's Lucy Powell, Labour candidate for Manchester Central. We'll be getting her result a little later. Sources are saying that Nick Clegg has probably lost in Sheffield Hallam because of the student vote. Now, if that happened, that would be one of the big headlines of the night, wouldn't it, Sheila?
Absolutely it would. And, I mean, not just because he's been there so long, but because he is such a fixture in British politics, even since stepping down as leader.
I just wonder
he just has been a fixture.
Do you not think it would be a bit of a relief to him? Because since he's left the leadership of the Liberal Democrats, he's never looked happy to me. And I just wonder whether he's at that age where he thinks, do you know, this might be a blessing in disguise. I'll go and do something else.
Well, I interviewed him, a year after he became Liberal Democrat, in fact, for a Total Politics.
Well,
you gave me the interview.
Magazine.
How kind of you, yeah. And very nice biscuits, as I recall, in his office. But anyway, by the by, he was so fond of his constituency and had a favourite view there and a favourite place. He was genuinely connected to that place. So we'll see.
Just on that as well, it says insiders. I don't know who these insiders are, but they're saying that Kate Hoey may have lost in Vauxhall. Now, who would she have lost to? The Liberal Democrats, presumably.
Well, they put a massive campaign in there, didn't they? The huge resources were put in against Kate Hoey there. It was a very strong Remain constituency. I also wonder with Kensington and Chelsea whether perhaps in the centre of London you've got some very, very strong Remainers. Not people who just voted Remain, but who really believe in Remain. And maybe that's why we're seeing what we're seeing perhaps in Battersea, Ken and Chelsea, and maybe also in Vauxhall.
Anything, I think, could have happened in Vauxhall because Liberal Democrats were actually a poor third or even fourth, I think. They were a long way behind. So the Lib Dems could have taken an awful lot of Kate Hoey's votes and allowed the Conservatives to win. So I'm not sure we should assume that Liberals would have won if Kate Hoey has lost.
I mean, if that is so, that would be an astonishing vote because the Liberal Democrats got 3,312 votes in 2015. The Conservatives got 13,070. It's not possible that the Conservatives could have won that, surely.
Does it depend how much the Labour have collapsed, though, doesn't it?
Well, Labour were on 25,778, 53.8% of the vote. Liberal Democrats, as I say, 3,312. UKIP nowhere, 1,385. Vincent McAviney is in Islington North. He has more on Nick Clegg and Sheffield Hallam. Hello, Vincent.
Hi, well, the latest I'm hearing from Labour is that they are very confident of running a close challenge to Nick Clegg in Sheffield Hallam. They think they're getting a boost from high turnout from university students in the city. And he is facing Labour's Jared O'Mara. He only had about 40% of the vote in 2015. Labour back then were on 35.8%. So they are thinking that they might be able to take the former Deputy Prime Minister, Nick Clegg, in his Sheffield Hallam seat. The other ones that they're saying they're going to take are Thurrock from Jackie Doyle Price, and also the the Deputy Leader of the Commons, Michael Ellis, another one that they think is going to fall to them tonight.
Well, interestingly, thank you, Vinny. Interesting result in Basildon South. Stephen Metcalfe, the Conservative, has been returned there with a whopping majority. And, of course, that's the next door seat to Jackie Doyle Price's seat that Vinny was referring to there. I'll just get up the result from last time, but I think that might give us quite a good indication of what's happening.
Now, you're listening to Ian Dale, Sheila Fogarty on LBC. We're with you till 5 o'clock this morning. We're still in the studio with us are Tim Montgomery, Conservative commentator, John Landsman, the chair of Momentum, Nigel Farage, former UKIP leader. We've heard Alistair Campbell this hour say that the old Labour, new Labour split, row, conversation, debate, whatever you want to call it, is over as a result of Jeremy Corbyn's performance in this general election. We've had plenty of people, callers and commentators and soon-to-be MPs, one way or another, saying that Theresa May inevitably must go because of this exit poll result that we have at the moment. But some of the extrapolations from the results we have in already would suggest that that's a bit premature. Stay with us.
On FM, online, on your mobile and on digital radio. Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 1 o'clock, Labour and the Conservatives have both increased the number of votes after a handful of early general election results. The broadcaster's exit poll predicts the Tories will be the biggest party but fall 12 seats short of a majority. Labour is predicted to make gains on 2015 with 266 seats. They've held Darlington, a key Tory target, and former Shadow Education Secretary Lucy Powell says it's an important victory.
That's amazing for Labour to hold that seat, and I think it shows now that those exit polls are going to be correct. That was absolutely a seat that the Conservatives would have expected to win and win fairly easily.
In other results declared so far, Labour has held on in various constituencies in Newcastle and Sunderland. The Tories have held Nuneaton. LBC's elections analyst Gareth Knight says Labour appears to be picking up some of the UKIP vote.
Compare that to the local elections. We saw 40% of UKIP voters in the local elections just 4 or 5 weeks ago going to the Conservatives, delivering landslide results. It's just not happening. It's going about 50-50 at the moment.
The exit poll suggests UKIP won't win any seats. The SNP will go down to 34, the Greens having 1 and Plaid Cymru 3. Former Downing Street Press Secretary Alistair Campbell has told us Theresa May's gamble has backfired.
She has been telling the country every vote will strengthen my hand with these terrible Europeans. Well, on that basis, every lost vote from the three-figure landslide she was planning, that weakens her, presumably. So I think she's got herself in a terrible, terrible situation, frankly, regardless of the outcome now.
But senior Tory Michael Gove has told LBC he's not reading too much into the exit poll or the early results.
I think it'll be the case we'll discover that more people have voted Conservative in this election than in preceding elections. More people will have voted Conservative than in 2015 and in 2010. I think that nothing is either as good or as bad as it first seems in any conflict.
The pound has plunged following the exit poll. Markets had priced in a Conservative victory with a healthy majority, giving Mrs May a strong hand in Brexit negotiations. Here's Callum Jones from The Times.
Analysts said that a clear victory for Theresa May was priced in tonight, but with the Conservatives' forecast to lose seats rather than win, the pound fell to a 7-week low in just a few minutes after the exit poll. Fears of a hung parliament sent sterling down sharply against the dollar by around 2% to 127. It also slipped against the euro, below 114.
From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Andy Ivey.
This is LBC from Global. Leading Britain's conversation. Britain decides. LBC's Election Night Live with Ian Dale and Sheila Fogarty.
2 minutes past 1 here on LBC. You can watch us on Facebook Live. If you're the sort of person that likes to see when I'm waving at Sheila Fogarty or when she's pointing at me, you'll love Facebook Live, and you can watch it also on the LBC website at lbc.co.uk.
And a lot of people on Twitter are very kindly saying that ours is the best coverage of the night, of the elections, because it feels like fun, it feels like family, it feels like friends. If you could see this table, you can see this table because you can go on LBC Facebook Live, as you were saying. It is full of sweets, grapes, tea, water, and our guests are so relaxed that John Landsman has just said to me, "Is it okay if I take a call in here?" I said, "No, John, it's really not."
Doesn't really work on the radio,
I'm drawing the line here, John Landsman of Momentum. Get out and take your call out. Well, someone has to be around here.
I think I should remind people of the exit poll, because it was 3 hours ago that we were all shocked to our core to find out that the exit poll said 300 and I'm struggling to to find it. 314 seats, I think, for the Conservatives, 266 for Labour, 34 for the SNP, and 12 for the Liberal Democrats, none for UKIP. Gareth Knight, our elections analyst, is with us. He's been crunching these numbers, and the exit poll at the moment, Gareth, looks to be somewhat out.
It's somewhat out, but it's not as far out as we thought. The results that came in from the North East, a very, very strong Leave voting area, were giving the Conservatives pushing close towards a landslide if those results had been repeated. But what we're seeing is that in some of the marginal seats, some of the seats that the two political parties traditionally contest, they're staying with the party that's currently the incumbent, but you're seeing quite a significant and interesting split in the way that UKIP voters seem to be splitting. They seem to be splitting almost exactly 50-50. So you're seeing virtually negligible movement. That we haven't had a single seat change hands. At this point, we were expecting to see quite a few. And at the moment, as things currently stand, I'm saying Conservatives 336. But every time I give you that figure, it's dropping by 1 or 2.
Jeremy Corbyn's just being pictured going home. I wonder what that can signify, John Lansman. A bit of an odd thing to do in the middle of the night on the election, isn't it?
I really can't speculate. Maybe he needs...
Well, he lives quite near where the count is. He can just pop back and forth.
Freshen up.
So we're going to see the cat. What's the cat called again?
El Gato.
El Gato.
Correct. Which means cat, doesn't it?
It does in Spanish, yeah. Muy bien. Can I just say, there's always a point on an overnight election programme where somebody calls to discuss the limitations of the first past the post system. And
is this it?
Gentlemen, we've reached that point.
Oh dear.
Alexander in Plymouth, hello.
Oh, I'm sorry I have to bore you with it.
No, you're not boring me. I love it.
Well, you've waited long enough, Alexander. It's the least we can do.
You're very patient. Fire away, Alexander.
It's a wonderfully exciting night, isn't it?
Yes.
No, I must say, the exit poll, it says, especially to me, that it is the time we abandon first past the post. I think people are bored with the binary choice that they're represented with. I definitely think it could liven up the debate a bit if, for example, the broad churches were allowed to split. But yeah, no, I definitely think it is Corbyn's night. I'm ecstatic about the exit poll.
Are you as ecstatic now?
Yeah.
Really?
I'd say so. I'm not sure about the, what was it? It was 336 figure that was given, considering the recent results. But if the exit poll is right, I think I'd be quite happy with it.
Gareth, come back in and explain why it... Stay with us, Alexander, but Gareth, come back in, Gareth Knight, come back in and tell us why it probably isn't or might not be.
OK, first of all, it almost certainly won't be exactly accurate because there's too many local issues in too many constituencies that are at stake. We certainly saw that 2 years ago in Scotland. But if we take the figures that have come in, so we look at all the constituencies that have reported so far, there is a heavy bias towards the North East in those figures. There's nothing from Scotland or Wales yet, for example. It's pointing to a Conservative gain in terms of number of seats to 336. Now, the interesting thing is going to be what happens in Scotland. Labour's figure could shoot up if they take 20-plus seats from the SNP in Scotland, which is implied from the opinion polls. Otherwise, it could be a very strange set of results. But we never really get a proper breakdown of the exit poll for the simple reason that the psephologists would never want to put their necks on the line to that level of detail. But at the moment, as things stand, it's 336 Conservative seats based on current results.
And thank you, Gareth. Alexander, I'm going to put this tweet to you from Philip Collins, who is a Times columnist, and he is a former speechwriter, I think I'm right in saying, for Tony Blair. He says... I'd love to know what you make of this, Alexander. Theresa May should make a comprehensive and generous offer to Jeremy Corbyn to form a national government. What do you reckon?
Oh, that would be the... wow.
What job would she give him, though? Assuming that she's Prime Minister.
Or he, her. I mean, depends.
Fling him into some sort of far-flung department, wouldn't she?
International aid.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Alexander, thank you very much for that. Let's quickly cross to Llanelli, where there's a declaration.
For each candidate is as follows. Arthur Murray Francis Gaynor, 7,351. Saithmil Trichant Pimdeg Ag Un. Daniels Rory, 548. Pimp Cant Pedwar Deg A Oith. Davis Stephen Andrew, 9,544. Naumil Pimpcant Pedwar Deg a Fedwar. Griffith Nia Rhiannon, 21,000.
Wow.
68. David Un Mil Pimpcant Pedeg a Oith.
Well, that's a magnificent victory for Nia Griffith there, because that was high up on Plaid Cymru's target list. Nia Griffith got 21,068 votes. That's an increase of about 6,000 on last time. Plaid Cymru were down from 8,800 to 7,300. And the Conservatives got 9,544. That's a significant advance for them. They got 5,500 last time. But Nia Griffith will be absolutely delighted by that, because she's the Labour's shadow defence spokeswoman, and she's had quite a difficult campaign. If you remember that interview I did with Emily Thornberry, which Nia Griffith then had to go on Newsnight to basically repudiate, and she does have a slightly different line, shall we say, on defence from Jeremy Corbyn, but she would be very pleased with that. She will regard that as complete vindication for her position. Gareth Knight, is there anything that we can read more widely into the Welsh results? So that is, I think, the first one from Wales, isn't it?
It is. The one that is literally coming through right at this second, which is Wrexham, is probably the one that we most want to read something into, though, and that appears to have stayed Labour. Now, interestingly, the Conservatives are missing all of their targets so far. Labour aren't exactly doing great either, but we haven't had many Conservative seats with small majorities that have come through yet. So it's starting to become a little bit interesting, because Wrexham should... I had Wrexham in the Conservative column.
Well, it's only a majority of 1,831. Rob Hayward is back with us, electoral pollster. We haven't had a single seat won or lost yet. They've all been holds, haven't they?
They have, and the interesting thing about Wrexham and the bad news for the Tories is that at the... there's a slight... You're looking worried about the microphone.
Just put your mouth a bit closer to it, that's all. Yeah.
There's... In May... At the local elections, the Conservative candidate
Rob, we're going to come back to you, because no, that
won't work.
Right, your microphone is now on.
My microphone is now on. Okay, sorry about that. At the May elections, the Conservative candidate for the general fought a ward and got 72%, and looked at big swings in a whole series of wards in Wrexham, and it looked an absolutely dead cert Conservative gain. And what we've seen is, as has just been said, a just miss by the Conservative Party, and we had that in Darlington as well. So I think the Conservatives seem to be missing the marginals, and the indications I've got are they're going to lose some seats and not pick up many others outside Scotland. The indications are, despite my earlier question mark about the SNP decline, that in fact the SNP are going to lose to both the Labour Party and the Conservative Party in Scotland. It'll be very
interesting when we get some Scottish results. John Lansman, that Wrexham result might be quite significant when we sort of finish the programme at 5 o'clock.
Well, it's a disappointing evening, obviously, for Plaid. It's a disappointing result for all small parties.
That should have been. That was tipped to be a Conservative gain. They're only 1,800 votes behind there, or they were.
Yeah, well, look, it's still relatively early in the night, and we've now had 2 Welsh results. But of course, in the early part of the campaign, the Conservatives were showing in the polls very, very high indeed in Wales. The reverse has probably been, I haven't checked the figures, but probably been worse for the Conservatives in Wales than it has even in England, and it's been bad enough in England.
Interesting point here from Daniel on Twitter. He says, still of the opinion that this election was called to destroy Nicola Sturgeon. Thoughts, Tim Montgomery? Because, in a sense, it won't have destroyed her, but it will have certainly held her back from calling for another referendum, if indeed the exit poll proves to be right.
It's a nice theory, but I think this election was called for the very simple reason that Theresa May thought that she'd win a very healthy majority, because Labour looked like it was led by someone who was easily going to be defeated by her, and that calculation now looks like to have been a catastrophic misjudgment. I think it's dangerous, though, for, listening to some of the Labour people that have been on the programme so far, talking to you and Sheila, Alistair Campbell, Lucy Powell. I think Theresa May has run such an abysmal campaign. She's been such a poor Prime Minister. Jeremy Corbyn has turned up and he's looked presentable.
Have you been talking to George Osborne?
George Osborne certainly looks like he's enjoying tonight.
Sorry, I was drawing your attention, Ian, to the first seat to change hands of the night. Labour have gained Rutherglen in the central belt of Scotland from the SNP.
And that is a majority of 9,975. Well, I'll tell you what, that's going to put a smile on John Lansman's face.
Certainly is.
Because, I mean, if that is replicated over Scotland, they are going to regain quite a few seats.
I think that's right, and look, we thought it was going to take a very long time to reverse the situation in Scotland, which of course was absolutely dire at the last election for us. I spent 2 weeks in the last election campaigning in Scotland, and it was not a pleasant experience.
If this is replicated in other results in Scotland, what do you put that down to? Because Labour have been in the doldrums in Scotland for several years, haven't they?
Well, at the end of the day, this was a contest fought between Jeremy Corbyn and Theresa May in the eyes of a lot of voters.
But only a year ago, Labour were in third place in Scotland.
Well. That's true. Well, I think it looked like it was going to be that again.
I suspect it's two things. I think Kezia Dugdale has performed very well as the leader in Scotland, and I think that the fact that Nicola Sturgeon was so keen to start talking again about independence. There would have been lots of people who may have been quite happy with her up until that point, as a strong leader, maybe not supporting independence, but who just thought, enough now, we've done this.
But in 2015, when I was campaigning in Scotland, what SNP voters were saying on the doorstep actually sounded quite similar in lots of ways to what UKIP voters in England were saying on the doorstep. They wanted a change. They thought independence would deliver that change, just like a lot of people in England thought that Brexit would deliver that change. But actually,
normal service.
Jeremy Corbyn also offers that change, and the manifesto we presented. And so, we actually had, in Jeremy's first leadership election campaign, it was embarrassing, unfortunately, the number of SNP supporters who came to his rallies.
Some people are suggesting a recount in Hastings, Amber Rudd's constituency. I don't know, that's unverified. I'm just seeing rumours on Twitter. These things sometimes don't turn out to be true, but again, that would be, if Nick Clegg loses, if Amber Rudd loses, I don't know which one would be considered the most shocking, Rob Hayward.
I was going to make a broad comment, and that is about this evening, that the fact that Labour have made the first gain is symbolic of the night. I said earlier on this evening that we might see quite a lot of seat churn in different parts of the country going in different directions, and certainly the position in Scotland looks as if that might be the case, and what's going on in London apparently. But that is reflected, and the exit poll is reflected in Labour making the first gain, the first change of the night.
But
we may see other results.
The Conservative vote share went up 12%, Labour's by 2.3%, and the SNP down by 15.5%. So that's, the Scottish Tories will think that's quite a good result for them.
And I think they're absolutely right. And I think the indications of what is being said on Twitter and other places is that the Conservatives are also going to make gains off the SNP in Scotland. So not only will it be a bad night possibly for Theresa May, but it looks as if it's going to be a bad night for Nicola Sturgeon as well.
If Theresa May does hang on to her majority, and it's a big if at this stage, she'll owe it to Ruth Davidson, from the look of it, and Ruth Davidson's campaign in Scotland, which has been stellar.
Silo on Twitter says, quick, somebody get that Muppet Ian Dale on camera, not so smug now, at Paul Mason News.
In fact, I'm going to tell you, there was a point at which I didn't draw it to your attention, Ian, that I was looking at you, but over your head on that giant screen behind you was an equally large image of Paul Mason. And
I suspect we might be reunited on Newsnight tomorrow.
Now listen, I've just tweeted. If you're looking at Twitter, it's a very visual joke, but I will try and tell it on the radio. It's not easy because the visual is bad language. But here we go. I'm going to have a go. It's a tweet from Brett Mendoza. I have retweeted it and said, not sure this joke will stand by 7 in the morning, so I'm retweeting it now. And he says, Theresa May, she's been running through that wheat field again. And you click on the picture, and it's not quite a crop circle. It's more like a crop F ending in a K.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, it's funny.
Sheila, wash
terrible
your
language,
mouth out.
but it's very funny. I urge you to take a look.
We have a result from your home area in Birkenhead. 76.9% for Labour.
You know that's on the other side of the water.
I do.
Yeah.
Okay. But it's No, I won't say it.
Yeah, and Holton. What were you going to say?
No. I've offended Liverpool once already.
You were about to say it's posher, weren't you?
No.
Oh, good, because you couldn't be further from the truth.
Go on, get on with it.
Let's go to the break, and then Ian can tell me what he was going to say, and then I'll tell you. Here we go.
This is LBC.
When you hear a PPI commercial like this, you think, I wonder if I ever did have PPI, and maybe I should claim with the deadline being announced. And then you think, oh, but I'm not sure where my paperwork is. So you end up doing nothing. Well, here's the easiest thing in the world to do. Just text the word EASY to 60777, and the claims guys will conduct a free search to discover if you ever had PPI. And then you can decide to pursue the claim yourself or get the claims guys to do it for you. Text EASY to 60777 now.
The claims guys.
Hi. Hi, I'm here to trade in my trainers. Trade in your trainers? Yeah, they're really old. Didn't buy them here. Seen better days, to be honest. I wouldn't get too close. I want to put them towards some lovely new ones. Sorry, sir, we don't do that. Really? Vauxhall do? I just got £2,000 for my old banger to put towards a brand new car.
Yes, you can afford a new car. Scrap your old car, and on top of our other great offers, we'll give you £2,000 scrappage to put towards a shiny new Vauxhall. Visit your local retailer or search Vauxhall Scrappage for more information. Trading car registered in your name for at least 90 days. Offer available to individuals and small businesses. UK supplied vehicles only. Exclusions apply. Limited time at participating retailers. Full T's and C's apply.
It's Super Weekend at Lidl with up to 40% off selected products. Get a bottle of Côte de Rhône Village for just $2.99. 40 all-in-one dishwasher tablets only $1.99. A 630ml bottle of laundry gel just 99p. And a family-sized block of mature cheddar only $1.99. Lidl, big on quality, little on price. Subject to availability and may vary selected stores while stocks last.
Call 0345 6060 973. Britain decides. Election Night Live with Ian Dale and Sheila Fogarty on LBC.
1 here on LBC. Well, as many of you know, I spend a lot of time in Norfolk. I'm very interested in, obviously, North Norfolk, the seat I stood in 2005. That's been heavily tipped to go Conservative this time. Norman Lamb, the Liberal Democrat incumbent there, he was considered to be 100% certain to lose by a lot of the pollsters. I'm not so sure about that now. Also, at the beginning of the campaign, when there was talk of a Conservative majority, Norwich South was thought to be in play. That's the seat of Clive Lewis. That really isn't in play anymore at all. He must be a relieved man, and he joins me on the line now. Hello, Clive.
Hi, Ian. How are you?
Very well. Are you I know you haven't had your result yet, but you must be reasonably confident.
Yes, we are reasonably confident. The sampling so far seems to show that we seem to have won across the board. So, yeah, I think we're feeling confident at this stage of the evening, especially given the exit poll. I think even if that fats in with the kind of historical parameters, then I think there's quite a few Labour MPs tonight that will also be feeling optimistic who otherwise weren't throughout much of the election.
Tom Newton-Dunn, the Sun political editor, he's just tweeted that CCHQ now fear a total clear-out of Tory MPs from London. He says his source says London is looking horrible. Revenge of the Remainers. Well, that would be quite something, wouldn't it?
Well, look, I have very little sympathy. In fact, I have no sympathy for them. Theresa May called this election a completely unnecessary election. She then, kind of came into this election saying, hey, I am the greatest, Muhammad Ali style, and proceeded to trip over her own feet and didn't turn up into the ring. And, you wonder what's happened. This ultimately will fall on her head. I think the one certainty from this election is that she's toast. She will not be Prime Minister I'd give her months. I don't know if she's going to survive the next 48 hours, to be quite frank. She may fall on her own sword. But I think that the winner in this, ultimately, is Jeremy Corbyn. I understand we may well, according to the exit poll, have lost. And I was saying just now, you don't win elections by losing. But this does have a Dunkirkian feel to it, a kind of turning point. Churchill said you don't win wars by retreating. Well, you don't win elections by losing, but this does feel to have something of a turning point to it. We offered a manifesto of hope, of change. They offered a thin gruel of hopelessness.
Clive, if you don't mind, do you mind if I just interrupt you, because the Tooting result is about to be announced, which I think could tell us an awful lot. We'll try and come back to you if we can in a second. Let's go over to Tooting.
As follows: Rosanna Chantel Alim Khan, Labour Party, 34,000.
I'm going to say wow.
34,694. Ryan Coshall, UK Independence Party, 339. Alexander James Glassbrook, Liberal Democrats, 3,057. Esther Obiri Darko, Green Party, 845. Daniel Richard Watkins, the Conservative Party candidate, 19,236.
That's a massive majority there. If you look at the 2015 result, and that, remember, Rosina Alim Khan won that in a by-election, but if you compare that to Sadiq Khan's result in 2015, the Labour vote is up by nearly 10,000. The Conservative vote has, 19,000. It's fallen by 3,000. So that would indicate that Tom Newton-Dunn tweet is probably rather accurate. Clive Lewis, you're still with us. I think your reaction to that result in London?
I am absolutely over the moon for Rosina. She is such a brilliant MP. I know she was nervous, but she's absolutely smashed it out of the park. I also think that looks like the Conservatives aren't down that much, which does look like Labour have squeezed, I think, the Liberal Democrat and Green vote there in that seat, which does say a lot. And I think that's what we're seeing.
Well, actually, the Liberal Democrat
like
vote was up by 1,000, bizarrely. I think the turnout must have been massive here.
It must have been massive. So what's the share? You don't know what the share of the vote is, though, do you?
Not at the moment, no.
Okay. Well, no, I'm absolutely ecstatic for Rosina. She's a brilliant MP, and you know the people of Tooting have made their voice loud and clear tonight, and I'm so pleased for her. I'm chuffed to bits for her, actually.
Do you now regret leaving the shadow cabinet?
Not at all. I was thinking about that tonight. If the same, I know hindsight is a great thing, but considering what was at stake, the issues at stake, if that choice came up again, I'd make the same choice again. It was the right thing to do, and no, I don't in any way regret it.
Sam Coates in The Times has just tweeted, running through fields of wheat is now officially the second worst thing Theresa May ever did, Clive.
I think
Bravo, Sam, that's good.
The lesson here is to get out a bit more. I think she's led a very sheltered life. I can tell you that my most naughty thing, I think I'd probably be running from the police if I told you my most naughty thing.
Shocking.
Come on, we need an exclusive on this show, Clive.
I think we should all do our naughtiest thing.
Let's finish off with a serious question. You know as well as I do that if this night had turned out a very different way, I would be asking you about running for the leadership. Now, clearly that's off the table now.
I'm so pleased that's off the table.
Would you come back into Jeremy Corbyn's shadow cabinet if he asked you?
We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Yeah, and look, Jeremy...
Bit of a hesitation there. You must have thought about it.
Look, because I haven't had my result back yet. Come on, give me a break. Right. So I haven't had my result back yet. I'm not going to count my chickens. Let's get over the line. Let's see what happens. See where we are. But you know what? I think, Jeremy's got a very different mandate if this goes according to the exit poll than just 2 leadership elections. As I think, it's a time for a period of quiet reflection for quite a few people in the party. We haven't won, but you know what? We've exceeded all expectations, and I think, given that the share of the vote could be up, we could actually be up on seats as well. No, it's not a win, but my God, he has, I think, blown the political kind of orthodox playbook wide open, and I think he deserves some respect for that. And a big shout out.
Do you think Norwich North might be in play for you with Chloe Smith?
I'm hearing it is. Now, Chloe Smith spent a lot of time down in Norwich South campaigning. I imagine tonight, as that count goes on, she wished she spent more time in Norwich North.
Well, we'll soon find out.
I'm hoping my colleague Chris Jones has taken that, and whatever happens, I think her majority is going to be in the danger zone if she does win, but I'm hoping that we've snatched that.
Clive, thank you. That's Clive Lewis, Labour candidate for Norwich South. His result should be in the next hour or two, I would have thought. Very quickly, Rob Hayward, you have some news.
Talking about seats going all over the place, Lib Dem rumours are that both Nick Clegg and Sarah Olney in Richmond have lost, but, quote, Bath, Twickenham, Vauxhall and East Dunbartonshire are looking better. So you've got them gaining and losing in different directions.
Let's go to Vincent McAviney, who's with the Corbyn camp, but in Islington North. But we saw a photo, half an hour ago, Ian, of him going back home. Is that right, Vincent?
He is at home at the moment, and that's just about a 5-minute drive away from where I am now at this count. He's expected to come here at about 2 o'clock. And the latest from the Labour camp is that Nick Clegg is gone. They have managed to beat the former Deputy Prime Minister in his Sheffield Hallam constituency. He had a majority of 2,353. And also former government minister Anna Soubry, who became a pro-Remainer, the leader of that in her own party, the Conservatives. She had a majority of 4,287.
Vincent, I'm going to interrupt you. Let's go to Paisley in Renfrewshire South. Mary Black might be in trouble. She's got 16,964 votes. Let's get the rest.
6. Eileen McCartan, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 1,327. And Amy Louise Thompson, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 8,100.
So Mary Black there of the SNP. Keeping her
I have no idea. Did Mary Black win? She's kept her seat.
Yeah,
so she will be mightily relieved. Let's go to West Bromwich East for Tom Watson's result. He's the deputy leader of the Labour Party. You might not remember that, seeing as he's hardly figured in this campaign.
John Dell, Green Party, 533. Rankin Colin Nicholas, Independent.
Conservatives here, 14,951.
Trench Karen, Liberal Democrats, 625. Watson, Tom, the Labour Party candidate, 22,664.
Tom Watson there, comfortably.
That's a comfortable victory for Tom Watson there, 22,664 votes. That was a seat at one point in this election campaign, believe it or not, the Conservatives thought they could take. Gareth Knight, what do you make of these these spat of results that we've just had?
It's increasingly looking fairly good for Labour, or should I say it's looking bad for the Conservatives. So there's no question about it. The exit poll, every election we always question the exit poll, and every election the exit poll tends to be broadly right. It is heading that way. The Conservatives are just not hitting any of their targets, and Labour seem to be, if anything, increasing their vote. And the analysis of this is going to be fascinating, because we're seeing the UKIP vote splitting broadly 50-50, and we're seeing significant increases in turnout as well. And it does look as if Corbyn has motivated Labour voters in a way that I don't think anyone really predicted.
Let's go to David Mundell, Secretary of State for Scotland, who's speaking to us from Dumfries. Good evening to you. Well, good morning.
Evening.
Good morning. Sorry, we've done
it. Is. Of course it is.
It's now 1 in the morning.
You seduced me into thinking it was the evening.
Steady on.
I seduced myself into thinking it was as well. Now, Mary Black's results has just come in, an SNP hold. We've had Labour gains, and we have expected Tory gains over the likes of Alex Salmond. Your thoughts?
Well, we don't know the exact results in a number of these constituencies, but what's clear is the Conservatives are doing extremely well tonight in Scotland, and I think that is on the basis, firstly, obviously, Ruth Davidson's very strong leadership in the general election campaign, with the message that we were totally opposed to having another independence referendum. And I think in the seat that the SNP lost to Labour, one of the features there was a big rise in the Conservative vote. So I think we've had a separate and different election in Scotland, which has been very much about sending a message to Nicola Sturgeon and the SNP.
David Mundell, can I be rude? Can I be rude and press pause? But I promise I'll come back to you. Tom Watson is giving a speech about what this election result means for Theresa May at the moment.
Bloody difficult woman. She boasted about it. The public saw that she was just a woman who was finding it all a bit too bloody difficult. Labour fought a people-powered campaign pitting passion and principle against the Tories' corporate millions, and we did better than many said we would. People responded well to Jeremy Corbyn's honesty, integrity, candour and energy, just as they saw Theresa May run away from holding herself to account. And they saw through the misunderstandings, they saw through the lies of the Murdoch machine, who tried to frighten people into voting Tory. I want to see more communities represented by Labour MPs, and it looks like that might happen. I hope we'll see more Labour victories tonight, and more Labour supporters celebrating in the hours to come. The next few hours, maybe the next few days, look very uncertain, but one thing can be sure. Theresa May's authority has been undermined by this election. She is a damaged Prime Minister whose reputation may never recover. People in this country were crying out for something more than what the Tories have given us for the last 7 years. They want something to hope for. They've responded to a positive campaign. We don't yet know how this election will turn out, but we know that people vote for hope. Thank you.
That's the Deputy Leader of the Labour Party, Tom Watson, who has just retained his West Bromwich seat. Now, John Landsman, I'm getting a sense that some kind of conciliation, reconciliation, forgiveness, newfound joy and togetherness is breaking out in the Labour Party. Am I going too far?
Well, I hope it is. That's what I want. I want to. I said it to Alison Campbell. I think I want people to unite around the policies that we got in the manifesto, which did give a lot of people hope, which helped to have this fantastic turnaround in this campaign. Not quite far enough, perhaps, but still remarkable.
Okay. And just on that, before we go back to David Mundell, Tom Watson has been invisible in this campaign, hasn't he? He's Deputy Leader of the party. He's hardly appeared on the media.
Well, he's a formidable campaigner who's been touring the country.
But why hasn't he appeared on the media if he's such a formidable politician?
Well, I think that I don't know why I don't choose who goes on the media. Right. I think inevitably Jeremy and John McDonnell, Shadow Chancellor, have done a lot of the fronting. Yes.
David Mundell, back with the Secretary of State for Scotland. You're in Dumfries. Yours is a very, very marginal seat. Are you confident of holding it?
I'm confident, but it's not. You don't know that until it's declared. But we've seen two results in Scotland. Both of those have shown big swings to the Conservatives, and I think that is consistent with the fact that the Conservatives have, under Ruth Davidson, has fought an excellent campaign. We've been very, very focused on the key issue here in Scotland. It has been in fact, a very different election because it's been about sending a clear message to Nicola Sturgeon and the SNP that we don't want another divisive second Scottish independence referendum.
You praised Ruth Davidson there. I noticed you didn't praise Theresa May. This has been a disaster of a campaign for her, hasn't it?
I don't think we can say that at this stage in the proceedings. There are a lot of results to come across England. It's quite clear that the results there are varied. There are regional variations. Results I saw before I came to this count weren't consistent with the national opinion poll. So I think the time for going over the campaign is once we know the full result across the United Kingdom, and I'm sure there'll be a drains up. But this has been an unprecedented campaign with external events, the Manchester event, the London attack. It's been a disjointed campaign for which there hasn't been momentum. So there have been all sorts of factors in the background. There have been these regional variations which we're discussing just now. So it's not been a campaign like any other.
David Mundell, thank you. That's David Mundell, the Secretary of State for Scotland. Well, lots of results coming in. So we're going to the news now. It's 1:37 here on LBC. It's Britain Decides with Sheila Fogarty and me, Ian Dale.
In the early election results, Labour has made its first gain of the night, narrowly taking Rutherglen and Hamilton West from the SNP. They've also held Wrexham, a key Conservative target. Robert Hayward, elections analyst and Conservative peer, has told LBC the Tories have so far failed to make the breakthrough they'd hoped for.
At the May elections, the Conservative candidate for the general fought a ward and got 72% and looked at big swings in a whole series of wards in Wrexham. And it looked absolutely dead cert Conservative gain, and what we've seen is, as has just been said, a just miss by the Conservative Party, and we had that in Darlington as well.
It comes after a shock exit poll suggested the Conservatives would win 314 seats, 12 seats short of an overall majority. The poll puts Labour on 266, the SNP on 34 and the Lib Dems on 14. LBC's senior reporter Vincent McAvenny reports from Jeremy Corbyn's North London constituency.
Labour's jubilance at that exit poll result is starting to temper as seats come back around the country. But the party is confident that they might be challenging former Deputy Prime Minister Nick Clegg in Sheffield Hallam and that Amber Rudd, the Home Secretary, is looking precarious. Elsewhere, Jane Ellison, the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, is also in Labour's sights, and they think Gavin Barwell, the Housing Minister, is gone. Vincent McAviney, LBC, Islington North.
Conservative candidate Amanda Soloway is defending Derby North, the most marginal seat in England. She told us Theresa May has to stay on as Prime Minister.
I have to say, you know, she has been an incredible Prime Minister. If anybody's ever seen her in the chamber when she's been talking, especially at Prime Minister's questions, you know, opposite Corbyn, there is no doubt in my mind that she will be a far better Prime Minister, and I have no doubt that she will be Prime Minister tomorrow morning.
Former UKIP leader Nigel Farage insists the party could benefit if the country faces a hung parliament. He told us if we finish up without a government with a clear majority pushing for Brexit, then a huge gap opens in the political landscape for UKIP once again. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Andy Ivey.
This is LBC.
Block management. Two very simple words. But what do they actually mean? Well, there's budget approval for starters, then service charge invoices, health and safety paperwork, cleaning, gardening, maintenance, inspections, contracts, insurance, emergency call-outs, and a whole lot more besides.
So for complete block management solutions, just remember 3 simple letters: ABC. ABC Estates will take care of all your day-to-day management, leaving you as happy as Larry. See abcestates.co.uk or call 0800 888 6688.
A night on the town, just like you used to. Hubby's minding the little one. You're going to make this night count. Comfy king-size bed, currently being used as a wardrobe. Sort that later. Hair blow-dried. Face on. Check you out. Looking good. Meet up with the ladies at the bar, cheeky glass of fizz, and strut out into the night. Yep, you've still got it. Whatever your story, this is a great place to start. Premier Inn. Premier You.
King-size bed subject to availability.
Westway, there's no other way.
Crossover to a crossover with Westway Nissan. From the super stylish Duke and multi-award-winning Qashqai to the adventure-seeking X-Trail, the Nissan crossover range has never been so affordable. There's deposit contributions of up to £4,000, low monthly payments and representative 4.99% APR finance. Subject to status. To find the perfect crossover for you, make your way to Westway.
Google Westway Nissan today.
Britain Decides. Election Night Live. With Ian Dale and Sheila Fogarty on LBC. Text 84850.
19 minutes to 2. We've got results from Putney. Justine Greening has held her seat, I think with a reduced majority, if I'm right.
Massively.
And Labour have won the Vale of Clwyd in North Wales by a couple of thousand. The former MP Chris Ruane has regained that seat. The SNP has held Dumbartonshire West. So the results coming in thick and fast at the moment. Let's go to our resident pollster and elections analyst, Gareth Knight, if I can come to you first. Labour on the up again.
Yeah, definitely. Vale of Clwyd was Labour's 4th target, so number 4. So if they won that, it would effectively get rid of the Conservative majority, and they have won it. And they're gaining seats elsewhere as well. So. Well, they're anticipated to gain seats elsewhere. There was some talk about Putney being a potential loss to the Conservatives, but that doesn't seem to have happened. We haven't actually seen the figures on that yet. Have we seen the figures?
It's a very small Tory majority, which is a massive reduction, and does not augur well for Jane Ellison in the seat next door. So the prospects for Battersea, and of course we've had the other Wandsworth seat in Tooting, which showed a huge swing to the Labour Party as well. So again, the message possibly for Battersea is a potential loss there for the Conservative Party.
There's also something that needs to be said about Wales. The Conservatives actually overperformed in Wales 2 years ago, won an awful lot of seats by a very small margin. But we all kind of thought that Welsh Labour supporters were more Methodist than Marxists. They were the much softer version of Labour supporters. But it seems that they're actually coming out in quite significant numbers for Jeremy Corbyn. Now, I don't know enough details about what the current politics is in Wales. I don't know if there's some issues there that might mean that we are getting slightly different results there.
I saw quite a lot of vox pops, in the weeks of the 7 weeks of the elections in the valleys and places like that, with people saying, oh, no, I'm going to hold my nose and my grandfather will be spinning in his grave, but I can't vote Labour under Corbyn. election. I mean, I don't know whether that was just, one or two reports here and there, but, that stuck in my mind. Tim, I just want to ask you on the Conservative situation before we go to Theresa May's constituency. You have said it's a question of when, not if, she goes. Is Ruth Davidson an option as a replacement?
I think if she was in Parliament, I think she'd be a very good candidate for the Tory leadership, but she hasn't stood in this election. She's leader of the Scottish Parliament, but she didn't stand for the Westminster Parliament. So I think
a future name.
I think if Ruth can find a way of getting into Parliament, and it's not clear that, although the Tories think will make gains in Scotland today, it's not clear that they'll have safe Tory seats in Scotland. But yes, she would be a great leadership candidate if she was able to. And
I've got the figures here in front of me for the shortest premierships in the last 100 years. Andrew Bonar Law it was, wasn't it, in 211 days in 1922 to 3. Ramsay MacDonald, 288 days in 1924. Theresa May has been Prime Minister for 331 days.
Alec Douglas who?
I can't remember.
Honestly, what a letdown.
I'm Celebrity Mastermind champion, don't forget.
Okay.
I'm dining out on that one still.
Rich Walters, who's a colleague of ours here at Global Radio, he's a DJ on Radio X but listens to LBC a lot. He says, quick peek at Ian Dale and Sheila Fogarty's LBC live feed. Wasn't expecting an advert for Hooters. What's Hooters?
Hooters.
I don't know. Obviously something unusual. Let's go to Richard Suchet, probably not before time. LBC reporter, he's in Maidenhead with the Theresa May camp. Hello, Richard. I imagine a rather depressed atmosphere there.
I would say subdued atmosphere, actually, Ian. I mean, I think there is I'll stop short of saying a sense of denial, but I think, the phrase I'm hearing over and over again is, let's wait and see, let's wait and see. But it's fair to say that after that exit poll came out at 10 o'clock, Tory supporters were conspicuous by their absence here, but they've started crawling out the woodwork now. They're refusing to be drawn on what may or may not happen in the coming hours, refusing to be drawn on whether Theresa May's position is tenable, but they're here. They're drinking coffee in the cafe. They're now talking to the media, but they're subdued. They're not saying that this is a great night for the Conservatives. How could they possibly? But they're not saying it's a disaster either. You've just been discussing on air, haven't you, about whether Ruth Davidson would be a good replacement for Theresa May if she should stand down in the coming hours and days. One other point to raise in terms of what a terrible evening it is turning out to be at the moment for the Conservatives, and that is what is happening in Hastings and Rye, Amber Rudd's seat. She is, of course, the Home Secretary. Some people felt that she was supposed to be the leader in waiting. Rewind a few days and you'd have said that if Theresa May had to resign post-election, which few people thought was likely, then Amber Rudd would be a likely successor. Well, now her agent is saying that her re-election as an MP is too close to call, so that would be a big story if she was not able to hold on to that seat and was to lose her post. So that is one to keep an eye on, and if that was to happen, well, then I think the mood here in Maidenhead in Theresa May's constituency would change. Theresa May is actually the only candidate that hasn't arrived yet here in Maidenhead. That's hardly surprising.
You sound surprised.
Yeah, exactly. She's not going to want to hang around, is she? But we've got Elmo, we've got the Monster Raving Mad Looney Party. Lord Buckethead, I can see, has just arrived. And we, of course, have the Labour, Lib Dem and UKIP candidates as well. I'll see if I can catch a word with Lord Buckethead in a minute.
And I can see Emily Thornberry arriving at her count as well.
And the Conservatives have held Havant, Warwickshire North and South Norfolk. No great surprise there. The seat count at the moment is 19 for the Conservatives, 29 for Labour, 3 for the SNP and 3 results in from Northern Ireland. I don't think in Northern Ireland there's any changes so far. I'm looking at Gareth Knight, hopefully. No.
Jim Waterson of BuzzFeed has tweeted, Boris Johnson is, quotes, already on manoeuvres, according to one Tory MP who says the Foreign Secretary is sounding out a few colleagues about leadership. Tim Montgomery on that. Is that likely?
Well, you had David Mundell a little while ago, professing public loyalty. The texts and private messages I'm receiving from Conservative MPs and ministers are furious. There are certainly things that I can't repeat on air. I think she's in desperate trouble as Prime Minister.
Let's cross to Angus, where there's in fact, let's not cross to Angus because it's already been announced, a Conservative gain from the SNP. 18,148 for Kirsten Hare, 15,504 4 from Mike Weir for the SNP, the incumbent MP there. Rob Hayward, your comments on that?
The significance of that is that Angus was not in the first 10 or 12 seats that the Tories were expecting.
Used to be a Tory seat, didn't it?
Used to be a Tory seat, but there's rather a lot of those in Scotland that used to be Conservative seats. But as I say, Angus was not one of the top of the list targets, and I'm just seeing that the Conservative share went up 16%, which is roughly what the other seats in Scotland have shown, that the Conservatives have gained that sort of 14, 15, 16%.
Now, where would that leave Alex Salmond?
That would leave him in serious trouble, and also Angus Robertson, the leader of the SNP in Westminster.
So when the exit poll predicted 34 seats for the SNP, and I ridiculed that, got that one wrong as well.
Well, it's beginning to look
trend
like that
developing
with the losses for the SNP to both Labour and to the Tories. Can I just pick up on the comments about Ruth Davidson, because I've been campaigning in Scotland, and that is that Ruth Davidson, when the list of candidates was put forward for the general election, she was very careful to ensure that the MSPs didn't all stand for Westminster seats, because she was very keen that she should be seen to be the leader of the Scottish Tories, and that the strength of the Tories at Holyrood was not denuded, and I don't think she has the view in the short term at all that she wants to come down here for that reason. She wants to build up the strength of rebuild the strength of the Tories in Scotland.
Just on, we've got an accumulation of the votes so far in Scotland. 5 seats have been declared. The Conservative vote up by 12%, Labour vote up by 0.9%, Lib Dem vote up by 1.2%, the SNP down 14%. I've no idea what that means in terms of where we're likely to end up.
Can I just draw your attention also to Yeovil? I don't know whether you want to comment on it or should I, but the majority is a big majority. It's the first seat we've had from the southwest in the seats which the Lib Dems lost to the Tories last time round, and it's a huge Tory majority, and therefore indicates the prospect for the Lib Dems in the southwest not particularly good.
That's David Law's old seat. Conservatives up 12%, Labour up 5%, Lib Dems down 3%, UKIP down 13%, and I think that's going to be the trend right across the southwest. Don't see any Lib Dem revival in the southwest at all. Of course, that was David Law's former seat. Sheila.
I'm going to go all David Attenborough because I have a lesser spotted Tory from Liverpool. Paul, hello.
Hi. Yeah, when Theresa May got elected, I rang up Ian Dale and said her acceptance speech was not a Conservative speech. She has no Conservative principles, no Conservative zeal, no Conservative vision. She's very bland, left of centre, and she's fought an awful campaign. She's missed an open goal, and she has to go.
Well, Labour have told us she's the most right-wing leader we've ever had in this country. Well, it can't be both.
Well, yeah, Labour will always say that about any Conservative, but she's not really stood out on the key principles of cutting taxation, stopping, really, I mean, her promises on immigration are empty because she's never delivered on them, and she just doesn't seem to have any fundamental Conservative principles to me. She's a technocrat. She's back to the Heath, you know, she's just a management politician.
Hang on, stay there, Paul. Tim Montgomery, you're nodding at the technocrat.
I can't disagree with that. I think the reason why she started this campaign with such a strong standing was people still didn't really know her, and they projected their idea of what they hoped she might be onto her, and as the campaign unfolded, and she really didn't have anything to say on any big issue. And Paul, I think it is the caller, was right that we haven't had an offer on tax, we haven't had an offer on housing or any of the issues that really can move votes. And it's the failure to fill in to colour in her profile to motivate voters is that why we're in this mess.
Just a quick tweet from Kevin Maguire, late of this parish. Oh, the irony if Scotland saves Theresa May, Conservatives gain Angus. John Landsman, how do you see Theresa May? Do you see her as this sort of right-wing extreme leader, or do you have some sympathy with what Paul says, that she's a bit more of a technocrat, and in some cases, I mean, she's stolen some of Ed Miliband's policies, hasn't she?
Well, and she's stolen some of Jeremy Corbyn's rhetoric, actually. I mean, she's talking, our language, but obviously not practising it, practising the policies. So she's very hard to pin down. The idea that she hasn't got much politics, I can perhaps sympathise with.
OK, Paul, I'm going to put you on on the spot. If Theresa May decided to quit, who would you like to see replace her?
Michael Gove.
Not going to happen.
Yeah, I know, but he speaks clearly. He's got a great Conservative mindset, and he connects with people. He won that Leave campaign. He knows how to organise campaigns. He knows how to organise parties. He'd be a great leader.
OK, Paul, thank you for that. It's a shame he's not here to hear that. You might put the idea into his head. The SNP have held Dundee East. No surprise there. Labour have held West Bromwich West, and Labour have held Sefton Central. So the results now coming in thick and fast. Wolverhampton North East. That was the Tories hoped to gain that. Emma Reynolds has won that by a 5,000 majority.
We can go to Theo Usherwood in Westminster, who I'm told has been doing a pub crawl of the area, but not drinking. I take it at the same time. Theo.
I've been on the orange juice and lemonades, Sheila, and I've been over to the Blue Boar, which is, of course, a Conservative haunt. That's where they like to frequent. It is dire. 2 years ago, I think I was speaking to you from just outside, and they were drinking champagne out of women's stiletto shoes. Now the party.
Do people really do that?
No, they did it in front of me.
Idiots.
That was the mood as David Cameron won that unexpected majority. I can tell you, Sheila, it was very different when I spoke to a few activists a few moments ago.
I think she probably forgot that half this country are seriously frustrated about the idea of leaving the European Union. That is it, and punish the party that took them into it. I think she probably now regrets calling an election.
If David Cameron and George Osborne were standing across the street, and I could say, so I'll whistle them over, I'll bring them over, and I'll get them to come back to the party, how much will you pay me?
Everything I've got is a ridiculous situation, and it shows how bad the Conservative Party have got.
They started off with poll leads of 20%, and now they're down at hung Parliament territory. Someone's got to fall for this.
I've just been speaking as I left to a very senior member of the press team who I've dealt with on a regular basis, who told me the mood in CCHQ Conservative campaign headquarters was dire tonight. Lots of head in hands there. And I asked him why, and the explanation is fairly simple. There were too many head chefs. There was Linton Crosby, there was Fiona Hill and Nick Timothy, the two joint chiefs of staff, and there wasn't that collective, collective idea of what this campaign needed to be, and that's where the feeling is amongst Conservatives, at least. This has gone so badly wrong for them.
Theo, just a couple of things I'd quite like your comment on. Gordon Brown's old seat, Kirkcaldy, I can never pronounce that, and Cowdenbeath, that's on a knife edge. Westmoreland and Lonsdale, Tim Farron's seat, the result there is said to be very close. Lib Dem said to be unrelaxed. And also, wait for this one, Ian Duncan Smith in Chingford is said to be very close. I mean, that would be John Lansman. If you are watching on Facebook Live and the camera is on him, you should have seen John Lansman's face there, mouth wide open. He didn't cheer. I thought he might, but...
I tell you something, Ian. I was when I fell over in the street and bust my ankle, a taxi driver came to my rescue who lived in Chingford. And we got chatting, and I was rushing in to get to work. And I said, "Who are you voting for?" He said, "I'm a lifelong Tory supporter, but I like the sound of Corbyn. I think he's genuine. I think he speaks for the ordinary man." And that goes back to something somebody else was telling me earlier on this evening, was that Theresa May is not an experienced campaigner. They underestimated Jeremy Corbyn. This is a man, of course, who won back-to-back leadership contests, and he spoke with a very genuine voice, and that really connected with the taxi driver from Chingford, Paul. He really saved my bacon. He got me in on time as well. 6:33 Bethnal Green.
The only thing I would take issue with there is Theresa May is not a seasoned campaigner. She is. She loves going out canvassing, doesn't she, Tim Montgomery? I mean, well, she may have had a shocker of an election, but she loves going out and doing the...
Yeah, a few electoral cycles ago, she was one of a few Tory seats where the Liberal Democrats ran their infamous decapitation strategy. Oliver Letwin, David Davis, Michael Howard were some of the other ones. Tim Collins, I think, was the only one they actually managed to knock off, and Tim Farron won that seat. So she's a very good local campaigner. campaigner. But there is a difference, I think,
that
between
and the
winning,
national
going
stage
door
as
to
leader,
door
yeah.
and projecting yourself on the national stage.
Plaid Cymru have won their first seat, or held their first seat, in Carmarthen East. Conservatives have held Fareham, and Labour have held Torfan, which again was, bizarrely, a seat that the Tories had their eye on at the beginning of this campaign. But that certainly hasn't happened. Labour have held Liverpool Riverside. It would have been a great shock if they hadn't done that, it has to be said. Simon Marks has been tweeting. Of course, I've been ridiculing him for his predictions. He says, big night for me. Never again will Ian Dale mock my US election predictions. And he's probably right.
Just a couple of headlines, I think, before we go to the news at 2. Tories not doing well enough in the north to offset poor performances in Wales, but doing well enough in Scotland to take some of the pain away from Theresa May, would you say, Tim?
The Scottish results are the only really glimmer of hope for the Tories at the moment.
Some other highlights, if you're just tuning in to LBC's election special, Britain Decides. Amber Rudd, the Home Secretary, is in trouble, as is my mic. No, it's back. Jane Ellison is in trouble. They're both government ministers. Nick Clegg in Sheffield Hallam is in trouble, and there is an increasing sense that Theresa May have to go. The exit poll, 314 for the Conservatives, 266 for Labour.
Philip Davis may be in trouble in Shipley. 10,000 Tory majority there.
The Lib Dems in that exit poll projected to get 14 seats, 34 for the SNP, UKIP a big fat 0.
And Labour have taken Stockton South. James Wharton, the government minister, he's lost there.
We're live on Facebook Live.
It's
Sorry,
all kicking off.
I talked over you there. Sorry about that, Robert. More in a minute.
On FM, online, on your mobile and on digital radio. Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 2 o'clock, the Prime Minister's decision to call a snap general election may have backfired, with the exit poll suggesting the Conservatives will lose their overall majority. Labour are forecast to make gains, perhaps as many as 34 seats. Based on the results so far, Labour's share of the vote is up 8%, the Tories are up 7% and UKIP is down 12%. The exit poll also predicts the Lib Dems will have more MPs, although sources suggest the former Deputy Prime Minister Nick Clegg could lose his Sheffield Hallam seat. Rutherglen and Hamilton West is the first constituency to change hands, Labour taking it from the SNP. Labour's Deputy Leader Tom Watson says Jeremy Corbyn's radical manifesto has chimed with voters.
People in this country were crying out for something more than what the Tories have given us for the last 7 years. They want something to hope for.
Former Shadow Cabinet Minister Clive Lewis says Mrs May's future is in doubt.
I think the one certainty from this election is that she's toast. She will not be Prime Minister I'd give her a month. I mean, I don't know if she's going to survive the next 48 hours, to be quite frank. She may fall on her own sword. But I think that the winner in this, ultimately, is Jeremy Corbyn.
And the former Downing Street Press Secretary Alistair Campbell says the Brexit negotiations are in trouble.
They've brought the potential for this country, Article 50 having been triggered. We've just lost 2 months on the election. We're now possibly going to lose more time in terms of sorting out the mess that's been created. We may have to have another election. It's one of the worst strategic calls that has ever been made by a British Prime Minister.
The exit poll suggests the Scottish National Party will win 34 seats, down 56 in the last general election. The Conservatives have gained Angus from the SNP, and the Scottish Secretary David Mundell has told LBC there are specific reasons why.
I think we've had a separate and different election in Scotland, sending a clear message to Nicola Sturgeon and the SNP that we don't want another divisive second Scottish independence referendum.
In other news this hour, detectives investigating the London Bridge terror attack have arrested a 29-year-old man at an address in Newham in East London. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Andy Ivey.
This is LBC from Global. Leading Britain's conversation. Britain Decides. LBC's Election Night Live with Ian Dale and Sheila Fogarty.
Well, the exit poll has declared the Conservatives the largest party, but far from the majority that Theresa May was looking for. That Theresa May said she needed to be an effective negotiator for Britain in the Brexit negotiations. Early results after that exit poll say that the Tories could well miss out on that majority. Sources suggesting that several ministers, including the Home Secretary Amber Rudd, could be looking at losing their seats. Robert Hayward, elections analyst and Conservative peer, is here with us. Gareth Knight as well, LBC's election analyst, or he will be in a moment. And we have Tim Montgomery, Conservative commentator, with us as well. Robert, we've lost a minister.
We've lost two ministers. Just as
Jane has just lost as well.
Just as we were going out of this last session, James Wharton, Tory MP for Stockton South and government minister, was defeated. He had a majority of 5,000 previously. Excuse me. And just during the break, Jane Ellison, a government minister and MP for Battersea.
Can we just cross to Ealing Central, where we have a declaration?
33,037. Joy Inverton Morrissey, Conservative Party candidate. Sorry, still not there.
The Labour candidate got 33,037. That's Rupa Huck. This was high on the Conservative list to gain, but I don't think they'll have done it if she's got 33,000. Still can't hear what the result was there.
I do hereby declare that the said
Rupa Huck has held that seat. Now, that would be a big blow for the Conservatives, because they really thought that they could regain that. It used to be held by Angie Bray. It was won by Labour at the last election. Rupa Huck will be very relieved at that.
And do you want to just finish what you were saying earlier?
I'll finish on Jane Ellison. Loss in Battersea, government minister, second government minister to go. Bad results in Wandsworth in general. The Ealing Central seat, the second most marginal Labour-held seat in the country, which is why the Tories thought they had a good chance. Previously, the Labour majority was only 274.
And Ian, is this looking increasingly likely then that Amber Rudd will go the same way, or can we not conclude that simply because it was a very close match? Was there a call for a recount in her constituency?
Well, somebody was saying on Twitter that there might have been a recount. I haven't seen anything else on that. I don't think you can necessarily extrapolate London results to the South Coast, so I'd be wary of reading that into it. I don't know what Gareth thinks.
Yeah, exactly. London is a very, very exceptional case. We've got to remember that Battersea is in Wandsworth. Wandsworth voted, I think, was the most Remain part of the entire country last year. But it's still surprising. The demographics in Battersea over the last 20 or 30 years have very much shifted to what was presumed to be making this a very safe Conservative seat. Lots of young professionals, very wealthy professionals. It's actually very difficult to move to Battersea now unless you've got quite a lot of money. So it's an interesting demographic shift in terms of where the parties are attracting votes from.
Philip Davis is said to have lost Chipley. I haven't seen that result come through, but certainly that's what a lot of people seem to be saying on Twitter.
If that is the case, that would be completely out of character with the results north-south. If that had been in London, one could have understood it, but we're talking about part of West Yorkshire, and in general, the indications are, and have been expected, that the Tories would do better in the north than they would in the south.
Did he alienate the female vote, if there is such a thing?
The leader of the Women's Equality Party, Sophie Walker, she stood there, but I always thought that would split the anti-Philip Davis vote. But, I mean, we'll see. It hasn't actually, I don't think, been formally confirmed.
And this swing against the Tories towards Labour in London, is this just Brexit anger?
I think London has been moving against the Conservatives and behaving differently from the rest of the country for a good decade or more. And it was only Boris Johnson and his personality that really made London seem like a Tory city. If you looked at the way the boroughs behaved at local elections, Remain versus Leave, at the referendum, and even at the last election when the Tories were gaining seats elsewhere, of the 10 seats the Tories lost across the whole of Great Britain, 4 of them were in London.
And I think Rob is exactly right. And if Conservatives were thinking of who might be the leader that would bring London back, they might instinctively think of Boris because of his record as mayor.
Labour
but of course,
have gained
since then,
Tim. Labour have gained Stroud.
So that's, oh my goodness,
Another
another big
Southwest.
defeat.
And they've held Delyn and Blaenau Gwent, no surprise there.
But just to finish the point, I'm not sure that Boris is now the saviour in London because, of course, his reputation has changed because he's now Mr Brexit in a way that he wasn't when he won in London. So Boris isn't the easy ticket for success now for the Tories in the capital.
Thoughts on who might be?
That's the
Or just-
hardest one at all, and I could put Ian on the spot, be very unfair to him, because one of the candidates might be David Davis. I don't know whether Ian thinks that he could run.
I think, well, who knows?
For people who don't know, you ran his leadership campaign.
No, I
didn't
did
you?
not
You supported,
run his,
sorry,
I
you
did not
supported
run
his leadership campaign.
If I had done, he might have won. But Andrew Mitchell,
Put the knife back in the drawer, Miss Shaw.
I think
you might be needing to run another leadership campaign.
I'm
then,
very happy here, thank you, Tim. Look, it's unfair. I can't see that he would, but you never know. I mean, he's 68, looks a bit younger, but
Boris is arriving in his camp.
There will be a lot of people who would want him to, because he would be seen as an interim leader, I suppose, a safe pair of hands.
It'll certainly be interesting to see whether Amber Rudd survives, because well, she was also being someone who was talked of as a future Tory leader. If she doesn't survive in Hastings, that does make it a clearer path for someone like Boris or David Davis.
12-point swing to Labour in Ealing Central there for Rupert Harker. 14,000 majority, which I don't think anybody would have predicted. Michael Fallon has held his seat in Sevenoaks.
Seamus Milne has just come out of Jeremy Corbyn's house. I have no idea whether that's a significant fact, but I thought I'd share it with you.
And we're grateful for that.
You're very welcome.
But people may wonder, if they're watching on Facebook Live, why you're sitting there now and I'm sitting here.
Well, fair's fair, I think, would sum it up, wouldn't it?
She wrestled me out of the seat, basically.
I did not. It is an easier position to be in, isn't it, when you're broadcasting? But actually, there's a much more sensible reason for it than that, which is that you are, as is Robert, as is Gareth, and in a different way you, Tim. I'm being so polite, but it is true. You are much better than I am at this quick response to what each seat's result actually means, comparing
Well, we'll
to last
soon
year.
see, won't we?
Yeah, no, you just are. I just don't have that kind of brain, and you never guess what? I never intend to try to have that kind of brain. Let's just be frank.
You don't want to be a political geek, do you?
Well, I'm just not one.
Labour have held Haywood and Middleton. There was a by-election there in the last Parliament, wasn't there? That used to be a UKIP target, but no longer.
So this is Bury North will be an interesting declaration that's coming through now.
Should we go to Bury North? Let's do so. Oh no, we can't do.
The smiling face of Tom Watson instead.
Indeed.
Really interesting. While we're waiting for Bury North, and just stop me when it becomes imminent again. Listening to what Tom Watson said about half an hour ago, 45 minutes ago, about how well the Corbyn campaign and Labour under Corbyn appears to have done in this election, is a kind of out-of-body experience. Wouldn't you agree, Tim? We exchanged a look, actually, while he was giving that speech.
Bury North, Labour gain, David Nuttall out.
Thank you.
A huge disappointment. David Nuttall was a principal supporter of Brexit. This was a region that supposedly would have a Brexit effect that would benefit the Conservatives, and in fact you've seen the opposite.
Labour, yeah.
It's not just London now, where we're hearing results like Stroud that Ian just mentioned. It's not just London. Tories are beginning to do badly in unexpected places as well. But to your point, Sheila, sorry.
No.
I think Labour will make a mistake if they, hearing Alistair Campbell and others now cozy up to Jeremy Corbyn. I think they'll be making a mistake if they do that to too great extent.
Jeremy Corbyn's on his way to his count in Islington.
Theresa May fought a terrible campaign. Jeremy Corbyn turned up as a reasonable person on the TV. He wasn't the ogre that some people in the media had represented him as. But I still think his position on industrial action, strikes and the unions, his position on taxes, on security issues, I think this is still a lurch to a position where ultimately the Labour Party is in the wrong place with the British electorate. And so I don't think the moderates in the Labour Party should quite surrender their principles and their beliefs to Jeremy Corbyn and Corbynism and Seamus Milneism quite yet.
We've had 5 Labour gains so far, 3 Conservative losses. We haven't had any Labour losses, Gareth Knight, have we?
No, we haven't. I'm pretty sure I haven't missed any. No, they haven't. And the projection that I've been making, I've been talking about all evening, which is based on results, is rapidly now going towards the exit poll. We're now on 317 Conservative seats. Now, the interesting thing is, for those people who've been listening all evening, is that earlier on we were saying that it was actually looking surprisingly good for the Conservatives, but that was based on a few results from the North East, Sunderland and Newcastle. But it's now London London in particular is destroying Theresa May's chances of having a majority. And we're almost in the territory now where we could actually be finding it difficult to see how Theresa May can actually form even a minority administration, because the numbers are starting to drop to a point where the other parties together could actually form a government.
Let me say something. Well, Canterbury is apparently going to go Labour, which is just incredible.
Julian Brazier's seat.
There's 9,900 majority is about to go Labour. There is a recount going on, but Labour are ahead.
We are about, as soon as I get the nod, we'll go to the Labour count. To Jeremy Corbyn's camp for his count. Just briefly before we do that, the scenes as he was coming out of his own house, waving, huge numbers of camera flashes. It was a bit of a prime ministerial moment, wasn't it? Let's go to Vincent now, because Jeremy Corbyn is arriving at his count.
Jeremy Corbyn is literally walking into his count right now. He is just coming through the doors. There's a crowd of supporters outside. He was shaking their hands. And here he comes now, a big smile on his face. A few minutes ago, Emily Thornberry arrived to a big round of applause here. It's likely he'll have the same. And here he comes now. You might be able to hear some of the clapping. He's shaking hands with the people working here at this count. And he's coming towards me now. I'll try and get a word with him in a second. We're expecting his result around 2:30. Here he comes now. Jeremy, are you going to be Prime Minister? Jeremy, are you the next Prime Minister?
Huge hugs from Jeremy Corbyn for his party workers there. Do we still have you there, Vincent? Carry on. I don't think that we do. Interesting.
Well, let me give you some real shock news here. There's a recount in Tim Farron's constituency. Now, there were rumours throughout the campaign that Tim Farron was having to spend a lot of time there, and that's why he didn't appear on the media more or less for 5 days on the trot. The Conservatives had high hopes that it used to be a Conservative seat. They lost it to Tim Farron in 2001, was it, or 2005? Tim Collins used to be the MP there. That would be, a massive result for the Conservatives to take that back. But it's about the only success they've had tonight so far, Gareth.
Yeah.
There's an interesting. We all had something to say there. There's an interesting pattern starting to emerge. The Tories are doing terribly in London, extraordinarily well in Scotland, but also extraordinarily well against Liberal Democrats. And this is a very, very strange set of results, because if you're looking at a seat where the Liberal Democrats and the Conservatives are in first and second place, the Conservatives are wiping the floor with the Lib Dems. I put a caveat on that. I bet when we see Twickenham and Richmond Park coming through, I suspect that Liberal Democrats will gain those based on these results.
They aren't holding Nick Clegg's seat. Darren McCaffrey, respected political correspondent, he says his sources are saying that Nick Clegg has lost his seat.
Of Sheffield Hallam?
Yep.
That's a big loss, isn't it?
It used to be a solid Tory
On the
seat.
Tim Farron, the Tories have been targeting that. Remember those wraparound...
Labour gain.
Labour gain?
Yep.
In Tim Farron's seat?
No, sorry, we're talking about Nick Clegg.
Yeah, so I was
He's
going back
moved on
to Tim Farron.
Okay,
Sorry.
It is late.
I thought we'd done
Robert.
Tim Farron to death.
I was just going to make I was just going to make an observation, and because it's actually relevant to Sheffield Hallam, Labour are doing very well in university seats.
Yeah.
And you commented just now about a recount in Canterbury, University of Kent. I've heard the Tories are in trouble in Portsmouth South, a university seat. The prospects for the Tories in places like Southampton Test and Bath may well be... They don't hold Southampton Test at the moment. They do Bath. All those sorts of problems, and many of them are related to university constituencies.
And can I just describe some of the scenes at the Labour count? Jeremy Corbyn, Emily Thornberry in a huge hug, huge smiles, great waves. For them, this is a massive success, Ian.
It is. Sorry, I'm just looking at other results coming in. Jo Swinson has beaten John Nicholson from the SNP in East Dunbartonshire and something which I now can't remember.
I think she was a loss to Parliament, wasn't she, when she lost her seat last time?
I served for her in a review of equality legislation, and she was an excellent minister to work for. I kept in contact with her, and I will say I actually sent her a message of good luck last week.
Well, it worked.
To which she replied, and she was pretty confident that she was going to be a future leader of the Lib Dems if Farron goes.
I think you're absolutely right.
Definitely.
there. Luke King, who was one of the participants in our Millennials debate on Saturday, representing the Conservatives. He says, should Corbyn become PM, I support him being given the chance to implement his policies. Well, I'm not sure anyone thinks that Jeremy Corbyn is going to become Prime Minister after this, but...
He's behaving like a man who is.
You look at some of these results, Gareth Knight, is it impossible?
No, it's not impossible. This reminds me an awful lot of the Trump election a few months ago.
Oh, my God.
According to the...
Oh, my God.
So, as things stand, let's take London. If you take Chipping Barnet, which was for years and years and years a seemingly impenetrable Tory seat at the top of London, even when most of London went red, the word is that Theresa Villas, one of the leading lights in the referendum campaign, is probably out. You then look at...
Chipping Barnet, that's going to go Labour.
It's likely to go Labour, yeah.
Wow. First seat I ever applied for.
You then... you say a good avoidance. But it's effectively now becoming seriously likely that not only is Theresa May not going to get a majority, but she's actually going to really struggle to...
Well, that's a shock. In Ochil and Perthshire South, Tasmina Ahmed Sheikh is out. She has been beaten by the Conservative. I'm looking at the figures there, and I mean, an astonishing result.
Up 20%.
The Tories are up 20%, and this is again a seat that was in the range of 10 to 20. That we're now talking about the Tories quite seriously having into double figures in Scotland, considering there were none previously. And then
Angus Robertson out. He's been beaten by the Conservatives, a majority of around 3,000 or 4,000 there. So Angus Robertson, who is the leader of the SNP in Westminster, he's been beaten by the Conservatives. Now, the Conservatives thought they were going to win that. I have to say, I never thought they would, but they have done.
And Alex Salmond under pressure, we're told, as well, in his seat. We're going to pause for just a moment. Just a brief quote from Jane Ellison, the minister, Robert, that you mentioned, who lost her seat in Battersea. We'll talk to her shortly here on LBC. It's our election special. Stay with us until 5. After that, stay with Nick Ferrari, who will be down on College Green in Westminster for this extraordinary set of results. Slowly but surely trickling in. Whatever the final result in terms of which party has the most seats, we are looking at a very bruised, very damaged Theresa May and an extremely happy Jeremy Corbyn. Loads more results to come in. Stay with LBC for all of those. Jane Ellison, by the way, reflecting on her loss, says the young city of London is not reconciled to Brexit. I think she's hit the nail on the head there. It's 19 minutes past 2.
This is LBC.
Fletcher Day is no ordinary law firm. Finding creative and long-lasting solutions to the legal problems faced by our clients is what we do best. With offices in central London, our team of experienced solicitors take the time to understand your needs. If you're looking for bright and creative lawyers to help you maximise business opportunities or solve complex legal problems, contact Fletcher Day Solicitors at fletcherday.co.uk. Fletcher Day, passionate about law.
Hi. Hi, I'm here to trade in my trainers. Trade in your trainers? Yeah, they're really old. Didn't buy them here. Seen better days, to be honest. I wouldn't get too close. I want to put them towards some lovely new ones. Sorry, sir, we don't do that. Really? Vauxhall do? I just got £2,000 for my old banger to put towards a brand new car.
Yes, you can afford a new car. Scrap your old car, and on top of our other great offers, we'll give you £2,000 scrappage to put towards a shiny new Vauxhall. Visit your local retailer or search Vauxhall Scrappage for more information. Trading car registered in your name for at least 90 days. Offer available to individuals and small businesses. UK supplied vehicles only. Exclusions apply. Limited time at participating retailers. Full T's and C's apply.
At More Than, we've learned that understanding your pet is tricky. For example, actually means my litter tray, my poo, give it back. It's even harder to understand them when they're sick. So More Than Pet Insurance comes with VetPhone, a 24/7 free-to-call health advice line. Plus, new customers get 25% off online now. We do more than.
This is LBC. Call 0345 6060 973. Britain decides. Election Night Live with Ian Dale and Sheila Fogarty.
Gareth Knight, you were just saying something very interesting during the break there, so I stopped you, and you can start saying it again now the mic's alive. Who you feel is to blame for what the Tories are experiencing tonight?
I think it is almost entirely David Cameron. And the reason I say that is because when you look at the seats that the Conservatives were targeting, there is no way that they were targeting too many seats if the Conservative Party had been in the position it was in the state it was in before David Cameron became leader. While David Cameron was leader of the Conservative Party, he actively disenfranchised his own volunteers and his own activists, and he undermined them to the extent that when he stepped down from Parliament, his very safe Witney seat, there was a by-election, and they were dragging volunteers from as far as Manchester and Newcastle to campaign in a by-election in Witney. Now, a strong party leader who has been an MP for many, many years and the Prime Minister really shouldn't need to drag volunteers from everywhere in the country to defend a 26,000 or whatever it was majority in Oxfordshire. That was a warning sign about the state of the party, and when the party started targeting so many different seats, including seats that have never been target seats before, it was leading to too few troops on the ground.
Can I just say, before I get your response to that, Tim Montgomery, because I know you want to say, Ken Clarke is speaking at he's just retained his seat in Nottingham. Are we able to hear what Ken Clarke is saying? I wonder, can we just have a listen to Ken Clarke?
It's going to face us in the next 5 years. I'll conclude as I began. It will therefore be a particular privilege to be able to take part in debates.
That wasn't live, apologies. That was just a latest version of what Ken Clarke was... We'll come on to Ken Clarke in a second, actually, Tim, but your response to what Gareth was saying there about David Cameron being to blame for this.
I've not ever been the greatest fan of David Cameron, but I think to blame him for tonight's setbacks is a bit of unfair. But where I would agree with Gareth is that there was no enthusiasm on the Conservative side. It was, strong and stable. It was a very dry campaign. It was very...
it was a bit like the Remain campaign.
It was a very good comparison, actually.
Very the same good comparison. People in many cases as well as the Remain campaign. An awful lot of people have commented, particularly in the early days of the campaign, that people that were high up in the Remain campaign were running the Conservative Party campaign, and people that were running the Vote Leave campaign were basically on the periphery or on the sidelines.
Can I suggest another loser in this is Linton Crosby?
P45 for Mr. Crosby.
Well, every campaign method has diminishing returns after a while. And I think, 2 years ago, we had the long-term economic plan message. There's a sort of relentless repetition. Voters catch up with all campaign techniques after a while, and they've caught up with that sort of relentless repetition on this occasion too.
I'm going to slightly disagree with you there, because I think Linton Crosby wasn't in charge of this campaign. If he had been, I think it might have taken on a little bit of a different slant. There were too many cooks on this campaign. They didn't learn the lessons from 2010 when there were three. Who was Tory party chairman then? Was it Eric? No,
Eric Pickles,
George Osborne and Linton Crosby didn't really work. In 2015, Linton Crosby had full control. This time, he hasn't, apart from in the last week. And I think in the last week, they've actually done a lot better than they did before.
Linton Crosby had a much tougher time with the advisors to Theresa May. They were much less cooperative, that is true, and it's certainly not fair to lay all of the blame at Linton Crosby. All I'm making is the point that his general technique of boring the electorate, trying to take all controversial issues, he calls them barnacles, off the table, I don't think that's working in so well anymore.
The social care policy of Barnacle, didn't he?
And we've seen with Trump, we've seen with Corbyn now, you do actually have to enthuse the electorate at a minimum level, and the Tories have failed to do that.
I was just going to make an observation as to the shape of the Conservative campaign, and that is that a lot of the last 2 to 3 weeks have been driven by reports coming in from postal votes returns, and it's the reason the Labour Party was so depressed until 10:01 today, because the Conservatives were piling up massive postal vote leads in places like Wolverhampton South West, and it's just gone through on the screen that the Labour Party have held Wolverhampton South West, and places like Bolton West exactly the same. As far as we were concerned, it's a seat that was home and hose for the Conservative Party because of the huge margin. And I think that has directed it, and it's turned out to be a false guidance.
There's an interesting thing to add on that. The news about the manifesto launched as postal votes hit the doormat. So if anything, the postal votes, I know that the Tory party were actually quite worried about, because the timing of that manifesto launch was appalling for the postal vote issue. So that's actually quite an interesting, it'll be an interesting analysis afterwards, because I actually think that in the last few days it's been much more positive for the Tory party than it was in the postal
Labour
votes.
have gained Midlothian, and according to Liam on Twitter, Jeremy Corbyn is now a favourite with some bookmakers to be Prime Minister. I'm almost speechless.
What's the earliest flight out of Heathrow Airport? Ian, I think I might be heading that way.
Depends on computer failures, but that's another matter.
Can I just be clear here? Let's all put our cards on the table. Let's put our cards on the table. Are we sniggering and shocked because we're horrified, or because we're surprised, or because we're amazed?
Everything she just mentioned.
Sorry, can I just interrupt? The Conservatives have gained Southport from the Lib Dems. Now, that was not a seat that people were expecting. There had been talk about Tim Foran being in difficulty and Norman Lamb.
Although
Southport was the
historically
next
it's
one.
been Tory in the past.
It has, but
Not recently.
if you look at the local elections last year, the Lib Dems outvoted the Tory party 10,000 to 4,000.
Third recount in Amber Rudd's constituency, someone's saying on Twitter.
Third recount?
Yeah. I mean, that is apparently somebody saying, BBC colleagues telling me Amber Rudd having third recount, which means she's lost.
Ooh. Well, once we know that result for sure, we'll bring it to you. Liam Halligan is here, economics correspondent, columnist, I should say, for The Telegraph. The economic spin on this is?
Blimey. There is no other word.
Let me just reintroduce you. Liam Halligan, Barrow Boy from The Telegraph. Go on.
Well, we've seen the pound instantly tanked on the exit poll.
And the euro.
And then when you had a few seats in the northeast where the swing seems to be to the Tories, the pound recovered a bit. And that's basically it, and it hasn't recovered anymore. I think we'll see shock on financial markets tomorrow when London trading begins. I think the markets will spend a lot of time trying to work out if this is good or bad for Brexit, and if it is good or bad for Brexit, is that good or bad for the pound? There's just going to be so much confusion. There are going to be whole textbooks written about this election.
Good. I'm glad you got more than blimey there.
And I should be publishing half of them. Jack Dromey has held on to Birmingham Erdington, and the Conservatives have gained Clacton. You might think they kind of already had it, but that does count as a Conservative gain. Right, let's go to Scotland, because Conor Gillis is our reporter in Glasgow. He's got more on the shock defeat of Angus Robertson, the SNP's leader in Westminster, by the Conservatives. Conor.
Absolutely jaw-dropping moment here in Scotland. In the last couple of minutes, the SNP leader at Westminster, Angus Robertson, completely losing his seat, and not just losing his seat by a few hundred votes. We're talking around 4,000. This is a major blow on what's turning out to be a bit of a nightmare evening for the SNP. Nicola Sturgeon will be coming here to Glasgow, where I am at the moment, to face the music, we're told, in the next couple of hours. She will face very, very tough questions, because, of course, this whole campaign has been centred around a second Scottish independence referendum. Now, if the exit poll is to be believed, the SNP are on course to drop around 22 seats. So, you know, that really splits Scotland straight down the middle when it comes to the yes and no vote on independence. Certainly on Angus Robertson, that's going to send shockwaves right across the political scale, not just here in Scotland, but right across the UK. The candidate who has won up there very quickly is Douglas Ross, who is a MSP, and he's also a football referee, which is an interesting point. So unclear at this stage whether he'll keep on his 3 jobs, but certainly the shock of the night north of the border is Angus Robertson losing his seat.
And we can hear what he has had to say about that right now.
Can I begin by congratulating Douglas Ross, the new Member of Parliament for Murray. It has been a tremendous honour for me to serve to be elected, to be re-elected 4 times to represent this, the finest part of Scotland. I have enjoyed every minute of it, and I have no regrets, apart from obviously not winning this election. But that is the nature of politics. It is for the people to determine who their elected representative should be, and they have determined that Douglas Ross should be the Member of Parliament for Murray. So I wish him every success, representing everybody, as he said in his speech a moment ago. I'd just like to reflect for a second, because there are a lot of developments going on in the UK general election, and it's difficult to understand at this stage if there is a uniform pattern. But it seems to me that there's a lot of change going on, and people are seeking answers to the complex problems that we all face. I am no longer going to be a Member of Parliament, so I'm not going to play the same direct role, but I wish everybody success in that. I'm confident that the SNP is going to win the election in Scotland, and I wish my colleagues all of the best, those who have been re-elected and elected to the House of Commons. I will not be with them. I will not be the leader of the third political party in the House of Commons. I will not be holding the Prime Minister to account, but somebody else will from the SNP, and I wish them success. That's it from me. Now it's time for me to get on and do something else. Thank you very much. And incidentally, and it's not a PS because I'm looking at some of my colleagues round the hall here, people in the SNP, people in other parties too, have put every spare minute into campaigning in this general election. And without my election agent Laura, without all of my colleagues who are standing here, we wouldn't have had such a strong result. If you look at the numbers, it's actually one of the best results that the SNP has ever secured in Murray. It just wasn't enough, but that is the nature of politics. You win some elections, you lose some elections. One thing I'm absolutely certain of is the SNP will bounce back and the SNP will win again in Murray. But that's for the people to decide when that is. That moment is not now. The moment now is for me to say good night and wish you every success in the future. Thank you very much.
Well, that was Angus Robertson. On a basic human level, you have to feel sorry for that man. He was, he was leader of a political party, and now he is just an ordinary member of the public. Jim Pickard from the FT, he's been tweeting, trying to get my head around the concept that Remain voting Scotland might deliver enough Tory MPs for Theresa May to deliver hard Brexit. David Winnick, one of the longest-serving members of the House of Commons, he's lost to the Conservatives in Walsall North. And Ben Gummer, the Cabinet Office Minister, the architect of the Tory manifesto, some might say has deservedly lost in Ipswich. That's according to the Eastern Daily Press. We're going to be crossing to Jeremy Corbyn's count. His result will be announced very shortly after the news. It's 2:34. Here's Philip Ivey.
Theresa May's attempt to extend her majority in the Commons looks set to fail in a damaging blow to her push for strong backing in Brexit negotiations. After 100 seats of the 650 were declared, a press association forecast gave the Tories a total of 330 seats, exactly the same as in the previous Parliament. It predicts Labour to increase its number of MPs to 252, with the SNP the third biggest party, despite dropping to 37. Votes for UKIP have collapsed in the seats that have already declared results, with more of their supporters backing Labour than expected. In his acceptance speech, Labour's deputy leader Tom Watson said the party's campaign had hit the right note with voters.
People responded well to Jeremy Corbyn's honesty, integrity, candour and energy, just as they saw Theresa May run away from holding herself to account.
The SNP have lost seats to both Labour and the Tories. The Conservatives have gained Murray, the seat of SNP Westminster leader Angus Robertson. Meanwhile, Tory Junior Minister Jane Ellison has lost her Battersea seat to Labour. And Labour's Frank Field, back in Birkenhead, says the results so far are a backlash against austerity.
There are two big changes, really, during this election. One was the failure of the Prime Minister, and the second was people who feel they've been oppressed have said we've had enough and voted accordingly.
Scottish Secretary David Mundell has told LBC, with so many results yet to come, the full picture has yet to emerge.
There are a lot of results to come across England. It's quite clear that the results there are varied. There are regional variations. Results I saw before I came to this count weren't consistent with the national opinion poll. So I think the time for going over the campaign is once we know the full result.
In other news, another suspect has been arrested in connection with the London Bridge attack. The 29-year-old man was held at a residential address in Newham in East London. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Andy Ivey.
This is LBC.
What if you could choose between eating breakfast al fresco or al bedo? What if you went back to that special place which reminds you why you got together in the first place? And what if your 392nd date was just as much fun as the first? A world of what if is waiting. European city breaks now from just £119 per person for 2 nights, including return flights and hotel. Book now at ba.com.
Limited availability. Selected dates and conditions apply. At all protected.
When you're trying to find the perfect cruise for you, Virgin Holidays knows what's what. We know the length of the water slides, the temperature of the dry martinis, the second the sun hits the horizon, the decibel level of the fireworks, the size of every island we visit, the showtimes for the poolside movies, cooking time for the lobster, the salt they use for tequila, the name of each hop that makes the onboard craft beer, the height of the rock climbing wall. We even know the thread count of the bed linen. We know what makes a cruise. If you want to know more, visit your nearest Virgin Holidays store. Virgin Holidays. Seize the holiday. ATOL protected.
Hi. Hi, I'm here to trade in my trainers.
Trade in your trainers?
Yeah, they're really old. Didn't buy them here. Seen better days, to be honest. I wouldn't get too close. I want to put them towards some lovely new ones.
Sorry, sir, we don't do that.
Really? Vauxhall do? I just got £2,000 for my old banger to put towards a brand new car.
Yes, you can afford a new car. Scrap your old car, and on top of our other great offers, we'll give you £2,000 scrappage to put towards a shiny new Vauxhall. Visit your local retailer or search Vauxhall Scrappage for more information. Trading car registered in your name for at least 90 days. Offer available to individuals and small businesses. UK supplied vehicles only. Exclusions apply. Limited time at participating retailers. Full T's and C's apply.
Britain Decides. Election Night Live with Ian Dale and Sheila Fogarty on LBC. Tweet at LBC using the hashtag Britain Decides.
Now, inevitably at this point in the morning, overnight election results still coming in, and we're basing a lot on exit polls and then extrapolations from actual results. Things are up and down. Some things are conclusive. Jane Ellison, government minister, out. Tim Farron, very close, neck and neck in Tim Farron's constituency. Amber Rudd on her 3rd recount, which Ian, one of your correspondents, said amounts to a loss. Nick Clegg looking like he's lost Sheffield Hallam, but we can't confirm that yet. Angus Robertson of the SNP leader in Westminster, has lost his seat. So an awful lot going on. He said it himself in his concession speech, if that's what you would call it, losing speech. A lot of change going on in UK politics, he said. Tory successes in Scotland shoring up Theresa May, but absolutely not enough by the looks of things. We'll hear from Vincent McAviney in Jeremy Corbyn's constituency at the count, in fact, which is due soon in Islington North. First, though, Henry has called from Eltham. Hello there, Henry.
Yeah, hi. It's
Henry,
start.
terrible line. He's actually at the count in Eltham, where he was about to report to us that the Tories are in trouble. Why don't we go instead to Islington North?
It's a Labour seat.
Well, there you go. I think he meant overall the Tories are in trouble, is the point he was about to make. Vincent McAviney is with the Jeremy Corbyn camp in Islington North. Vincent, fire away. What's it looking like? Family and friends arriving. There seemed to be a celebratory mood there.
Jeremy Corbyn arrived to his count here in Islington North 15 minutes ago. This is the 9th time he's come to one of these events. He's been the MP since 1983, and he arrived to rapturous applause. And as he was coming in, one of the bookmakers, Betfair Exchange, has saying that he is favourite to become the next Prime Minister of Britain, but a heavy caveat on that. It's all to play for still. Results are all over the place, but I can just see below me now, Jeremy is in a room with his family taking a quiet moment before this result comes in the next few minutes. We know the turnout is around 73%. He's assured to return here. He's with his sons, and I can see just below me his chief advisor, Seamus Milne, is walking around talking on the phone with a big smile on his face. So a lot of rapid decisions are going to have to be made by his team. They're going to be here. He'll make a short speech, and then we think he's going straight to a central London hotel where he'll sit and wait out the rest of the night's results.
Thank you very much, Vinny, for now. Vincent McAviney at Jeremy Corbyn's count in Islington North. Ian?
Professor Michael Thrasher, he is saying that the Conservative seat count will be between 308 and 328. Gareth Knight, I don't know whether that tallies with your information.
Yeah, it's been on 322 now for about 15 minutes. Every time we get a result coming in, I'm sort of updating that. And the only figures that are sort of moving around at the moment are Labour and the SNP, because we're starting to get quite a few results coming through for Scotland, and they are quite strikingly going the Conservatives' way at the moment. So that's the only real movement. But yeah, it seems to be stuck around that 322 figure, which is a loss, but it's very, very close to majority. I mean, that is effectively in a majority when you consider the Speaker, the Sinn Féin MPs and things like that. So, but yeah, Theresa May is clinging on by her fingernails.
And in the least shocking result of the night, Tunbridge Wells remains Conservative. However, in a shock result, Jim Murphy's old seat in Scotland, former Labour Cabinet Minister, has gone to the Conservatives.
That was one of the key early targets. If the Conservatives were only going to get 5 or 6 seats, that was one that was likely to fall. We're now seeing a position whereby the Conservatives in Scotland are going to be well into double figures. So that gain by the Tories, pleasing to them, but not a surprise in light of the other results.
Ashley on Twitter says, waiting until Ian Dale calls the result. You might have quite a long time to wait on that, because I think it genuinely is all up in the air now. Let's talk to Rupa Hark. She is the victorious a Labour MP now in Ealing Central. The Tories really targeted her seat, but she won by an absolutely thumping majority. If I remember right, 14,000. Rupa, very good morning.
It was just, sorry, my apologies, I didn't open your line, Rupa, just below 14,000, 13,807 to be precise. Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Rupa, you were targeted heavily by the Tories. You must feel a sense of relief and euphoria.
It's a funny mix of emotions. It's an amazing result because it was 274 before that, so it's a 50 times increase, someone was saying to me. And it's exceeded all expectations. I think in my wildest dreams I didn't think that would ever happen.
Can we just announce the result? Jo Swinson for the Liberal Democrats has won Dumbartonshire East, and I just see that Theresa May, with that now iconic red suit, I think it's fair to say, is heading towards the count in Maidenhead with her husband Philip. Apologies for the interruption.
Rupa, what do you think your result means for other seats in London? Because we've heard that your colleague Rosina Allen-Khan, she's won by a thumping majority in Tooting as well. There seems to be a bit of a London effect. Is that down to Jeremy Corbyn or Sadiq Khan?
I think it's a combination of factors. I think that in seats that voted heavily remain, such as my own, 72% of people in Ealing Central and Acton wanted to stay in the European Union. And the Tories' vision of a hard Brexit, where we leave the customs union, where we leave the single market, was not to their taste. I also think that we fought hard on things like hospital closures, which we've seen locally, things like school cuts, which again were going down like a bucket of salt stick in Ealing Central and Acton.
Rupert, we're going to leave you because your line sounds as if you're in Outer Mongolia rather than Ealing, but many congratulations. Thank you for that.
The new MP for Outer Mongolia is
Fiona Miller, who's Alistair Campbell's partner. She has just tweeted or retweeted, hats off to Michael Gove. He managed to radicalise a whole generation against his party, which is a slightly weird thing to say in some ways.
What's the logic behind that?
I'm not quite sure. I don't know why I read it out, really.
Any thoughts, Tim Montgomery?
No thoughts on that, I'm afraid.
Neither have I, which is why I asked you. Oh, Robert, do you have a thought?
I was just going to pick up on one thing.
Yeah.
Up to now, the Tories have only gained seats off the SNP this evening, but Ian made reference just now to David Winnick losing his seat, aged 84, to the Conservatives. That's the first Conservative gain off the Labour Party of anywhere in the country.
And you were involved in that seat a little bit, weren't you, Rob? Was the age of the Labour candidate 84 an issue? Was that a fact?
It was less of an issue than I expected. The Conservative candidate is 48, and when you say that the Conservative candidate was not born till 3 years after David Winnick became an MP, you automatically think that this is some whippersnapper or something.
Labour gain from the Conservatives in High Peak. Fraser Nelson, the editor of The Spectator, says if anyone is listening to this debacle on the radio, then try Ian Dale and Sheila Fogarty on LBC. They're giving the best coverage on the airwaves right now.
Thanks, Fraser. Speaking of age, we're due to get the results at Sheffield now. Let's go to Sheffield Hallam, Nick Clegg's seat.
Nick Clegg, Liberal Democrats, 19,756. Jared O'Mara, Labour Party, 21,000.
Oh, Nick Clegg has gone. Nick Clegg has gone. Former Liberal Democrat leader, former Deputy Prime Minister in the coalition, former MP for Sheffield Hallam, no longer. Labour gain, it's looking like there.
This used to be a Tory seat in the old days.
Green Party 823, John Gordon Thurley, UK Independence Party 929, Ian Jeffrey Walker, the Conservative Party candidate.
That's an extraordinary result, isn't it? Or a result of note. And it was interesting in those, I don't know, we spoke about them on our podcast earlier, Ian, the two films on Newsnight last night about the two leaders, and Nick Clegg was giving his thoughts, his reflections on the woman that is Theresa May.
In a sense, though, Nick Clegg has already become a commentator, hasn't he? He's less of an active participant in politics now, more of a commentator. And, I mean, who knows what he'll do now. I've always thought that he might... let's cross live to Theo Usherwood, our political editor. Theo? No, Theo,
no sign of Theo.
No sign of Theo.
No sign of Theo.
Such a build-up as well.
On the question of Nick Clegg, do you believe that, I mean, he has been urging, and the fact that Corbyn has done so well tonight probably makes this null and void, but he's been urging those dissatisfied Labour Parliamentary Party members to, I'll just finish this point and then we'll go to Theo Usherwood. He's been urging them to gather around a new centre-left of politics. That whole notion has gone now, hasn't it?
Out of the window.
Out of the window. Theo Usherwood in Westminster.
Yes, Sheila, I've just been given an update from one of my sources at Conservative campaign headquarters. My understanding is that if
I'm going to stop you, Theo. I'm going to stop you, Theo, just momentarily, because we're due to get the Uxbridge results. So let's go there and see how Boris Johnson is faring.
He's got 23,716 votes.
Thompson, Liberal Democrats, 1,835. The number of ballot papers rejected was 83, and I hereby declare that Alexander Boris de Pfeffel Johnson is hereby elected to serve as Member of Parliament for the constituency of Uxbridge and South Ruislip.
Well, I wonder if that's the next Prime Minister. He's shaking hands with all of his rival candidates now. He'll be making the usual acceptance speech. Once he's got rid of all of the thanks, let's go to him now.
Everybody who's helped tonight. Thanks, obviously, to the police for all the great work that they do and always have done for us. I want to pay particular thanks tonight to all my friends and colleagues from Hillingdon Council, everybody who campaigned with us over the last few weeks, and thank you for all your fantastic efforts for this borough. I really don't think it would be possible for any of us Hillingdon MPs to do it without you. And of course, I want to pay a particular tribute to the voters, everybody in this city, the citizens of London who refused to be bowed by repeated terrorist attacks and have got on with the democratic process. And of course, look, it's early to comment on the events unfolding tonight in this general election. But one thing is absolutely clear, I think, to all of us who are being elected as MPs tonight across our fantastic country, and that is we've got to listen to our constituents and listen to their concerns. And across the...
Well, that's Boris Johnson, the re-elected member for Uxbridge and Ruislip South. And who knows, maybe the next Conservative Party leader. Nigel Farage was in the studio earlier on saying that Theresa May was clearly not somebody who believed full throttle in Brexit, and the next Conservative leader, the next Prime Minister potentially, needs to be a true believer in Brexit. Well, you could argue, I suppose, that Nigel Farage would say that, wouldn't he? Theo Usherwood, LBC's political editor, is down in Westminster. What are you hearing, Theo?
The news from CCHQ campaign headquarters, Sheila, is that if Theresa May doesn't get an overall majority, I understand she's going to step down, she's going to resign. There is a glimmer of hope, I am told, within Conservative campaign headquarters that she may just be able to limp over the line, as a source put it to me. And in effect, if she does manage to increase the majority slightly or does manage to secure that overall majority, she will stay on for a certain period to ensure that there is stability. But what I'm told, an interesting look at what you're talking about with Nigel Farage there. From what I understand, they will look at Brexit again. There's a recognition within the Conservative Party that what was being put forward by Theresa May in terms of that hard Brexit wasn't what voters wanted in terms of securing the rights of EU nationals. She refused to do that beforehand.
Theo, we'll come back to you in a second. Let's go to Nick Clegg and hear what he has to say.
Penny Baker, to my agent Andy Sanger, and to my whole team here, who not only supported me as ever so unflaggingly in this snap general election, but also in the 12 years in which I have served as an MP in Sheffield Hallam, and prior to that my Liberal Democrat predecessor Richard Allen as well. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for everything that you have done. Thank you very much indeed. In my time in Parliament, I've never shirked from political battles. I've never retreated from the political battlefield. I've always sought to stand by the liberal values I believe in, but I, of course, have encountered this evening something that many people have encountered before tonight, and I suspect many people will encounter after tonight, which is, in politics, you live by the sword and you die by the sword. But I would just like, if I may, just to say a couple of words about what faces the Parliament that is going to be constituted in a few days' time in Westminster. It is a Parliament which, in my judgment, will not only face the excruciating task of trying to assemble a sensible government for this country, will not only need to deal with the agonising decisions which we face as a country as we navigate our way towards Brexit, but is a Parliament that is presiding over a deeply, deeply divided and polarised nation. We saw that in the Brexit referendum last year, and we see it here again tonight. Polarised between left and right, between different regions and nations and areas of the country, but most gravely of all, this huge gulf now between young and old. And my only plea would be to all MPs, including Jared, from all parties, is this: that we will not pick our way through the very difficult times that our country faces if in the next Parliament MPs of all parties simply seek to amplify what divides them. We must try and reach out to each other to try and find common ground if we are to heal those profound divisions. Because if we do not, it is my judgment that our country will endure unprecedented hardship and difficulty in the years ahead, and whatever party you are from, no one surely can wish that for our wonderful United Kingdom. Thank you very much.
That's Nick Clegg, former Deputy Prime Minister. I'm looking at Vince Cable's seat here in Twickenham, about to be announced, I think. We'll keep a listening ear across that one and go to it as soon as we know that the result is coming in. I think it is. Is it?
Vince Cable's seat.
Yeah, Vince Cable. And now, sorry, Vince Cable's seat. Apologies. It was in the past. Yeah. Terrible. Slap on my hand for that. I want to talk, or I want Ian and Tim Montgomery to talk to each other really about what Theo Usherwood said just a moment ago there, not least that Theresa May could well stand down first thing in the morning, but that the Tories at HQ are reviewing their line on Brexit. Tim?
I would be shocked if the Tory party reviews its line on Brexit. I think not least because it would create civil war in the party, and I think there is also no real evidence that people have voted against Brexit in this election. The one party that called for another referendum on our membership of the European Union...
Just to break in, Vince Cable is back. He's won a thumping majority. He's ousted Tanya Mathias, a Conservative MP, by a majority of 9,000. Labour have gained Gower. The Conservatives have held Clwyd West. Labour have gained East Lothian. Labour have gained Peterborough. Now, that really is a bellwether seat, and, I mean, Blair won that in 97, the remarkable Helen Brinton won that. So Stuart Jackson out there.
We're still waiting for those other Richmond-Kingston seats, aren't we, for final confirmation on
Ian Duncan Smith has won as well.
See, I told you it was...
You were right. You were just ahead of the time, as
Mystic Meg. But back to the Conservatives and Brexit. You think absolutely no review required?
A, that there would be civil war, but also I think that, the one party that has stood unambiguously in this election election as the party for Remain, the party that wanted a second referendum, the Liberal Democrats, they have gone backwards. Nick Clegg has lost his seat, and may well be that Tim Farron has lost his seat, and Vince Cable has won, but he could be the leader of a party with just a very small handful of MPs.
Not that Joe Swinson has anything to do with it.
Joe Swinson would be a better bet for the new
Interestingly, Mark Durkan, of the leader of the SDLP, he's lost his seat in Northern Ireland by 169 votes. I'm not sure who to.
He's lost it to Sinn Féin. Now, earlier on, we had so many results coming through that I held up a card. Theresa May's route to keeping her majority may actually lie in Sinn Féin picking up as many seats as possible in Northern Ireland.
The irony.
Because
Scotland and Sinn Féin win it for Theresa May.
Yeah, because for every seat Sinn Féin win, you effectively take you take half of what the Tories actually need to gain a majority. So, ironically, when Tory HQ is saying there is still a route to a majority for Theresa May, they're including the Speaker, John Bercow, in that. They're probably including the DUP, but they can take off the other side, the SDLP, who will be a natural coalition partner with the Labour Party. So, it is effectively now Scotland and Sinn Féin that are keeping Theresa May in power.
Who'd have thunk? Kevin on Twitter says, isn't there a vacancy at LBC for Nick Clegg 10 to 12 on Sundays? after this week, I think there's going to be a vacancy on Saturdays at 10 to 12 as well, so maybe that might be a slot that Nick Clegg might have.
Labour have gained... Sorry.
No, go.
Labour have gained Ipswich from the Conservatives. Ben Gummer is a former minister now, and also one of the key people in drafting the Conservative manifesto.
And wasn't he the little baby with eating the hamburger when his dad was... That was the daughter. Sorry, wrong child. Apologies.
Just a few days ago, he was actually being tipped as the possible Secretary of State for Brexit.
Not least by himself.
So how the mighty have fallen.
Under Amber Rudd leadership.
Yes.
Well, we're still waiting to hear how that third recount is going for Amber Rudd. Let's bring in Paul in Bromley. You're at the count in Bromley, Paul. What are you hearing?
Yes, I am at the count. I've happened to be walking past Boris Johnson's brother and the main party candidate for the Tories in Bromley, and I overheard that the main party candidate state, Bob Neal is, that it's been confirmed and she will resign in the morning. That's, they were deep in discussion also. So I happen to be walking by at that exact moment.
Let's cross to Emily Thornbury, the Shadow Foreign Secretary. No, we can't.
So, hang on, have we got this right? There's increasing evidence that if she doesn't get that majority, or a majority, she will just go.
Well, I mean, I heard what Theo said there. I mean, it was slightly sort of giving us three different scenarios, so I'd love to know who his sources were, and I'll get that out of him later. But I think it's very difficult for a sitting Prime Minister, if they are, even if they are still in power, if they're in a minority, in this situation where the negotiations are about to start, I just can't see it. I mean, OK, if Jeremy Corbyn gets a majority, she goes, clearly. I mean, nobody's going to argue with that. But if she's the largest party, I mean, can she really resign 11 days before the negotiation starts?
That was my question to you earlier, Tim.
I think she can, and I think she'll have to. I think she can... resign because the main early negotiations will be undertaken by people like David Davis, the Secretary of State for Brexit. It isn't, despite the message that she's tried to convey in this election, a negotiation that's led by the Prime Minister in the beginning. And so I think she does have to go. I think Tory MPs have lost all confidence in her. I think European leaders will now regard her as a hugely diminished figure. What I don't know, and this is a very important question that I don't have the answer to, is I'm not sure who could succeed her. Well, I think it would probably be someone like David Davis himself, actually.
Well, and also, you can't have a 3-month leadership campaign here. I mean, the last one didn't last long because everyone rolled in behind Theresa May. I can't imagine that happening again.
I suspect the 1922 Committee of Tory MPs will suspend the Tory membership rules, and the vote will not go to the country, but Tory MPs will decide the next Tory leader within a matter of a couple of weeks.
I have a feeling that the Mad Hatter is about to walk through the door. We have a potential Tory leadership challenge or election in the next few weeks. We have Jeremy Corbyn looking like he could be the Prime Minister. We have Nick Clegg out. We have Joe Swinson back in. We have Vince Cable back in. We have talk of Brexit being reviewed by the Tories.
Yeah,
what's going on,
Dismiss
Tim?
that talk about Brexit being reviewed by the Tories. I just think the one thing that the Tories have got in this election is they've won a large share of the UKIP vote. You can certainly be sure to lose that if you review Brexit. And I think the vast majority of the Tory parliamentary party is pro-Brexit, and so I think it's not even on the agenda.
Tim Montgomery, Conservative commentator, thank you for now. Just to reiterate that 2 government ministers have already lost their seats, and one more, not just any old minister, the Home Secretary, Amber Rudd, is in trouble. She has a 3rd recount in her constituency. Tim Farron, what's the latest on Tim Farron? It's left my mind. In trouble.
We're told there's a recount.
Risky recount.
Labour, it appears, have won Canterbury. More egg on this particular visage.
Do we need to go out and just buy an egg?
I think we do.
Yeah, I think
Several.
we do. You're listening to LBC. It's 3 o'clock.
On FM, online, on your mobile and on digital radio. Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 3 o'clock, the future of Britain's government is on a knife edge in a night of dramatic election results. Theresa May's decision to hold a snap poll appears to have backfired. LBC's political editor Theo Usherwood says his sources say if she fails to secure a majority, Mrs May will stand down as Prime Minister. An exit poll suggested the Conservatives would be the largest party in the Commons but fall short of the majority they need. They've lost seats to Labour, including the Battersea constituency of Treasury Minister Jane Ellison. This was the scene as Jeremy Corbyn arrived at the count in his Islington North constituency. LBC's senior reporter Vincent McAvenny is there.
9th time he's come to one of these events. He's been the MP since 1983, and he arrived to rapturous applause. And as he was coming in, one of the bookmakers, Betfair Exchange, has saying that he is favourite to become the next Prime Minister of Britain, but a heavy caveat on that. It's all to play for still.
Former UKIP leader Nigel Farage has told LBC the Conservative Party needs a leader who believes in Brexit.
I think the takeout from the campaign is that, frankly, she's just no good. She doesn't really believe in anything. And that was where Corbyn, I thought, was so impressive, because I don't agree with his agenda, but he went round the country and it was clear he believed in something.
The country's longest-serving MP, the Conservative Ken Clarke, has held his seat in Rushcliffe in Nottinghamshire. He says what happens next is impossible to call.
I think we are in the middle of great events. The whole structure of politics has been changing in the last 2 or 3 years. The old confident predictions you could make a few years ago can no longer confidently be made.
The former Lib Dem leader Nick Clegg has lost his Sheffield Hallam seat to Labour.
We must try and reach out to each other to try and find common ground if we are to heal those profound divisions. Because if we do not, it is my judgment that our country will endure unprecedented hardship and difficulty in the years ahead.
One glimmer of hope for the Lib Dems came when Sir Vince Cable won back his Twickenham seat. Votes for UKIP have collapsed in the seats that have already declared results, with more of their supporters backing Labour than expected. The SNP have lost seats to both the Tories and Labour. The Scottish National Party lost their Westminster leader Angus Robertson. In other news this hour, another suspect has been arrested in connection with the London Bridge attack. The 29-year-old man was held at a residential address in Newham in East London. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Andy Ivey.
This is LBC from Global. Leading Britain's conversation. Britain decides. LBC's Election Night Live with Ian Dale and Sheila Fogarty.
Let's cross straight to Islington North for Jeremy Corbyn's result.
4-6. Suzanne Nundy, known as Suzanne Cameron Blackie, Independent, 41.
Liberal Democrats got 4,946, by the way.
James Tovey Clark, Conservatives, 6871.
You meant to whisper that.
Jeremy Bernard Corbyn, Labour Party, 40086.
Jeremy Corbyn
very comfortably winning his seat.
Very rare that you get any candidate winning over 40,000 votes in the constituency, it has to be said. All the other candidates are also run, so I don't think we need to stay with that.
Tim Montgomery, you are hearing from your Tory sources that they have, this isn't confirmed, but they're hearing that they have lost Enfield Southgate, a huge blow.
If Enfield Southgate has lost, it will be a very disappointing result for the Conservatives. And of course, Enfield Southgate is a very famous seat in recent electoral history because in 1997 it was the one that Michael Portillo lost in the Blair landslide. So it may well be that it's gone back to a red colour tonight.
I mean, that would be a massive shock, and if that's gone, Nick Dubois was hoping to regain Enfield North for the Conservatives. There's no way that's going to happen now. He was always, I think, doubtful during the campaign that it was really working for him, but he's not going to win that now. But just a word, Rob, on Jeremy Corbyn's result there, 40,000 votes. I can't remember, off the top of my head, anybody who's ever got 40,000 votes in a constituency before.
There have been, but they are, as you say, very, very rare, and normally in grotesquely oversized constituencies that are in one direction.
Which that isn't.
Which that isn't. That's a small constituency, and it is an absolutely staggering performance.
Do you know, I only learnt this evening how many times Ken Clarke has won his Nottinghamshire seat, and he's won it again tonight. 14 times. Now that's a constituency MP, Tim.
It is a constituency MP, but this is probably the first and maybe the last time I'll say something nice about Jeremy Corbyn.
Okay, go on.
I think what has impressed a lot of people as they've seen him on the TV during this campaign is he comes across as a decent person. Now, I think he has very indecent policies, but he comes across as a decent person.
Indecent?
Indecent policies, yes, on security issues, for example. But actually, if you win more than 40,000 votes in your constituency, that's because local people really do think you work hard for them and you're a conscientious constituency MP. That reflects well on him.
He's speaking now. Here he is.
I know all the pressures that are put on to the staff to achieve this. Thank you very much to you and all the staff here tonight and all those that run our democratic services in this borough. I also want to particularly thank the police for their work today and their work last night in helping to ensure that the crowds were all safe, but also all the work they did last weekend during the horrors of the attack that took place on London Bridge and the borough. It shows the importance of a fully staffed police service to make sure we're all kept safe at all times. And I do thank the police for their work last weekend and today. It's an enormous honour to be elected to represent Islington North for the 9th time in Parliament, and I'm very, very honoured and humbled by the size of the vote that has been cast for me tonight as the Labour candidate, and I pledge to represent the people of Islington North in the best way that I possibly can, and to continue to learn from them as well as represent them at the same time, because I believe representation is as much about listening as about telling other people. And so I do thank the people for their support. I also want to say a huge thank you to Islington North Labour Party, to our agent Catherine Sloan, and all the other people that have worked so hard in this campaign. And unfortunately, or maybe from their point of view fortunately, I've been out on the road for most of the last 6 weeks, and so they've been holding the fort and working incredibly hard, and I'm very, very grateful to them for all that they've done. I'm also very grateful to all of my family and to my wife Laura and to all the people that have worked so hard in our team at Labour Party head office as well as in the constituency office here for achieving this incredible result tonight in Islington and the results that are coming in from all over the country. In terms of Islington, this is the highest turnout at any election in Islington since 1951. It's the largest ever vote received for a winning candidate ever in the history of this borough, and I'm very proud of it and very humble and very grateful to the people of Islington for this result. This election was called in order for the Prime Minister to gain a larger majority in order to assert her authority. And the election campaign has gone on for the past 6 weeks. I've travelled the whole country. I've spoken at events and rallies all over the country. And you know what? Politics has changed. And politics isn't going back into the box where it was before. Because what's happened is people have said they've had quite enough of austerity politics. They've had quite enough of cuts in public expenditure, underfunding our health service, underfunding our schools and our education service, and not giving our young people the chance they deserve in our society. And I'm very, very proud of the campaign that my party has run, our manifesto for the many, not the few, and I'm very proud of the results that are coming in all over the country tonight of people voting for hope for the future and turning their backs on austerity. And so, if there is a message from tonight's result is this.
We're going live to Richard Suchet now at the Maidenhead constituency, the Maidenhead count of the Prime Minister Theresa May. Will leave Jeremy Corbyn there victorious in his Islington seat. Richard.
Theresa May has just walked in, and as you can imagine, every journalist asking her if she is planning to resign. I asked her whether she regrets calling this election. Of course, she didn't respond to any of those questions. She just walked in dressed in red, smiling, walking very briskly past the media here, and she is heading towards the stage. So no indications, no clues carved into her face as to what she might be thinking, just a smile. But of course she finds herself in something of a pickle tonight. She did not expect the results to be this bad, and it's I mean, look, it's a very safe seat here. She's not worried about the result here in Maidenhead. She has a majority of something like 30,000, so there's no risk of losing here. But the bigger picture, well, she's in a very difficult position indeed. Lost a number of ministers already. Justine Greening almost lost her seat. She had a majority of 10,000. Amber Rudd is in trouble. This has not been a good night for her, and we'll have to see how it pans out.
Thank you very much, Richard, for now. It's interesting to see Philip May's face. She's not giving much away, but he looks absolutely deadly disappointed and down, doesn't he?
I spotted that as well, Sheila. He looks... she's doing her best to smile for the cameras. He couldn't hide it.
Robert Hayward?
Two things. One, Ian asked me just now about candidates or politicians getting over 40,000. John Major in 1992 got 48,000. But I was just drawing attention to the fact the Conservatives have gained a second seat, and it's interesting, it's in London, the Dagenham and Raynham. It's the second gain of the night, and it's in London, contrary to everything else.
And that's a big blow. That is a big blow for Labour. John Cruddas, one of their leading thinkers, is out. That's a seat the Conservatives have had their eye on for a long time. I remember back in 2005, a friend of mine, Simon Jones, was it 2010, stood there, and he was expecting to win then and didn't, so they've finally got it.
I should point out, Dagenham and Raynham was the most Leave voting constituency in the entire country at the referendum. It really isn't reflective of London. It's much more Essex than London. In fact, they will bite your head off.
Nothing wrong with that, Gareth.
They will actually bite your head off if you describe the people of Dagenham and Raynham as living in London. The interesting thing is that was a proper three-way marginal as well.
West Ham supporters.
The Conservatives came from third. Yeah, lots of West Ham supporters. Conservatives actually came from third there. It was all about the UKIP vote collapsing, and it'll be interesting to see the breakdown of those figures when they come through, because that really wasn't meant to be a Tory target seat. I know very well that there was quite a battle on to make that a target seat when you consider the number of other targets that are around, and yeah, that's going to be interesting.
You know, for me, sorry, Sheila,
Liam, go.
That really does represent how topsy-turvy this outcome is, how the kaleidoscope has been shaken. You've got Dagenham, that is now a Tory seat, and you've got a highly aspirational North London seat like Enfield Southgate that's gone Labour. It's completely flipped around.
Potentially, anyway. Or is that final? Has that been confirmed now?
No, it hasn't.
We're still waiting.
We're still waiting. And is it Brexit that's doing this?
Yeah, of course. As Gareth said, Dagenham is it isn't a London seat. It's a Leave-dominated seat. And that's why the Tories have got it.
Let's just get the tallies so far. Labour are on 150, the SNP are on 130. Sorry, the Tories are on 130. That would be quite a feat for the SNP, wouldn't it? The SNP are on 22.
We're all moving to Scotland.
The DUP are on 8, and the Liberal Democrats only 3.
Speaking of whom, Vince Cable joins us, the newly re-elected MP for Twickenham. Hello to you, Vince Cable.
Hi.
Congratulations, first of all.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, it was a good result.
I'm sure, yeah, and a substantial one as well. You must be disappointed for some of your colleagues.
Yes, it's a very uneven story across the country. We seem to be picking up seats in Scotland that weren't on anybody's list, and I was very sorry to see my former cabinet colleague and leader Nick Clegg going down. So that's a big loss, particularly when his expertise on European issues is so important.
I've said to you a few times when we've spoken since Brexit, when you said that there has to be a new gathering around the centre-left in this country politically. If Labour's results tonight are anything to go by, the nation doesn't want one or need one.
Well, I think you're right. I think that in many ways the whole landscape of the country has fundamentally changed, and it will take a while to assimilate it. I think this idea of the centre, the right and the left, these now mean rather different things. No, I mean, my party is back in play. We'll have a significant role, I think. But it isn't in that sort of language. I mean, people have taken up a view on, particularly on Europe. There's a difference between generations, difference between different regions, so that the old left, right, centre spectrum no longer works in quite the way it did.
What about the other seats around you, Vince? Ed Davey in Kingston. Have you heard any whispers from there? Coshilton and Wallington?
I haven't heard, but as I got back with such a majority, I would have hoped Ed Davey would be following me, but I haven't heard. And similarly, Tom Brake, who is a great constituency MP, I would be very disappointed if he didn't get back too.
There are rumours of a recount in Tim Farron's seat. If he lost that, and obviously then he would have to quit as leader of the Liberal Democrats, would you be a candidate to succeed him? I know that may seem a bit presumptuous, but I've got to ask the question.
No, I'm not even beginning to think about that. I don't know which of my colleagues are coming back. We're all going to have to take stock of this. We don't know who the new faces will be. No, I'm not even beginning to think about that. I just want to get down to doing my job properly as a local MP. That's my top priority, and then playing a constructive role in Parliament. Leadership is not on my map.
What did you think of the Liberal Democrat campaign? It's been criticised because the things that people know about the Liberal Democrats in this campaign is they want to legalise cannabis, legalise prostitution, questions about Tim Farron's attitude to homosexuality, and of course the famous "Smell my Spaniel" catchphrase. Do you really think it's been a good campaign for the Lib Dems?
Well, I don't think any of those issues. I mean, occasionally the marijuana issue surfaced on the doorstep, and I was able to explain it. It's got nothing to do with liberated lifestyles. It was all about protecting young people from extremely dangerous substances and doing it in a sensible, practical way. No, I mean, most of the things...
Vince, we have to leave you. We have to cross to Maidenhead for Theresa May's result.
Yeah, Theresa May...
If I give notice
here we go.
that the number of votes cast for each candidate at the election is as follows. Batten Gerard Joseph, UK Independence Party, 871. Halamer Yamasak, known as Yemi Halameri, Independent, 16. Harvey Jonathan David, known as Lord Buckethead, 249. Hill Anthony Charles, known as Tony Hill, Liberal Democrats, 6,540. Hope Allen, known as Howlin' Lord Hope, the official monster raving loony party, 119. Knight Andrew David, Animal Welfare Party, 282. May Theresa Mary, the Conservative Party candidate, 37,718.
over 37,000 votes there for Theresa May, so she's obviously retained her seat. That's about the only bit of good news she has had tonight. Some more bad news for her, some good news for Vince Cable, who I think is still with us. The Liberal Democrats have regained Bath from the Conservatives, and Norman Lamb has held North Norfolk. That was a seat which was predicted by everybody to go to the Conservatives. It has not. Norman Lamb has retained that, so the Lib Dems are now on 5. So a little bit of good news for them.
And while we wait for Theresa May to give her victory speech, there's a huge long list of candidates in her constituency of Maidenhead, including Mr Buckethead, and I think one of the Muppets.
Lord Buckethead. I mean, have some respect, woman.
Sorry.
Oh, goodness me.
God, Lord Buckethead. He did, yeah. He stuck a bucket on his head. And there's a Muppet there as well. And anyway, Theresa May has clearly won that seat. I wanted to ask you, Tim, when Jeremy Corbyn says in his speech just a few moments ago, at his victory speech, that's the end of politics as usual. It can't be put back in the box. End of austerity politics. Getting ahead of himself?
I think politics as usual ended some time ago. We've had Trump
elected. But on austerity particularly?
I think austerity has been increasingly hard for the Tories to sustain. And actually, you know, we laughed a few years ago when Ed Miliband forgot to mention the deficit in his party conference speech, or some of us laughed anyway. The whole country has forgotten the deficit in this election. Then there was a very good column recently by Liam Halligan in the Sunday Telegraph reminding us actually that debt as a percentage of GDP is about to go above 100%. I think that's right, isn't it, Liam, as a number? So actually, although we may wish austerity should end, we have no economic basis for believing that we can turn the spending taps on.
The point I made was that the government spends of taxpayers' money more on servicing our national debt, Sheila, not only than we spend on defence each year, than we spend on schools. So we spend more servicing our national debt than we spend on schools. And that's when interest rates are nailed to the floor.
May is about to speak. Let's hear what she has to say.
Thank you very much. And first of all, may I, on behalf of myself and all of the candidates, thank the returning officer and all her staff for the hard work that they have put in today in running this election here in the Maidenhead constituency. Can I also thank the police who have had an extra job here tonight in ensuring the security of this event. And thank you to all those who have once again supported me as the Member of Parliament for Maidenhead. It is a huge honour and a privilege to be elected as the Member of Parliament for this constituency, and I pledge that I will continue to work for all my constituents as I have done over the period of time that I have been your Member of Parliament. As I say, it's a huge honour. This is a wonderful constituency, and I look forward to continuing to work with you to see improvements, further improvements, for the life of those who are living here in the Maidenhead constituency. As we look more widely across the country, of course, returns are still coming in. We have yet to see the full picture emerging. Votes are still being counted. But at this time, more than anything else, this country needs a period of stability. And if, as the indications have shown, if this is correct, that the Conservative Party has won the most seats and probably the most votes, then it will be incumbent on us to ensure that we have that period of stability, and that is exactly what we will do. I would like to thank all those across the country who have voted for the Conservative Party today. As we ran this campaign, we set out to consider the issues that are the key priorities for the British people. Getting the Brexit deal right, ensuring that we both identify and show how we can address the big challenges facing our country, doing what is in the national interest. That is always what I have tried to do in my time as a Member of Parliament. And my resolve to do that is the same this morning as it always has been. As we look ahead and we wait to see what the final results will be, I know that, as I say, the country needs a period of stability. And whatever the results are, the Conservative Party will ensure that we fulfil our duty in ensuring that stability so that we can all, as one country, go forward together. Thank you.
Right, on that, Ian Dale, you and me right now. I've just, 10 minutes ago, handed you a little note, which I've just tweeted, which says, might she resign in her acceptance speech? And halfway through that, I wondered whether that's what we were about to hear. But my judgment of that speech is that that was her pre-resignation speech.
You could interpret it that way. It was very interesting that she... I think we want to cross to Richard Suchet, don't we? He's out with Theresa May.
What's the mood there, Richard? Bad line. Let's go back to you. It's so much clearer.
I have no clue what I was just saying.
We were talking about... I said, was this her pre-resignation speech?
I mean, it could be, but I think if she said that, she needs to provide stability if they're the largest party. Clearly, she has every right to form a government. It would be the natural thing for her to do. Tim Montgomery.
I think Rob Hayward and I have reached exactly the same conclusion. I think it was very interesting. Throughout the campaign, do you remember in the early stages, she kept using I, my manifesto.
Back to the party now.
But this was we. This was we, not I.
She was hedging.
I think she's keeping her options completely open. And I think it will end up with her resigning.
She has to keep her options open.
We're in the same place.
I scribbled a note to Tim during her speech,
We're all at it.
which said, I circled the word we. We have that stability, i.e. that the country and the Tory party has that stability. She didn't use the word I at any point.
It's out of her hands now. It's out of her hands. It's up to her party if she stays on now.
And interesting,
not up to her.
I thought she was choking up as well during that. I actually thought she sounded quite emotional. And she's not an emotional person. She was very much holding it back. If people, when they watch that on the morning bulletins, they will see someone who I genuinely believe actually has taken this very personally. And she should take it personally. She's made the campaign a very personal campaign. And it reminds you how brutal politics can be.
Interesting result from Middlesbrough South and Cleveland East. Conservatives have gained that from Labour, which seems to go against everything that we've been talking about this evening.
Two or three constituency results following on from that. The Conservatives lost Stockton South right next door and gained Middlesbrough South. Tim Farron has held Westmoreland and Leinster. It's just come through that he has held the constituency.
We should also correct something we said earlier, and we got this from, I think it was from Sky, said it, that Dagenham and Rainham has not gone Conservative. So all that discussion that we had about Essex Man, just forget you ever heard it.
However, the interesting thing is I've heard some sort of quite more detailed information on that. It seems that the UKIP vote held up. That was fundamentally a tactical error by the Tories. By the sound of it, it was more. You could almost see it as a Tory loss rather than a Labour hold. I think that they just simply didn't squeeze the UKIP vote, and an awful lot of that's down to maybe the messaging that was brilliant outside of London in terms of targeting people against Jeremy Corbyn in marginals, but against UKIP, they really, you never saw a sort of anti-UKIP message.
Conservatives have held Portsmouth North, and Tim Farron, as you said, has held Westmoreland and Lonsdale. It's quite difficult to discern too many trends here at the moment because there seems to be a little bit of churn going on.
But there is a trend in terms of the last recent results. Conservatives have lost Canterbury, University of Kent. They've lost Portsmouth South to the Labour Party, which is a real surprise and a blow for the Lib Dems. But the University, they failed to take Birmingham Edgbaston, which with the absence of Gisela Stewart was a nailed-on certainty, and that's Birmingham University. The Tories are doing badly in university seats.
Portsmouth South, is that Penny Mordaunt?
No, Penny is North. This is Flick Drummond. And the Lib Dems hold virtually every single council seat in Portsmouth South.
Alex Salmon tipped to lose by 800 votes, according to a Tory activist at that count.
To the Tories, to the Tories,
yeah.
And interestingly, the DUP are making some gains in Northern Ireland. So the DUP plus Sinn Féin plus Scotland is making this interesting, even despite the losses.
Theo Usherwood, LBC's political editor, is down in Westminster. Thoughts after that speech by Theresa May, Theo?
From listening to the last sentence of that speech, where she talks about the Conservative Party being incumbent on the Conservative Party to provide stability, she was clearly hedging there. Could it just be her Conservative Party, or would somebody possibly take over? There's a real fury within the party, and I don't think that should be underestimated. As one source at CCHQ put it to me, the knives are out for Theresa May and also for Stephen Gilbert as well, I'm told. A lot of anger anger about the way this campaign was managed. In terms of a diagnosis of what went wrong outside of the management, the message on Brexit, from the people I've been speaking to, there's a feeling that the country didn't like Theresa May didn't like the term hard Brexit, soft Brexit, but they didn't like the Conservative message on Brexit, particularly around not guaranteeing the rights of EU nationals before we go into those negotiations, and the feeling that was somehow mean or unfair within the Conservative Party, and that's the diagnosis.
To be fair to the woman, she tried, didn't she? And it was knocked back at the very beginning.
It was knocked back at the very beginning, but there was another option, which was to be magnanimous, to try and steal the moral high ground by saying, OK, we'll guarantee the rights of EU nationals, and then put the onus back onto European leaders to secure the rights of British nationals living in, well, mainly in Spain. But that didn't happen, and there's a feeling that Theresa May misjudged that mood in the country, and then going back to UKIP, the vote split, and from a Labour person I was speaking to, there was an element of Trump about that, and of Brexit as well, that there's a feeling that people weren't getting better because of Brexit, they weren't feeling it, and therefore Jeremy Corbyn provided that anti-establishment answer.
OK, thank you for now, Theo. Theo Ushwood, LBC's political editor down on College Green in Westminster. Thoughts all round on that question that there's some kind of wavering on Brexit going on?
Can I go for it? I find it absolutely typical and ironic, and an explanation as to why the Tories have in effect lost this election, that their conclusion is that a
Can I just tell you, Paul Nuttall has not won in Boston and Skegness. News just in.
And the Conservatives...
Hold the front page.
And the Conservatives have lost Eastbourne to the Lib Dems.
Yes. That genuinely is a surprise, but I just simply don't, to me the explanation that is coming out of CCHQ that this is because Theresa May was too hard on Brexit is an explanation as to why the Tories effectively lost this election. You cannot run effectively a second run of the referendum when the people running for the pro-Brexit party are the same people who were running the Remain campaign less than a year earlier. That's the problem. It's bad personnel, it's bad strategic management.
And Liam Halligan, you are not economics columnist for The Telegraph. You are that, but you are not buying. No, you are definitely that. But you are not buying this argument that the country is somehow rejecting Brexit, and that's what the Tories are sniffing out here, because Labour are supporting the single market, the Tories are supporting leaving the single market, to be precise.
Yeah, the party that unequivocally backed a second referendum and a so-called soft Brexit, staying in the single market, were the Lib Dems, who have tanked. Labour had in their manifesto, we're going to leave the single market. The Tories had in their manifesto, we're going to leave the single market and the customs union. If you add their votes together, it's a pretty mighty coalition.
Tim, you go along with that?
Absolutely, I agree with that.
I think what is absolutely true, and some of us have been writing this in our columns pretty much every other week, it was nuts not to immediately, unilaterally guarantee the 3 million EU nationals here in the UK. Not only would it have been good for them and the businesses that employ them, it would have settled the stomach of an awful lot of moderate Remainers who were worried about Brexit, who found it distasteful but were willing to go along with it.
That's a great way of describing it, isn't it?
What Theresa May never did in this election was rediscover that finest moment of her premiership. When she became Prime Minister, she stood on the steps of Downing Street. She talked about a very different Conservative Party that would reach out to the poor, the marginalised, the people that voted for Brexit, that put it over the top to get that 52%.
And then she didn't make you feel it.
And then she's done nothing since, really, to make it happen, apart from a few words. And the manifesto did have no real big message for those people, and that's why they had a choice between someone saying strong and stable and Jeremy Corbyn offering change. And if you are someone who really thinks the country's on the wrong track, which is half of the country, they only really had Labour to go to.
Thank you for now, all of you. Tim Montgomery, Times columnist. Sorry, I keep saying that. Conservative commentator, apologies. Liam Halligan, definitely the economics columnist for The Telegraph. Gareth Knight is still with us, as well as is Robert Hayward, both election analysts. Ian, did you look to me like a man who wanted to say something then?
No.
No? OK,
no.
well, I will
then. I think we're going to the news,
I'll do it.
At the moment.
I'll
Can I say the first time I was on television? Sorry, there isn't time.
It's 3:34. Let's get the news from Andy Ivey.
Labour leader Jeremy Corbyn is calling on Theresa May to resign. She's under pressure from within her party too, as general election results so far suggest she could struggle to get a majority in the House of Commons.
The country needs a period of stability, and whatever the results are, the Conservative Party will ensure that we fulfil our duty in ensuring that stability so that we can all, as one country, go forward together.
Mrs May speaking after retaining her Maidenhead seat. Tory seats have tumbled to Labour, including the Battersea constituency of Treasury Minister Jane Ellison. Here's LBC's political editor Theo Usherwood.
The news from CCHQ campaign headquarters is that if Theresa May doesn't get an overall majority, I understand she's going to step down, she's going to resign. There is a glimmer of hope, I am told, within Conservative campaign headquarters that she may just be able to limp over the line, as a source put it to me.
Jeremy Corbyn convincingly held the Islington North seat he's occupied since 1983.
And I'm very, very proud of the campaign that my party has run, our manifesto for the many, not the few. And I'm very proud of the results that are coming in all over the country tonight, of people voting for hope for the future and turning their backs on austerity.
Labour have claimed the scalp of Cabinet Office Minister Ben Gummer in Ipswich. Mr Gummer was the author of the Conservative manifesto. They've also taken Canterbury, a seat the Conservatives have held since the 1800s. And Nick Clegg has lost his Sheffield Hallam seat to Labour.
You live by the sword and you die by the sword. We'll not only need to deal with the agonising decisions which we face as a country as we navigate our way towards Brexit, but as a Parliament that is presiding over a deeply, deeply divided and polarised nation. We saw that in the Brexit referendum last year, and we see it here again tonight.
One bright spot for the Lib Dems, Sir Vince Cable has swept back into his former Twickenham seat. The SNP has suffered a slump in support, with the party's Westminster leader Angus Robertson amongst several high-profile nationalists to lose. The only seat UKIP won at the last general election, Clacton, has been won by the Conservatives with a large majority. One other headline, another suspect has been arrested in connection with the London Bridge attack. The 29-year-old man was held at a residential address in Newham in East London. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Andy Ivey.
This is LBC.
We've been thinking about Lucy.
Wait!
And how she's not very happy that her phone is on its way to Preston without her. And with it 86 selfies, 4 cat videos, that guy's phone number and her banking app. But at least she isn't worried about someone stealing her money. That's because at NatWest we've already thought about the left phone on the train scenario. It's why we never store your bank details on your mobile. NatWest. We are what we do.
App available to customers with online banking and a UK number.
Hi. Hi, I'm here to trade in my trainers.
Trade in your trainers?
Yeah, they're really old. Didn't buy them here. Seen better days, to be honest. I wouldn't get too close. I want to put them towards some lovely new ones.
Sorry, sir, we don't do that.
Really? Vauxhall do? I just got £2,000 for my old banger to put towards a brand new car.
Yes, you can afford a new car. Scrap your old car, and on top of our other great offers, we'll give you £2,000 scrappage to put towards a shiny new Vauxhall. Visit your local retailer or search Vauxhall Scrappage for more information. Trading car registered in your name for at least 90 days. Offer available to individuals and small businesses. UK supplied vehicles only. Exclusions apply. Limited time at participating retailers. Full T's and C's apply.
Oh, the garden's an absolute mess. It's my turn to have the cross-stitch crew round for tea and Battenberg. I'll have to get a landscape gardener in and a wildlife expert. It's a jungle out there. We could be eaten alive by those deadly flutterbugs. Oh, relax, relax. It's Trust a Trader. Marvellous local tradespeople who've been tried, tested and reviewed. All specialists in their areas, from landscape gardening to pest control. Oh, visit trustatrader.com.
Trustatrader.com. Britain Decides. Election Night Live with Ian Dale and Sheila Fogarty on LBC. Text 84850.
Good morning. You are with Ian Dale and Sheila Fogarty. We're with you until 5. Nick Ferrari takes over at that point from College Green in Westminster. We're still in the thick of it, in the midst of it, but an extraordinary night of results unfolding in this general election 2017. In a few moments, we're expecting to hear from Nicola Sturgeon. Conor Gillies, our reporter, is standing by there for Nicola Sturgeon's arrival at her count. In the meantime, we are joined by a fresh face, a fresh voice. Peter Hain, former Labour Northern Ireland Secretary. Good morning to you.
Morning, Sheila.
Well, is what I feel like saying to you right now.
Yes, I mean, who would have predicted that Jeremy Corbyn would be secure as the leader of his party and Theresa May could possibly resign? That Alex Salmond would lose, and that Nicola Sturgeon would suffer a big setback. This is a night of tumult around the country, and it reflects the volatile nature of politics, I think, and the kicking that the political class has now got for a second time after Brexit last year.
Well, someone else got a bit of a kicking, didn't he, from his own party, which is Jeremy Corbyn. Do you all owe him a big apology now?
He's done extraordinarily well. There's no question about that. Whether he is seen by voters as a potential Prime Minister is another question, but he's done very well. And he's an extraordinary phenomenon because nobody else in British politics can go around the country at almost any venue and mobilise thousands and thousands, if not tens of thousands of people to come to meetings. There's an energy and an enthusiasm and a sense of hope that he's offered.
But he's always been a movement man as much as a party political man, hasn't he?
Indeed. He's always been, he talks about a movement rather than, he's always been about building a movement rather than gaining power. And that then is the future dilemma for the party as to where we go now. But what nobody can take away from him is that he's got a huge constituency of people who were alienated, and there's a lot to be alienated from. If you're a student saddled with high debt with no necessary secure jobs in sight, you can't get houses as young people, you can't actually get a decent pension, you've got the health service in crisis, you've got austerity continuing for year after year, and it isn't working. I don't make a party point here so much as a point about the system isn't working for 90% of the population. That's what's new about the situation.
And his impact and the breadth of it, what looks like the breadth of it, can't be ignored, can it? When he says politics is different now. Austerity must end now. Is he right?
He is right, and austerity should never have been pursued with the venom that it has.
Can I press pause on that because Nicola Sturgeon is arriving at her count in Glasgow. Conor Gillis, talk us through it. Theresa May. Nicola Sturgeon arriving to fairly rapturous applause there. An awful lot of attention on the First Minister of Scotland at this point. Press attention as much as anything else. She's making her way slowly through a crowd of people. I've just seen Conor Gillis' mic, but I couldn't hear Conor Gillis' voice. Can you hear me, Conor? It's a pretty noisy place at the moment. That'll be a no. When we can get some sense out of that count, we'll bring it to you. But I suppose that what you've just heard there gives you a sense of the energy around Nicola Sturgeon. A difficult night, but still in a very strong position politically. No, less so.
No, I don't think so at all. I think this is an absolutely catastrophic defeat for the SNP. It seems. I mean, Alex Salmond, I can see him on television screen now, looking as glum as I've ever seen him look. It looks to me that the SNP are going to lose at least 20 seats in Scotland, which I don't think really anybody would have predicted before. They've just lost a seat to the Liberal Democrats. I think it's Danny Alexander's old seat. Caithness, Sutherland. Help me out here, somebody. Caithness, Sutherland, and whatever it is.
Yeah.
something
Danny Alexander's
or other.
old seat.
So the Lib Dems have regained that. I think they're probably going to get another couple of seats off the SNP. The Conservatives are on 26% of the vote. They've doubled their vote share in Scotland since the last election. But Labour have leapfrogged them back into second place.
And apologies, Peter Hain, for interrupting you, and I may do so again. It's
Ed Davey has won as
Ed
well
Davey has won in Kingston.
Yeah.
Great. And we're still expecting the...
Did you just say great?
No, I said great as in thank you for that information. No, I have no view on whether Ed Davey wins or not. And if I did, I'd share it with you. I just don't have any view on whether Ed Davey wins or not. Peter Hain, again, I might interrupt you shortly because it's the nature of the beast, really, isn't it? But can I talk about where Corbyn's success leaves the Labour story?
Well, first of all, he's right that there is an alternative to austerity, and he's said that consistently, and we should have pursued that under Ed Miliband, but really didn't. We kind of gave an austerity light agenda, and it didn't convince anybody. But where does it leave the party? The party has done massively better than anybody expected, as has Jeremy Corbyn, and he's enthused the party, really, that despite a lot of criticism and a lot of reservation about it.
He's enthused it and appalled it in equal measure. Two different strands of the party, hasn't he?
Well, a lot of the party didn't see him as somebody capable of taking us into number 10. and certainly, I mean, who knows by the end of the night what's going to happen in these circumstances, but so that nobody saw him as necessarily doing that. But
Nicola Sturgeon is speaking now, so let's see if we can hear what she's saying. Fingers crossed.
I congratulate all MPs of whatever party that have been elected tonight across the country.
Do you have to reflect on your own role in the campaign? Could you have done better?
Oh, look, I'll reflect on all aspects of this campaign. I think there's a number of different factors at play. I think there was clearly a late surge, not just in Scotland but across the UK, as we see, to Jeremy Corbyn, which the polls in Scotland didn't really pick up to the same extent as they did south of the border. Clearly there are issues of the country feeling uncertain in the wake of Brexit, and independence clearly being a factor in that. I think one of the biggest issues tonight, UK-wide, of course, is the fact that this is a disaster for Theresa May. She called this election unnecessarily. She arrogantly thought she was going to push the opposition
Let's
aside.
leave Nicola Sturgeon and go to Vauxhall, Kate Hoey's seat.
Candidates and the election of a Member of Parliament for the Vauxhall constituency are as follows. Mark Chapman, Pirate Party UK, 172. Gulnar Imtiaz Hasnain, Green Party, 1,152. Catherine Letitia Hoey, commonly known as Kate Hoey, Labour Party, 31,000.
Does that mean she's held it?
I think that means she's held it, but let's hang on.
Harini Iyengar, Women's Equality Party, 539.
Conservatives have held Saffron Walden.
Dorothy Rose
Ian.
Zarina Thies.
What might have been?
Could have been you.
Known as Dolly Thies, Conservative Party, 10,277. And George Nicholas Turner, Liberal Democrats, 11,326.
So she has. Kate Hoey has held her seat.
Not just held it, but walloped the opposition.
Where is that rumour coming from then that she was about to lose?
This
rumours.
ridiculous progressive alliance.
Well, the Lib Dems targeted that a lot, and the Tories were only just behind them on the final result, which is astonishing, absolutely astonishing.
Response to that, Peter Hain?
Well, we're just sweeping London, and I think that's basically what this is about.
Brexit.
I mean, yes. Well, yes, and also, to be fair, the energy that Jeremy Corbyn has given across London in metropolitan areas, Cambridge, for example, did very well. Cardiff Central did very well with students and a more metropolitan city, urban, political and social culture. We're doing very well. And I think that's what this is about.
It's interesting, if I may just finish
as well
this
as, by the way, a pro-Remain stance too.
Much earlier on, we heard from Alistair Campbell, who said the new Labour, old Labour conversation must now be over, and there was a sense of conciliation in a number of different people that we spoke to. But Tim Montgomery, you think it's too early to say that yet? You think that the so-called mainstream moderate Labour should hold fire before they start getting into bed with Jeremy Corbyn?
I think they should, because I think what we've seen is Theresa May fight a disastrous campaign. We've seen Jeremy Corbyn defy expectations. He's come across a decent guy in contrast to the way some of the media have caricatured him. But I think if the focus now turns away from Brexit and Theresa May, where it has been in this election, and towards Labour's position on strikes and the unions, Jeremy Corbyn's closeness to them, some of his positions on security and terror and the military, some of his positions on tax, I think it's a very different proposition. So I think what I would call the moderate, sensible wing of the Labour Party still needs to not lose confidence in itself and hold the Labour Party back from completely embracing Corbynism.
We'll get Peter's thoughts on that in a minute.
Theresa May is heading back to London. Her motorcade is whizzing down the, I presume it's the M4, could be the M40, who knows. But some very interesting things coming through here now. Amber Rudd in Hastings is undergoing a 5th recount. Now, that can only be that she's slightly behind, I would have thought. There's a recount in Richmond Park, full recount of everything. So
that's my constituency. I'm declaring myself.
It's your fault.
I'm declaring my interest.
So that's Sarah Olney, Zach Goldsmith trying to win that back. I'm not quite sure. I haven't seen any information as to which way that might be. Well, we did say earlier that it was tipped to go back to the Conservatives, but
very high turnout there.
Colne Valley, that's gone to a recount after Labour initially came out on top. That's currently a Tory seat.
Can I just get a response to you, Peter Hain, from what Tim just said there about those two, it's a clumsy way of describing it, but those two sides in the Labour Party at the moment. Can they come together? Should they come together now?
We could come together around an agenda that recognises you have to win the centre, as well as energise the grassroots and the radical tradition in the party. Now, Jeremy Corbyn's done that very well. He's energised
the latter,
the values of the party, which seem to have been kind of lost, and the principles of the party, the socialist principles that have been able to win for generations. He's done that, but he hasn't yet shown that he can win the centre. But, this is I think we're in very volatile politics where there are popular revolts going on from all directions against the political class. And that's not just in Britain, it's right across Europe, it's in America, all of that. And we have to understand what's going on, which just has happened over the past 24 hours in that context.
The Lib Dems have taken another seat in Scotland from the SNP in Edinburgh West. So just to recap on where we are now, Labour have now broken through the 200 mark. They have now 200 seats, the Conservatives 191, SNP 27, Lib Dems 10, although I'm counting many more Lib Dem seats than that, I have to say, but that's where we are. Let's go to Douglas Ross. He's Conservative MP now for Murray. He took his seat from Angus Robertson, the Westminster leader for the SNP. Douglas, very good evening to you. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Now, I gather you had to miss a vote in Holyrood to do a game at some point. I've just been passed a note.
He's a referee.
You're a football referee. What was that all about, then?
Yeah. Well, I'm an assistant referee here in Scotland, and I'm also a FIFA-listed official, so I did miss a vote in Parliament, in the Scottish Parliament, to attend a Champions League match, but I've learnt my lesson.
Well, I guess tonight must seem like winning the Champions League for you. Were you expecting to win, in all honesty?
We thought we had a good chance here. We were a long way behind 9,000 votes of an SNP majority, but we were picking up a good response on the doorstep with a good local campaign. But to turn that into a 4,000 Conservative majority is beyond my expectations.
Why do you think the SNP are doing comparatively badly tonight? Because I think it has surprised most people, certainly in this studio it has.
Yeah, I mean, people are fed up with the SNP's obsession with a second independence referendum, while their record of government over the last decade is one of increasing problems. We see our educational standards are falling, there's problems with the NHS, and people are saying the SNP have been in charge of all these services, of all these areas for the last 10 years, but because of their obsession with independence, that's almost been second fiddle to their constitutional mandate.
Do you think this knocks on the head demands for a second referendum?
Well, what I said to people in Murray was if they wanted to send the strongest possible message to Nicola Sturgeon that they were against a second independence referendum, they should vote for a Conservative MP, and that's exactly what they've done.
What are you hearing from Alex Salmond's constituency?
Only what I've seen on Twitter, that it's looking very close. Someone said it's about 800 votes in it, so I'm not sure which way.
Douglas, many congratulations. That's Douglas Ross, the new Conservative MP for Murray. That's a sentence I didn't think I'd be saying tonight, Sheila.
We've been talking in the last few minutes or so, particularly since you came in, Peter, about this changing politics and this new politics, and Jeremy Corbyn made reference to it in his speech as well. There's a tweet here that I think, in part anyway, gives a window into it, actually, from a voter's perspective. Ira has sent this. I want my Leave vote to be respected. I've never voted for Conservatives before, but I want Theresa May to remain. I hoped that she would leave Osborne's cuts behind. There's quite a lot in that one tweet, isn't there, about the kind of multi-directional voting that's been going on. People who've never voted one way suddenly saying that they will, holding their nose while they do because of one particular issue. And I think that reflects that mixed ground that everybody's been voting on and campaigning on.
Just on that, just before you answer that, Anna Soubry's got a recount in Broxtowe.
Interesting.
You're the most interrupted interviewee so far away.
I apologise, but
no, it's the nature of the night. You're handling it beautifully.
I agree with you. If I was listening, I'd want to hear it again, so I'd want to hear myself interrupted. But
that's a sentence you've never said before.
What did you ask me again, Sheila?
I read that lady's tweet out that she is, we're all over the place politically, essentially.
I heard Nigel Farage say earlier this evening, and for once I agreed with him, that some UKIP voters, some Leave voters who had aligned with UKIP voted for Labour because Jeremy Corbyn was offering an anti-austerity hope alternative that they were not getting from the Tories. So some UKIP kind of Leave voters went back to the Tories, but I think this system is not working for far too many people. And that's why people are giving the system a kick.
Labour have gained Warrington South, and the Conservatives have held Thurrock, which has been on the Labour hit list for quite some time now, but they don't quite manage to get it. So that's one bit of good news for the Conservatives. Well, a bit of bad news for UKIP came in Boston and Skegness tonight, where Paul Nuttall, their leader, came a miserable third. Martin Lindsay is there for us. Take us through what's happened, Martin.
Well, Ian, it's been a disastrous night for UKIP, starting with that exit poll back at 10 o'clock, hasn't it? And as you just mentioned there, it's got a whole lot worse. I'll start with the story of the night, where they made huge losses, to remind you of a few: Sunderland, Middlesbrough, South Shields, all strong Leave vote areas, Workington and Newcastle as well. Then they missed out on the one of their key target seats of Hartlepool as well. And now Paul Nuttall here in Boston has come third with around 3,000 votes, Labour with 10,000 and the Conservatives with around 27,000. Well, Paul Nuttall arrived here around an hour ago. One of his sources told me he was actually sleeping and was going to arrive at around 3 o'clock because of his travelling. He arrived here late. He refused to take any questions upon his arrival, though. He rushed into the building, wouldn't answer any questions if he was going to quit, and has called a press conference for tomorrow morning. Well, once the result was announced, he refused to take the stage, was ushered out of the side door as well without taking any questions. Well, prior to this election, though, the seat here in Boston actually was an ideal target for the party. The town has seen immigration levels soar here in the last decade. It was the most pro-Brexit area in the country as well, with a staggering 75% Leave vote. But it hasn't worked for UKIP here again, so their future is in serious doubt tonight. And a reminder, Paul Nuttall, the party's leader, has called a press conference for tomorrow morning.
Well, I'm sure he has, and I think we all know what he's going to say at that press conference. He has no alternative but to resign. Tomorrow, I hesitate to make predictions tonight.
I've got
How many party leaders will remain?
Here's another egg-on-face moment. I think Paul Nuttall will quit. I think Tim Farron will quit. I think it's 50-50 as to whether Theresa May will. I think she will try and stay on if there's any way possible that she can, but she's hold before the waterline.
I think one of the key issues as to whether Theresa May will survive now will be the attitude of Sinn Féin and DUP MPs, and we have a former Secretary of State for Northern Ireland here in Peter Hain, and I just wondered, do you think there is any chance that Sinn Féin would take seats to support her?
No.
Corbyn? No.
No.
So every seat that they're gaining is in a sense a gain for Theresa May then, and every seat that the DUP gain is also a gain for her. So Northern Ireland is quite a good result for her, just looking at it from narrow electoral conditions.
In that narrow party sense, you're absolutely right, Tim, because the SDLP, people like Mark Durkin, voted almost always with Labour, except on things like the Iraq War, and whereas Sinn Féin are not going to be there. So it's effectively...
And just to make clear, Gerry Adams has made that very clear. He's not interested in what happens in the Westminster Parliament only.
They'll never take their seats. I mean, they couldn't. So, and even if it was actually to their advantage. But what I do think, and then this brings us to the whole Brexit thing, because this is what Theresa May really called this election on, was to get a mandate for what I would argue is a hard right Brexit. She hasn't got that. And in Northern Ireland, yes, the DUP may well want to strike a deal with her to help
secure that border.
But the border is very sensitive to the DUP as well, and to the unionist community, the business community, as well as to nationalists and Republicans. And it may well be, as a result of Theresa May losing her ability to get a big, stonking mandate, that the Brexit negotiations now take an entirely different form. And that we could see a situation in which, for example, we stay in the single market, because I think there could be a majority for that in
Liam
Parliament.
Halligan on that. Really briefly.
I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think a lot of Labour voters want that to happen, actually. And Corbyn's just done well on a manifesto that says we're going to leave the single market.
Some results coming in. Labour have held Batley and Spain. You may remember that's the constituency of Joe Cox. Tracy Brabin has retained that. Labour have won Weaver Vale. David Davis has been returned in Halton Price and Howden. Gavin Barwell, the housing minister, has lost in Croydon to Labour.
Really?
And the Conservatives have gained Berwickshire from the SNP. So, sort of, I mean, good news for Labour there. But
forgive me if I'm repeating myself. Diane Abbott, not surprisingly, held Hackney North.
The interesting thing also is that both the BBC and Sky are predicting now a hung parliament where the Conservatives are around the 315 to 320 mark, and obviously 326 is ostensibly the figure they need for a majority. But as someone said earlier, I think Gareth said, if Sinn Féin don't take their seats, that figure comes down. Well, we have an hour to go before we hand over to Nick Ferrari at breakfast, continuing LBC's election night coverage. It's been, well, it's one of those evenings yet again. It seems whenever Sheila Fogarty and I are in the same studio, it causes chaos in the political system.
Political alchemy
So
happens.
we have Labour heading for a much better result than they could ever have hoped for. They're not going to win outright, but then again, nor are the Conservatives.
Is that you calling it?
The Conservatives are not going to get an overall majority
You're not calling
here.
a hung parliament here, no?
I'm not calling anything, Sheila.
Okay.
When I'm ready to call it, I'll be sure and tell you.
Okay.
Keep it LBC.
Okay.
Round guys.
Okay.
On FM, online, on your mobile and on digital radio. Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 4 o'clock. Theresa May is heading back to London after a dramatic night of election results. Her party's chances of retaining its overall majority appear on a knife edge. Results are still coming in, but Labour has made gains while the Conservatives have lost seats. Here's LBC's political editor Theo Usherwood.
Winning in Maidenhead, Theresa May would only say that it was incumbent on the Conservative Party to lead in the national interest. But the Tories recognise now there's only a glimmer of hope of securing an overall majority, and Jeremy Corbyn has called on Mrs May to step down. Perhaps her biggest threat, though, comes from within her own party, with one source telling me that the knives are out. Theo Usherwood, LBC, Westminster.
Mrs May has signalled the Conservatives will seek to push on in power.
The country needs a period of stability, and whatever the results are, the Conservative Party will ensure that we fulfil our duty in ensuring that stability so that we can all, as one country, go forward together.
Jeremy Corbyn has held on to his seat in Islington North and secured a big majority. The Labour leader got more than 40,000 votes, around 11,000 more than he won in 2015.
The Prime Minister called the election because she wanted a mandate. Well, the mandate she's got is lost Conservative seats, lost votes, lost support and lost confidence. I would have thought that's enough to go, actually.
Meanwhile, a number of big names have lost their seats. The former Deputy Prime Minister Nick Clegg's Sheffield Hallam seat went to Labour, but the Liberal Democrats have strengthened their hand. Sir Vince Cable in Twickenham amongst those retaking seats they lost in 2015. The SNP's Westminster leader, Angus Robertson, was ousted by the Tories. The party's leader, Nicola Sturgeon, has seen her party lose to both the Conservative and Labour.
We didn't necessarily anticipate the late surge to Jeremy Corbyn, which appeared very late in the campaign and wasn't reflected in the Scottish opinion polls. Of course, there is clearly uncertainty around Brexit and independence, which clearly will be a factor in tonight's results. So, a lot of thinking for the SNP to do.
UKIP have failed to win any seats so far. Leader Paul Nuttall was unsuccessful in Boston and Skegness. The pound is down heavily as markets were shaken by the exit poll and early results. It dropped more than 2 cents to its lowest level against the dollar since the election was called. In other news, another suspect has been arrested in connection with the London Bridge attack. The 29-year-old man was held at a residential address in Newham in East London. It brings to 4 the number of men being held in connection with the attack. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Andy Ivey.
This is LBC from Global. Leading Britain's conversation. Britain decides. LBC's Election Night Live with Ian Dale and Sheila Fogarty.
3 minutes past 4 here on LBC. It has been a momentous night so far. Do stay tuned because this is going to go on for several hours yet. We've got, 450 results in so far. That means there's another 175 to go. We'll get a lot more in this hour, and then Nick Ferrari will bring you the rest when he comes on after 5. Now, somebody has said that the vote share is Conservative 44, Labour 41, Liberal Democrat 8, UKIP 2, Greens 2. Well, let's talk to one of the victorious Liberal Democrat candidates tonight, Sir Ed Davey, Liberal Democrat MP for Kingston and Surbiton, who joins us now. Many congratulations, Ed.
Thanks, Ian.
Did you honestly believe that you would do it?
At the start of the campaign, I had my doubts because the polls were showing, a Tory majority of 150 or more. But as we got campaigning and talked to people and issues, not just Brexit, but school funding, police, NHS, a whole range of things came up, and you could tell that people were not happy with what was going on. And there was a huge lot of warmth, actually, for someone who, I'd been the MP here for 18 years, and lots of people knew me. So gradually through the campaign, I've got more and more confident.
The Conservatives really targeted you in the last election, which was presumably a major part of why you lost. What did they do this time? Did they automatically assume they were going to retain the seat, or did they really hit you hard again?
They hit us hard again. No, it was a big fight here, but a good campaign. I guess we were more ready this time because they played a few tricks last time, and we were ready for them. But we worked really hard. I mean, that's people listening. Probably fed up with leaflets going through their letterboxes and falling on their doormats, but that's hard work. And for Liberal Democrats, because we don't have any national newspaper supporting us and because we have a much lower budget than the rest, we just have to create a climate in our seats, and that's a lot of work for a lot of people, and my campaign team did me proud.
It hasn't been a good national campaign, though, for the Liberal Democrats, has it? Do you think Tim Farron is going to have to fall on his sword?
No. Actually, I think our results going to be better than people expected, so let's wait and see. But,
well, you're predicted to get 11 or 12 seats, which is only 3 above what you had before.
Well, yeah, but some people were predicting a lot worse than that, weren't they? You follow the scene, you know that's the truth.
I was predicting more.
That's unusually generous of you.
Indeed. Well, I predicted more last time, and you let me down. You only got 8. Ed, we have to leave it there because we have Kate Hoey on the line. Ed, thank you very much indeed, and many congratulations.
Kate Hoey, congratulations to you too. Newly re-elected Labour MP for Vauxhall by quite a margin. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And your thoughts on the party's fortunes more broadly tonight?
Well, I mean, first of all, I think I'm absolutely delighted at winning here and winning by such a big majority, given the huge amounts of money and effort and time that was put into Vauxhall by the Lib Dems. I mean, they spent a fortune. It was a national target seat. They brought everyone down here, including Nick Clegg, who maybe would have been better spending more time in his own constituency than in Vauxhall. But the people of Vauxhall have come out strongly in support of the positive message that not just I was fighting on, but Labour Party was, and I think this is a vindication really of the support that some of us gave Jeremy when others wanted to get rid of him, and he's got a completely new style of politics. And I was struck, having fought 8 general elections here in Vauxhall, just how different the atmosphere was, the enthusiasm from young people coming out, really, I was going around in my old Mini and with balloons and things, and they were coming out cheering. I mean, it was a very different attitude, and they were actually voting. So I think this is a very interesting time. I don't know all the results across the country, but clearly there have been different issues in different constituencies. But overall, it's a message that people really wanted to see change.
You may not have heard from the sources that we have heard this from, but there is word on the street that Theresa May well have to resign in the morning, and that Conservative Party headquarters are concerned about the approach to Brexit right from the very beginning, but not least in this election campaign. Eric Pickles is here. We'll hear from him in just a moment as well, former chairman of the Conservative Party. How would you feel about I know you're a Labour MP, but a Conservative Party review of its approach to Brexit?
Well, I mean, I'm very clear the people of the United Kingdom have voted to leave. Jeremy Corbyn's made it very clear that we're leaving. The Liberal Democrats in my area stood very much on we want a second referendum. That's been resoundingly beaten. So what we need to do now is unite as a country and get the best possible deal that is going to give us a bright future looking outwards and internationally. And the first thing obviously has to be is to sort out the EU citizens being able to stay here. But, you know, what happened to Theresa May and the Conservative Party is a matter for the Conservative Party. You know, we've had our issues in the Labour Party. Every political party has, and I'm sure that they will decide themselves on my views on what Theresa May does or does not do. What is important is that we make sure that we actually do get involved in these negotiations in a very positive way, and that we all, as political parties, speak up for our country.
Do those severe critics, those harsh critics of Jeremy Corbyn within the Parliamentary Labour Party owe him an apology?
I think I said at the beginning when they started to try and have the coup that he'd not even had a year as leader, and it was ridiculous. I mean, I've had disagreements with Jeremy over some issues on Ireland and international issues, but, you know, he had not had a chance, and some of those people were determined to get him out from day one. I think, yes, I don't think they will apologise, but I think it's been very interesting to see many of those MPs who resigned from his front bench. They will presumably now, a lot of them, be clamouring to come back, and that's fine. I mean, that's what happens in political parties, but I just hope people will be a bit more reflective in the future when they use the media. I mean, the media has been from the beginning, you know, really demonising Jeremy in a way that perhaps has been not seen since Neil Kinnock and, you know, other Labour leaders.
So by that, you mean the newspapers, do you?
Well, yes, I think, yeah, I mean, I think the media in terms of LBC and all are very fair, and Ian Dale and you all do your best to be unbiased. I mean, I particularly find the Evening Standard has been shocking, and certainly they were completely
against
biased
Theresa May?
Really laying into
no,
Theresa May.
I'm personally talking about Evening Standard in Vauxhall. You know, they article after article saying how this was every Remain person was going to be voting for the Lib Dems, and it's just really nice, so that the editor of the Evening Standard, I think, hoping tonight he's reflecting on some of these results and realising that he's perhaps not as good an editor as he thought he was.
Kate Hoey, thanks very much for joining us. Fife North East, Stephen Gethins, the SNP MP, he's facing a recount. The Liberal Democrats are the challengers there. Ian Murray, the Labour MP in Edinburgh, he has retained his seat. Sir Eric Pickles joins us in the studio. Delighted to see you. I imagine you might rather regret doing these interviews on election night tonight, don't you, given what's likely to be the result?
Well, I've been doing this kind of thing for 50 years, and I've seen good times, I've seen bad times. This is a little bit more uncertain than I was expecting it to be. I've just seen that we've taken Mansfield from the Labour Party, which is kind of interesting. So I think, you know, as we start to go through these last few, I still think there's going to be a whole box of surprises waiting for us.
Really? Like what?
Like maybe we might take some more seats.
But not enough to get an overall majority.
No, I don't think that's going to be possible. I think we might be able to scrape together a majority with the help of other parties, but thank God that's not I won't be any part of that, those negotiations or participating in it as I've retired.
They might need your team-building skills.
Oh, they might do.
We'll come back to you in a minute, Eric. Let's cross to Theo Usherwood, I believe, who is on College Green. Theo, what are you hearing from the party headquarters?
Pick up on what Sir Eric was saying there. Of course, now the party headquarters, Tory party headquarters, realise there's not a hope of making that overall
Theo, we're going to come back to you because Thanet South is declaring. This is a constituency where Craig McKinley, the Tory candidate there, is under investigation. In fact, he's been charged by the CPS.
Piper Stewart, commonly known as Piper Reverend Stewart, UKIP, 2,997 votes.
Remember, this is the seat that Nigel Farage fought last time. I think we've lost the line from Thanet South there. The Labour candidate got around 18,000 votes. Now, if my instinct is right, that won't be enough to take that from the Conservatives. Theo Usherwood, back to you.
Yes, just to pick up on what Sir Eric was saying, the magic number was 326. That, from CCHQ's point of view, isn't going to happen. bringing in other parties, the DUP, that's all eyes now on Nigel Dodds's party. He, of course, has been quite close to the Conservatives, and whether he will form a minority, help the Conservatives form a minority government. Now, that then brings the total the Tories need down to 316, because DUP is expected to get 10 seats, and therefore you would end up with a Conservative administration propped up by the DUP. But apart from that, it's very difficult to see where else the Tories could do any deals in terms of, well, a coalition or a minority government.
Theo, thank you for that. Lots more results trickling in now. I haven't seen any big gains over the past few minutes or so. Gareth Knight, our elections analyst, we haven't spoken to him for a while. Where do you think this is heading? Do you think this is going to be hung parliament territory with the Tories around the 315 to 320 mark?
Yep. I've had 319 on my board for quite some time. The SNP collapse is the interesting thing, but for every seat that the Tories are gaining in Scotland, they seem to be losing one in England, and some of the ones they're losing in England, and equally some of the ones they're holding in England, are quite strange. I mean, Bob Blackman in Harrow East actually did surprisingly well, held his seat relatively comfortably. But you are seeing a very strange division of that UKIP vote. I had a quick flick around some of the constituencies where you would have thought the UKIP vote would have put the Tories over the top. So Scunthorpe, for example, and the UKIP vote split almost perfectly 50-50. And yeah, this just reinforces what we've been talking about before, the very idea that people are voting Labour because of a fear of a hard Brexit just simply isn't true.
Labour have gained Reading East. That's Rob Wilson. He's a government minister, so he's toast now. He's out. So you're right. These sort of trickling gains are starting to mount up for Labour, aren't they, in England?
Yeah, and the interesting thing is that with Sinn Féin taking seats off the SDLP, that actually reduces the number of seats that are required to get a majority. John Bercow is, of course, a kind of Conservative. He's technically a Conservative, although he's elected as the Speaker. You then put the Conservative people together, assume the UUP hold the odd seat, you can actually see a coalition there. But Nigel Dodds from the DUP could actually find himself in a very, very powerful position in a matter of hours.
On Brexit in particular?
Well, I mean, certainly I think that the border situation in Northern Ireland is going to be resolved extremely quickly. And I actually think that Nigel Dodds could find himself in the cabinet. It's that serious. They have to hold him.
Peter Hain on that?
Well, it'll be a big step for the DUP to go in with the Tories actually in the cabinet, but interesting. They're an interesting party because they're not actually in favour of the austerity agenda that the Tories have been pursuing. They also will want an open border. And that then brings in the Brexit negotiations and how you can achieve that and whether you stay in the single market. I mean, we started to discuss this with Liam earlier on, leaving the European Union but actually keeping open borders in terms of tariffs and barriers.
So the DUP could, in theory, be the key that unlocks that hard and fast rule on the single market, do you believe, with a bit of horse trading if it were required?
These negotiations are incredibly complex in Europe. We haven't even begun to imagine how complex they are.
What the DUP would be asking for then, Peter, isn't actually in the British government's gift, because it's a border with the Eurozone. So you'd have to have Michel Barnier involved.
No, you're absolutely right. But it would
loosen up the Brexit negotiating position.
If you stayed in the single market, then you don't have a problem.
That's right.
With the Northern Ireland border. That's the point that I'm making. If you stayed in the single market with a deal on tough controls on free movement of labour, which I think is quite possible, Belgium does that already, then I think you're into different territory. And, you know, I do think this puts the whole Brexit agenda, not the fact of leaving the European Union,
nature of the leaving.
but the nature of the leaving, especially since there's been quite a big Remain surge.
Well, we'll talk more about that, Liam. I know you're absolutely chomping at the bit to talk more about that in a few minutes. Liam Halligan, economics columnist for The Telegraph. Peter Hain here, former Labour Northern Ireland Secretary. Eric Pickles, as well, former Conservative Party Chair. Matt Chorley has just tweeted, Times journalist, political journalist, a new dawn has broken. has it not? He says.
Has it not?
Riley. Has it not? A little picture of Westminster to go with it. I've just retweeted it if you want to take a look. Yes, we're all so young. It's 18 minutes past 4. We'll also hear from Vincent McAviney in a minute as well, who's been hot-footing it after Jeremy Corbyn to a Westminster hotel.
This is LBC.
The sound of the open road. The epic soundtrack. The ping of a mysterious warning light on your dash. But with the AA, you don't need to worry. From just £4 a month, you get unlimited call-outs. Our mechanics can fix 8 out of 10 cars on the roadside in around 30 minutes. So whatever that noise is, we'll keep you rolling. Breakdown cover from just £4 a month. Call 0800 072 9440 today. The AA, because anything can happen. Introductory price for new customers only. There may be additional costs if we're called to the same fault more than once.
Hi. Hi, I'm here to trade in my trainers. Trade in your trainers? Yeah, they're really old. Didn't buy them here. Seen better days, to be honest. I wouldn't get too close. I want to put them towards some lovely new ones. Sorry, sir, we don't do that. Really? Vauxhall do? I just got £2,000 for my old banger to put towards a brand new car.
Yes, you can afford a new car. Scrap your old car, and on top of our other great offers, we'll give you £2,000 scrappage to put towards a shiny new Vauxhall. Visit your local retailer or search Vauxhall Scrappage for more information. Trading car registered in your name for at least 90 days. Offer available to individuals and small businesses. UK supplied vehicles only. Exclusions apply. Limited time at participating retailers. Full T's and C's apply.
We've got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the trade go.
At Selco Builders Warehouse, we've got real deals on a wide range of trade-quality building products. In June, we've got cement mixer hire for only £14 ex-VAT for 7 days, insurance included. Now that's a real deal. We've got even more deals and thousands of products in stock at the new Selco Builders Warehouse, Tuscombe Trade Park, Camberley.
We've got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the trade go.
Britain Decides. Election Night Live with Ian Dale and Sheila Fogarty on LBC. Tweet at LBC using the hashtag Britain Decides.
19 minutes past 4. Well, Wednesday afternoons on LBC will never be the same again because, well, in fact, they might be. He might replace me, but Alex Salmond has lost his seat. Well, I've already faced calls for my resignation tonight after my predictions. Maybe it'll be Alex Salmond at Drive on LBC soon. You never know, but he's lost his seat
Don't
to
talk
the
yourself
Conservatives.
out of a job, Ian.
I don't know. Why did I even say that? Why did I give anyone that idea?
It's delirium. It's tiredness.
It really is.
Yeah.
It's 20
pretend
past
it never
4.
happened. Yeah.
Okay, it didn't really.
Alex Salmond lost his seat. What? I mean, you know, such a big figure
and you see,
in politics per se, but also in Scottish politics.
With Angus Robertson having lost his seat, the leader at Westminster, everyone would have thought that Alex Salmond would naturally take his place, and that would be quite a formidable team. Sturgeon in Scotland, Salmond in Westminster. That isn't going to happen now. It'll be very interesting to see who goes for the leadership of this. Eric Pickles,
I'm not standing. No,
it? Yeah.
I think you need to be Scottish to have that particular post.
Well, if it's a brave new era of politics, Murray Black. There you go.
Yeah.
I said it.
Yeah.
I mean, clearly the SNP have actually been more of an opposition than Labour in the House of Commons, at least. That's obviously going to change now, isn't it?
Better attenders and more assiduous in debate. Yeah, I mean, it will change. The whole dynamics of UK politics has changed, I suspect. You know, given what's happened, the prospect of another referendum in Scotland has diminished considerably.
Can I ask you for some insights as far as you feel... Oh, hang on, Hellfire, Alex Salmond's about to speak. Come back to you.
Conducted the count, and I thank my fellow candidates for the impeccable way that the constituency contest in Gordon was conducted. Can I congratulate Colin Clark on his victory? Gordon is the most amazing and diverse constituency in the whole of Scotland, and I wish you well in representing it, Colin. Colin said I've been 30 years as a parliamentarian in the North East of Scotland. That's true. It's been the privilege of my life to do that. I'm grateful for these times, for the activists on the SNP who've made the many electoral successes possible, particularly to my long-standing election agent, Stuart Pratt. Stuart guided me through 9 elections successfully. I'm sorry, Stuart, I couldn't make it I would like to thank my wife Moira and the extended family for their forbearance over these last 30 years. We've suffered some grievous blows recently. which frankly put the whole world of politics into a perspective. But without the support of family members, no politician, none of us standing on this platform, could possibly conduct their affairs. I'd like to lastly reflect on the situation across Scotland and across the United Kingdom. I've lost, the Scottish National Party have lost very fine parliamentarians this evening, and that is a grievous blow to the SNP. But overall, the results in Scotland show the SNP will have won a majority of the seats in this country. Something which I suspect the Prime Minister would like to be able to claim in the early hours of this morning, but may not be able to do so. Something's going to change over the last 30 years. The Conservative Party's civility is one of these things. So the SNP might well find itself in reduced...
We're going to leave... I wish I could hear the jokes. I couldn't quite make out. Did you, Liam, hear what he was saying there?
Yeah, he just does what Alex Salmond always does so beautifully, takes the heat off himself and puts it onto another party, having a joke at the expense of the Prime Minister.
As I only know too well.
Yes, I thought, though, nice words, and actually all of the leading candidates have done this, made reference either oblique or direct to the two most recent terrorist attacks. And Alex Salmond, I think, finding the right words, talking about the grievous blows recently, which put politics and political results in perspective. Nicely
even his political enemies would attest, one of the most canny parliamentarians of recent years, certainly.
Agreed, and one of the best parliamentary performers, actually, both in the chamber and also on the airwaves.
Yeah, master of the very pithy question.
Yes, yeah. It likes the fun of it, doesn't he? Likes the cut and thrust of it.
Yeah, you've got to like the place.
Well, that brings me on, really, to Theresa May and the cut and thrust of it that people felt was lacking from this campaign. You know her.
I know very well.
You know her in a collegiate way rather than in a deeply personal way. But what do you think?
No one knows her in a deeply personal way.
Apart from her family. What do you think she will be?
I've been quick as a meeting round. Maybe.
Well, it's true.
This nice one was asking me a question.
Yeah, sure.
Well, no, I mean, seriously, just on that, when a political leader hits on hard times, they rely on their colleagues on the back benches, their little tribes, to come to their aid.
Absolutely.
She hasn't got that tribe, has she?
She has not gone out of her way to cultivate a kind of a clique. That's absolutely right.
But how she seems to have fallen from an enormous height, Eric. Again, I'm not making a Yahoo point, but only months ago she was omnipotent. Now she's about to resign, possibly.
But that's the nature of politics, isn't it? I mean, I don't suppose she believed half the stuff that was kind of written about her, about sort of a kind of a second...
Well, the words magnificent were bandied around, weren't they? Moments after she'd gone to the Queen to dissolve Parliament and came back to Downing Street, made that barnstorming speech.
Yeah,
I mean, you could dig into it and have a whole afternoon discussion about that speech, but she was, basically putting her tanks on everybody's lawns.
It worried a lot of Labour MPs at the time.
And she declared herself on, she was stealing the UKIP votes and what have you. But was that part of the problem, that she just said, give me a vote, any vote, as opposed to standing for something?
No, I think I've worked with her a long time, and by and large she's been on the right side. She's been on the liberal side of most of the arguments. I think she kind of grasped what was happening with immigration long before I grasped what was happening with regard to immigration. And I think in terms of things like race relations and dealing with terrorism, her instincts have always been pretty good.
And women in the party?
She's transformed the Conservative Party for sure. I mean, that will be one of her lasting kind of monuments. Made the Tory Party look like the rest of the country. Now, clearly, she's going to have to get herself some sleep tonight and decide what to do next.
Do you think if you think Edward Heath went to the country in 1974, Tory Prime Minister, asking a question and the electorate answered a different question and kicked him out. And we seem to be in a similar situation.
Every election that I've ever been involved with, they create a life of their own. And I think...
Which is why it's foolish, presumably, for any leader to say, this election is going to be about this. I mean, we get to tell you what the election's about, not the other way around.
I think that's absolutely right. I think that's overwhelmingly right. And I think people have got rather used to going for the full term. We got the fixed term parliament, but actually the last two had gone to the full term, so people have got used to that as being the norm. So my only real worry, my worry was at the beginning of the process is that those opinion polls that showed kind of like 20% weren't for real. It was a bit like he loves me not. It was a bit like the Great British Bake Off. Bless you.
Dankeschön.
You're welcome. You need to know that an election is coming to give a sensible answer to what you actually want. And I think now Brexit is the most important, as it was at the beginning, and I do feel now that we can't wait. We can't have another election straight away. So there is going to have to be a degree of consensus right across the House.
And that might save her.
I don't think it's not a question of kind of saving her or not saving her.
It might stave off any need to get rid of her.
If she can pull together a coalition, informal or informal, that gets the business through. Okay. But I think the Conservative Party is going to have to reach across the aisle to try and ensure that people right across the spectrum go along with our negotiating position.
I think that's a very important point you made, Eric. Whichever side of the argument we were, and I was strongly for Remain.
Me too.
The only way that she's going to, or whoever is Prime Minister, is going to be able to take these negotiations forward is on a cross-party basis. Now that is entirely new politics on Europe.
And you just wait for Brussels to now intervene in the next 12 hours and say, I think bearing in mind the election result, I think we'll happily give the UK a few weeks to sort itself out in the most patronising way they can possibly do.
Sure. Anti-European ransom.
It's kind of. I mean, it's going to be very difficult.
It's 4:30, Peter.
And the lack of being able to go forward now with certainty, being able to get through the House of Commons is important. Sorry, Ian, am I interrupting you?
Well, it's an evening of interruptions.
Don't
worry.
That we have Chuka Amuna on the line, Labour MP for Streatham, and we'd like to have a word with him. Chuka, very good evening. Congratulations on your result.
Evening all.
Hi.
Evening all. Thank you very much.
Now, have you had to
bowled over by it.
Have you had to put your leadership plans on ice?
Look, there is no leadership vacancy, and I honestly think that Jeremy has had a superb campaign when compared to your Theresa May, Ian. I mean,
my Theresa May? It's not my Theresa May. I can tell you that for nothing.
Well, come on. Oh, you're already dumping her. She doesn't look very.
I can't dump something I've never possessed.
She's not somebody.
She's my Theresa May.
She's Eric Pickles' Theresa May.
Sorry, she's your Theresa May, Eric.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, she's been dumped by Ian, but Eric's still standing up for her. I mean, she had a terrible campaign, and
I agree with you.
I think. Well,
I've said it before.
The problem is that, well, good. But I think in the end, she called this for opportunistic party political reasons, and it's blown up in her face. She wanted to get a personal mandate to pursue her version of a Brexit, which was an extreme, job-destroying one in my view. And she certainly, after tonight, does not have a mandate to do that. And secondly, when it came to the wider domestic policy agenda, she had very little to offer. There was not much to speak of in terms of policies or vision for the future of the country. It was actually a very negative campaign on the Tory side. And what Jeremy and the entire Labour team did was present a pretty positive vision of what our country can be in the future. And not only did we have a strong national campaign, but people ran very strong local campaigns when they were up against it. And we've seen the results. Now, I temper what I say by saying this. So, of course, the purpose of the Labour Party is to ensure that we get into government. It's not just to represent working people in Parliament, but to get into government to make a difference. And look, we don't know what's going to happen over the next few days, but we've always got to have that in mind as our goal, because that's how, you know, we got votes for women, national minimum wage, national health service, all those things.
Just on something more immediate, in 11 days' time, David Davis is supposed to be going to negotiate with the European Union. What do you think is going to happen there? Because do you think the European Union might intervene here and say, well, look, given the unstable position of UK politics, if there is indeed a hung parliament, as it looks likely, they might have to give us a little bit more time. They were going to give Jeremy Corbyn a bit more time, weren't they?
Well, I certainly think that it changes a number of things with regard to the Brexit negotiations. First of all, the Prime Minister said she needed to get a greater majority to strengthen her hand. It looks like she's going to have a reduced majority. She may not even have a majority at all, and therefore she's going to be somewhat of a diminished figure and compromised in seeking to get the best deal for Britain. I think that's the first thing. I think the second thing is, yes, perhaps there will need to be more time, maybe a longer transitional period, in order for her to come back with something that is acceptable to the House of Commons. She's not going to have that big majority she thought she would have to just force something through and, if you like, present a fait accompli deal to the House of Commons. So I think that does change things. And thirdly, look, nobody voted to be poorer. Whether you voted to leave or remain, and you and I had lots of debates about this during the EU referendum campaign, Ian, on your shows, I don't think anybody voted to be poorer.
Chuka, thank you.
Could I just ask
very quickly, Peter?
Good to talk to you. Do you think that there's a Commons majority for staying in the single market, Chuka?
Well, I've said that I believe the only way that you can get the exact same benefits as we do now, being part of the single market and customs union, is by remaining members of the single market and the customs union. Norway is not a member of the European Union, but it is a member of the single market. Turkey is not a member of the customs union, of the European Union, but it is a member of the Customs Union. So I don't see any reason why we shouldn't seek to do those two things, remain in the single market and the Customs Union. I believe we can do that and achieve reforms to the way our immigration arrangements work.
Exactly.
We can do that now, actually, whilst we're in the European Union. And I actually do believe, having spoken to a number of the governments of other EU countries, that this is something they would entertain. So that is what we absolutely should be seeking. And Peter, you know, big respect and thanks for the work that you've been doing in the Lords on this, because at the end of the day, if we don't get this right, it's people in places like Lambeth, where I'm talking to you from, who really will suffer.
And to those people who say you're trying to dodge Brexit, if you do that, answer them, because they will. Trust me, they'll say it on our programmes.
Well, Theresa May tried to turn this whole election into that issue, that if anybody challenged her view of how we withdraw from the European Union, somehow we wanted to thwart Brexit. Well, clearly, I don't think the public really bought that argument. I think they acknowledge that there are different ways of withdrawing from the European Union, and her way is not the only way.
Chuka, thank you very much for that. David Davis, I saw on television earlier, he was saying that even if there's a small Conservative majority, it was worth doing this election because legislation would have to get through both houses of Parliament, because it had been in the Conservative manifesto. It looks highly likely now that there won't be a Conservative majority, certainly not a 326 one. If you take Sinn Féin out, it can be a bit less than that, but it looks almost certain that there's going to be a hung Parliament. So if the Conservatives are to get a majority, they're going to have to get the support of the DUP, because they're not going to have the Liberal Democrats do it this time.
Well, that's a kind of pre-call. If we had a pre-resignation from Theresa May, that was a pre-calling it from Ian Dale. We will go to the Corbyn camp in a few minutes, or to a hotel that he's made his way to in Westminster, and we'll join our senior reporter, LBC senior reporter Vincent McAviney, in just a few moments. It's 4:36, time for the news headlines with Andy Ivey.
Theresa May's gamble on a snap election appears to have backfired. With results still coming in, analysts are predicting a hung Parliament, with the Conservatives falling short of an outright majority. LBC's Richard Suchet reports from Mrs May's Berkshire constituency.
Theresa May arrived here for the result in Maidenhead with a smile on her face, but it was her husband's expression that told the story of the night. Philip May entered the Magnet Leisure Centre alongside his wife, looking distraught. After winning her seat with a slightly reduced majority, she promised the Conservatives would deliver on their obligation to provide stability to the country if the party wins the most seats and the most votes. But she said nothing of her own intentions. She may well resign It's an astonishing situation with just 11 days to go until Brexit negotiations begin. Richard Suchet, LBC, Maidenhead.
Jeremy Corbyn's resurgent Labour Party is forecast to take 260 seats. He says his radical manifesto struck a chord with voters.
I'm very, very proud of the campaign that my party has run. Our manifesto for the many, not the few. And I'm very proud of the results that are coming in all over the country tonight of people voting for hope for the future and turning their backs on austerity.
Former UKIP leader Nigel Farage has told LBC the Conservative Party needs a leader who believes in Brexit.
I think the takeout from the campaign is that, frankly, she's just no good. She doesn't really believe in anything. And that was where Corbyn, I thought, was so impressive, because I don't agree with his agenda, but he went round the country and it was clear he believed in something.
Among the Conservative losses are Housing Minister Gavin Barwell in Croydon Central, where Labour won. UKIP suffered a collapse in its support, with former voters switching to both Labour and the Tories. In a mixed night for the Liberal Democrats, former leader Nick Clegg was ousted in Sheffield Hallam by Labour, but former Energy Secretary Sir Ed Davey and former Business Secretary Sir Vince Cable have won back their seats. Former Scotland First Minister Alex Salmond lost to the Tories, as did the SNP's Westminster leader Angus Robertson. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Andy Ivey.
This is LBC.
We all take photos on our phone, but for the moments that matter most, we still reach for a proper camera. The Kodak Extra brings together the benefits of a DSLR camera and the power of a smartphone, letting you shoot, edit and share beautiful professional photos on the move. To find out more about the Kodak Extra smartphone and to win one for yourself, head to lbc.co.uk.
Integrated touchscreen navigation saves you getting lost.
You have reached your destination.
Hands-free keycard saves you fumbling around when your hands are full. Automatic climate control saves you overheating this summer. And now save £750 on the list price on selected Renault Captur stock when you take a test drive, plus 20% off accessory packs. Features available on Dynamique Nav, subject to availability. Order and register by 30th of June. Retail customers only. Participating dealers only. T's and C's apply. See Renault.co.uk/offers.
Wilbur and I are on a mission with British Gas to help make Britain's homes smarter. We've been all over the country helping install our new smart meters, and he's worn out, poor lad. You'll see how much energy you're using in pounds and pence, putting you in control of your energy use. And your smart meters automatically send us your readings, so you'll always have accurate bills.
Join the millions already enjoying the benefits. Search British Gas Smart Meters, subject to eligibility.
Call 0345 6060 973. Britain decides. Election Night Live with Ian Dale and Sheila Fogarty on LBC.
Just before we go to Vincent McAviney and the Corbyn camp, Harriet Harman has said, I overestimated May and I underestimated Corbyn, and how glad I am it was that way round. Vincent McAviney, you are with the Corbyn team now. What's happening? Or the Corbyn camp, what's happening? Vincent, you're live on air.
Hi Sheila, I'm here at a central London hotel in Westminster where we thought Jeremy Corbyn was coming, but he's had a change of plans, which is very telling. He's darted back home and I'm told he'll be arriving at the Labour Party HQ in the next few hours. We thought that he was going to come here with his team and his family so that he would start planning whatever his strategy was going to be to hang on to the Labour leadership. But it seems now that he'll be going to the party HQ to figure out what to do. So if we are in that hung parliament scenario that we are looking at, obviously Theresa May, with the most MPs, is the first to attempt to try to form a government, but then if she can't, it may fall to Jeremy Corbyn. So there'll be frantic calls going on there. But just a couple of things about tonight, just to show you how remarkable it is. This morning you had the former head of MI6, Sir Richard Dearlove, saying that Jeremy Corbyn is a danger to the nation and wouldn't be able to have the security clearance to even be Prime Minister. That was on the front of the Daily Telegraph. Well, tonight, people in his own constituency who have voted him in 9 times now gave him a whopping vote of 40,086. And I've gone back through his counts, and that is over 12,000 votes from the last time he was voted in. So that is a huge majority for him and a voter confidence from his own constituency. And if there's one thing we've learnt about Jeremy Corbyn in the past 2 years, He was 201, an outside bet to be the next Labour leader in 2015. And now there is a prospect of him seriously becoming a PM. So the sun is rising here in London. It's a clear sky. Theresa May is coming back. Things looking stormy for her. But if you had plans for the weekend, cancel them. If you're going to watch the new House of Cards, leave it, because you need to listen to LBC. This is going to be quite a weekend.
Well, it's going to be quite a weekend for Brighton Labour Party, because they have taken Brighton Kemp Town from the Conservatives. Simon Kirby has been ousted there. That was one prediction I did get right. I thought that was going to be the only Labour gain. How wrong was I on that? So yet another Labour gain. Labour are now on 240, the Conservatives on 269, and the SNP on 32, Lib Dems on 10, DUP on 10. So, I mean, it's one of those elections where people keep saying, well, are you going to call it one way or another? It's almost certainly going to be a hung parliament. I can't see any other result now. I haven't seen the list of constituencies still to come in, but Labour have done substantially better than anyone thought they would. They're tipped to now be on 266. That was around the number that they were on after 2010, I think I'm right in saying, Peter Hain.
I think it was, yeah.
Because they went down to 229 at the last election,
yes.
So they've recovered the ground. Now, in any normal election, we would be saying that's a terrible result for the Labour Party, because they haven't got anywhere near winning, and yet here we are saying that it's a really good result for the Labour Party.
Because
and even though the Conservatives will be the largest party, even if they don't quite get a majority, now clearly that's a bad result for them because they had got a majority and were expecting a bigger one. But everyone's sort of quite euphoric. Labour supporters certainly very euphoric about this result. And I wonder, Peter Hain, whether you think there's a little bit too much euphoria there.
It could be, but this is not the moment to dwell on that. I mean, we are still substantially behind the Tories in the gap to make up to win an outright majority for Labour, which is what we need to do. But we've advanced, and nobody can take that away from Jeremy Corbyn. He's achieved a huge success in that, and he's given enthusiasm to people as well. I mean, I've really noticed people feeling a sense of hope that he's given, and the clarity of his message, whether all of his policies stack up or not. People do want to feel that there is an alternative to no housing opportunities, that student debt doesn't have to exist, that austerity is not going to have to go on forever, as it will do under the Tories otherwise. And I think people are fed up about that, and he provided an alternative, and people responded to that.
Yeah, but sooner or later, economic reality means you hit a wall.
Yeah, but economic reality under the Tories, Eric, what has that produced? Borrowing is still high, debt's still high, the deficit's still high, going to be in this Parliament and in the next Parliament. Now, it's like austerity forever. There's no need for it.
Oh, God. There is a need to get our...
Well, there isn't. That's what the argument from the 1930s. And then Hitler came along and we had to spend to fight him.
Yeah, but if he is able to deliver, then actually the very institutions of Parliament become discredited. I mean, his economic policy is utterly unrealistic. There's an enormous hole in the whole thing.
No,
it's all rather predicated on sort of on free gifts here, there, and everywhere, and everyone gets.
Actually, I don't think that's fair. I think actually he produced a costed program, quite a moderate one. It was a Keynesian policy. It wasn't some Trotskyist plot. It was a Keynesian policy, and Keynes was right in the 30s to say that austerity being pursued then was wrong, and that was shown by the Second World War. Look, after the Second World War, we had double the debt of our compared with our national wealth that we had after the financial crisis in 2008.
We had 5% economic growth, Peter.
And you did, because we invested. We invested.
Because our demography was geared up for 5% economic growth.
No, we invested. We used government to invest. We created the National Health Service. We built millions of homes.
The Institute for Fiscal Studies was critical of both the main parties about its financial promises or absence of tax information from the Tories. And in Labour's case, it was saying that it was unrealistic about the level of taxation it could raise from the one or two areas it was focusing on, and that it needed to be much broader than Labour was saying. So it's not quite as straightforward as saying it's fully costed, I don't think.
Alex Salmon joins us on the line now. Alex, deep commiserations for your result. I know what it is to lose an election. It's not a pleasant feeling. And how do you feel right now? Can you... Sheila?
Apologies.
You can be my counsellor as I work my way through this.
I mean, you're a very cheerful person, but it must hurt very deeply, Alex.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, you know, I've won 9 and lost 1, and so basically I've got no complaints. You know, that's a very pretty good batting average, you know, and particularly people in North East of Scotland, who are the most wonderful electorate to represent in the world, in my view. So I'm you know, I've got no complaints whatsoever.
Is this the end of Scottish independence? Is it the end of the second referendum campaign that Nicola Sturgeon's been waging?
Well, Nicola decided in her own strategy in terms of timing, Ian, but I mean, one thing, it's virtually none of the commentators have picked it up, has been the lateness of recovery in the Labour Party vote in Scotland, and how that has been very influential in a number of the SNP Tory contests. You know, people voting because they admired the way that Jeremy Corbyn would conduct the campaign without necessarily recognising that that has an impact on the individual constituency. And these people who were voting for Corbyn because they were inspired by his progressive programme, you know, these are not no voters, incidentally, and these are yes voters.
I was expecting you to say that, no, of course this isn't the end for Scottish independence. Of course we will continue pushing for a second referendum. It's interesting that you didn't give that answer.
Well, no, what I did was say that I'll let Nicola Sturgeon decide the strategy of the Scottish National Party as it should be. And I'm sure she will. But, you know, I was asked a few seconds ago about Nicola Sturgeon's leadership position. Well, you know, I just noticed the SNP have gone to 33 seats in Scotland already. Now, that's a majority of Scottish seats. When political leaders get a majority...
It's 23 fewer than you had before, though.
Yeah, I know, Ian, but if you get a majority of seats, you win an election. And if you get a majority of seats, you don't have to consider your position. It's political leaders who fail to get a majority of seats. They have to consider the position, and that might be what's happening to Theresa May in the next few hours.
It may well indeed. It's a harsh question to ask you on a night like this, but you know I have to do my job.
Anyway, go on.
Well, I've got to. Is this the end of your political career?
Well, I ended my concession speech with a wee Jacobite, lines from a Jacobite song, which go, "Oh, laugh, false wigs, in the midst of your glee, you've not seen the last of my bonnets and me."
Oh. What does that... Interpret that for us, Alex.
Well, obviously, Ian, I used the song because it gives a certain degree of mystery and interest.
Alex, can I just say, when you next come into an LBC studio, will you wear one of your bonnets?
Well, I might do. I'll come in wearing a Jacobite rose for you.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to give you my deep commiserations, because you've been a great sport coming into the studio with me every Wednesday over the past year and a half. I think our listeners have really enjoyed our little joustings on a Wednesday afternoon. I hope we may be able to do that in future. You never know.
Well, it's an opportunity. This is much more time to pursue my radio career.
Well, I did suggest earlier that you might be after my job. But do you think Theresa May is actually going to go?
Yes. Assuming that there's no absolute majority, you can't survive if you call an election to get a big majority. You end up with no majority. Your credibility's gone, and you know, believe me, as a political leader who has faced the inevitability of a resignation when I lost the 2014 referendum, you cannot sustain your position as a Prime Minister or a First Minister if you lose something fundamental.
Who replaces her?
Calling an election that wasn't necessary and losing your majority, you know, is a bit more than careless. It's fundamental and terminal.
Who replaces her?
Well, I mean, obviously Boris Johnson is quite clearly manoeuvring already.
You're a betting man. Are you going to put your money on Boris?
Oh, I could never bet on a Tory. I know what I'm like, Ian. I prefer much more reliable things like horses.
Well, Alex, thank you very much indeed for talking to us. You've been extremely cheerful, much more cheerful than I was when I lost, I have to say. And I say again, people devote their whole careers. It's public service being a politician, and people often deride politicians, but on nights like this, you have to feel for them, their families. There are politicians tonight who are now on the dole, and there's nothing so ex as being an ex-MP.
Well, that's very cheerful, Ian. I
thought you'd gone, Alex. I thought you'd gone.
Alex, have you got any more Jacobean ditties for us, just to cheer us up?
Well, I mean, I shall fail to mention I'm an ex-MP in my CV as I coach people for employment. But, you know, Ian makes a fair point. I mean, I've watched over the years, Nick Clegg Tonight, for example, of course, and Angus Robertson, frankly, I've had a fantastic time in politics, and that's why I've got no complaints about it. But sometimes people, I thought about Angus, he's really on the rough end of justice tonight, because, by any accounts, and I know Ian agrees with this, in terms of the inquisition of the Prime Minister in Wednesday parliamentary questions, he's been absolutely outstanding. And I think what gets me is that sometimes you see somebody of quality who gets on the rough end of a swing, as Angus was tonight, and there is a certain injustice at that. But most politicians they're like rubber balls; they bounce back.
You're a weeble. A weeble wobbles,
but they don't fall down. Can I just tell you, Alex, that Ruth Davidson in Edinburgh has said she admires the level of service that you have given to Scottish public life.
Well, that's very kind of her, and I thank her for that.
OK. Thank you very much indeed, Alex Salmond, former leader of the SNP. We're going live to Hastings and Rye, Amber Rudd's potential constituency. There have been 5 recounts here. Let's hear the declaration.
Labour Party, 25,322. Nick Perry, Liberal Democrat, 1,885. Michael Sheridan Phillips, UKIP, 1,479. Amber Rudd, the Conservative Party candidate, 25,668.
Amber Rudd there. Incredibly close in that seat of Hastings and Rye, but it does look like
that shows the importance of the get out. That shows the importance of the get out the vote operation, because in seats like that where you can win by a few dozen, if you don't have the party workers on the ground, and that's where Labour
on the day,
that's where Labour have actually really scored in this campaign, because they have had people on the ground getting their vote out. That's quite clear. But a very narrow squeak for Amber Rudd there.
So leaves her in pole position, maybe, to be the leader.
Should we hear from Amber Rudd?
Sure.
Who have done the job twice this evening. We're all very grateful to you for staying so late and doing such a professional job. Thank you. I'd also like to thank my team in the right here who've done such a fantastic job supporting me, working with me, making sure we had a really good turnout on the day. And I'd particularly like to thank also the Labour candidate, Peter Chowney, who I know well and I'm sure will continue in his role as leader of the council. Thank you, Peter, for having, I thought, a good, effective, fair fight out of it. I am deeply honoured to have been re-elected for the 3rd time by the residents of Hastings and Rye. This is a fantastic place to live and work, and I am going to continue, I hope, to build on the great opportunities and the great regeneration that's being taking place in this area, improving our schools, improving our NHS, and getting the infrastructure investment that we need. This is what really matters to me, and this is what I hope to continue to deliver for the fantastic constituency of Hastings and Rye. Thank you very much.
Eric Pickles, a word on the leadership potential qualities that you have seen or have heard about in Amber Rudd, because it might become quite critical.
One of the big stars of the campaign for sure. I thought the way she handled that debate was good. I mean, obviously she's had to go through the trauma of, like all of us, those 2 dreadful terrorist incidents. She's lost her father during the campaign, and she's come through. But none of that should in any way encourage you to feel that Theresa May is to resign, or I'm suggesting Theresa should. I think Theresa needs to get a good night's sleep and to think how the party moves forward.
I think Amber Rudd's quite popular in Parliament, actually, for a Conservative minister, and possibly could make an effective leader of the Tories. Not that it's my business to suggest that.
I just feel just going straight into the bout there, Peter.
I don't think that Amber Rudd's got any chance of being the Tory party leader. Yeah, just to contradict everyone, I don't think she has any chance at all.
Because she was a Remainer.
Because she was not just a Remainer, but she was a very, very vocal Remainer.
She was, yes.
If you want to go down to the bookies before breakfast, I would put money on James Cleverly. to be the next leader, because I think that he strikes a balance between being a leaver, he's younger, he's a clear new generation, a step away from the current group.
Eric, your thoughts on that?
He was a very clever guy. I think I'm just becoming a little bit uncomfortable. I'm not joining in this because I'm not saying that Theresa is going.
In which case, Gareth, a word on the Labour leadership. You still think that Jeremy Corbyn could step down and someone in his likeness with a bit more appeal to the centre?
Yeah.
Namely, Lisa Nandy could be the one.
Yeah, exactly. Jeremy Corbyn has taken the Labour Party one significant step and cemented it. Cemented his position as the Labour Party on the left, and they need someone new now, in my view, to be able to take them to the next stage.
Well, Sheila, it's been yet another extraordinary night here on LBC, possibly even more extraordinary than the Brexit night and Trump winning. Thanks to Liam Halligan, Peter Hain, Eric Pickles, Gareth Knight and Rob Hayward. And yet again, people like me, the so-called people in the know, have been completely confounded. Virtually no one saw this coming, and I'm man enough to admit it. The great British public delight in sticking two fingers up to politicians who sometimes take them for granted, and to the political media who think that we know better than others. You won't find many political journalists, pollsters or commentators admitting they got it wrong, wholly wrong. So let me be the first to say, I got it wrong, wholly wrong. I should have listened more to my callers who've been phoning into my show day after day, week after week. I assumed that it was just the enthusiasts who were calling in, but it clearly went deeper than that. Well, it's been an amazing 7 hours since Sheila and I came on air at 10 p.m. We're off to record our last Britain Decides podcast, as if we need to hear the sound of our own voices anymore.
I'm headlining on Mr. Buckethead, just so you know.
So do download that later today from iTunes. Let me finish by thanking our production team, led by Jagruti Dave, with Dee King, Victoria Gardner, Eleanor Walsh, Tom Waters, and also our web team, led by Adrian Sherling and many, many others. It's been a pleasure to have your company for the last 7 hours. Sheila will see you at 1 p.m. I'll be back from 4 p.m. this afternoon. Coming up at 10, it's James O'Brien. I think I might be asleep for that. But up next, it's Nick Ferrari live in Westminster for a breakfast election special.
Thank you all.
At 5 o'clock on Friday the 8th of June and coming to you live from Westminster. A decision supposedly taken while walking in Wales leaves Theresa May walking in the wilderness.
Whatever the results are, the Conservative Party will ensure that we fulfil our duty in ensuring that stability.
A red letter day for Jeremy Corbyn.
Well, the mandate she's got is lost Conservative seats, lost votes, lost support and lost confidence. I would have thought that's enough to go, actually.
We're headed for a hung parliament and May struggles to reach the figure that allows her the first attempt to form a government. Meanwhile, among the casualties, Nick Clegg, Alex Salmond and Angus Robertson. Oh, and we've not even mentioned Brexit. All that and more after the 5 o'clock news.
On FM, online, on your mobile and on